Oh, yes. I actually was forgetting to go live on YouTube because YouTube requires you to actually go live on this other thing. So hello, everyone on YouTube. You missed my nice introduction for all the people watching on Creative Assembly's official account on the Total War, I think, Twitch, Steam as well. Any of you guys who are there, feel free to head on over to youtube.com if you want to chat with the rest of us. My chat is going there, and yeah. Hello, everyone on YouTube. I apologize. I forgot to actually activate my own stream there, which, you know, pro streamer level anyway. Yeah, you missed just a little bit of intro exposition. We're here in round 3 between Big B's playing as Khorne, and of course, Dark Age Rush is what he is on Steam. But on Discord, going by another name here, Fistful. So, right now, just contesting the center objective. He's got the double cap low. No, in fact, it looks like it's hard to say. There's a little bit of a bug with the UI of the captures, where it won't always display the correct one. But yeah, it looks like Slaanesh able to just get the out capture. The spawn, like multiple units of spawn are not actually on the objective to provide capture weight. So even without contesting any melee engagement there, Khorne able to, or Slaanesh able to take the objective momentarily. But you see, as soon as all of those Khorne units start to pile in, and immediately they're going to click up the capture weight a little bit. Those dual hand weapon warriors also probably need to move in, but it looks like they're actually moving to block the Seekers. I don't know, I might block with the spawn as well, just for the mass and that extra weapon damage, but let's see what's going on. A nice slicing shards comes in. That's going to be an effective way, definitely, to dealing with these armored infantry. Does a really good amount of damage there to those dual hand weapons. And, yeah, looking good so far. Elstrad is really not doing much. Halberd's also kind of just defending. It's a lot of resources for Khorne to just be kind of sitting around on there. But at the same time, you do need to be able to respond. And obviously, Khorne's infantry being very slow, positionally, you just kind of have to stay where you need to be in order to not get outmaneuvered by Slaanesh's fast speed, right? So a little bit of a trade-off there, but probably send those dual hand weapon warriors and just leave the two halberds by themselves kind of back-to-back in order to defend. Likewise, the Fleshhounds also right now sitting in. It looks like they're going to immediately be used to tackle the summoned demoness there. Great collapse, preventing them from now getting in and rear charging on the warriors. At the same time, a lot of these marauders are starting to get absolutely clobbered and rout. So Khorne able to decisively win and capture that center objective. They're about 1,000 points ahead on army damage value, a little less, but still racking up pretty quickly. Slaanesh plays great from behind, though, as anyone will tell you. So, oh yeah. Great. Here we are, folks. Here we are. Really nice charge from those Heart Seekers getting in there. Absolutely devastating. The Warriors, one unit already down. Rest are holding pretty firm, though. Have taken quite a bit of damage in certain circumstances. Another really nice slicing shards to try and finish it off. I don't know. Could have been a little bit better placed here in the center of this blob, but at the same time, the dogs are able to mostly avoid that. Slicing shards, pretty long wind-up time, so if you do notice the spell template before it goes off, it's not too hard to dodge, definitely within the realm of possibility. So let's take a look here at the rest of the battlefield. No reinforcements coming in for Khorne, just kind of biding their time. Not too many supplies anyway. Khorne units being relatively expensive. I mean, I don't know if we'll see any doggos here. The low leadership of the regular Warhounds makes them a little bit tricky to use. Got some weird flickering issues. Let's look away from that. But the Fleshhounds trading extremely cost-effectively into actual Heart Seekers, so that's the most expensive cavalry for Slaanesh that they can bring. And yeah, any kind of damage they take, I mean, the Fleshhounds are literally half their cost, so that is a crazy cost-effective engagement for Khorne. Also, the spawn of Khorne getting a little bit of acquiescence. Slaanesh in general wants to just spam spells as much as possible to try and get that lore passive going. That Blissful Rapture plus 12 melee attack is pretty substantial. It's similar to something like Wurzag's Bonewood Staff, right, that some of you may know from Warhammer 1 and 2, that would give map-wide buffs every time you cast a spell. Definitely incentivizes using those cheap spells over and over again. Herald of Khorne fighting here in the center, just doing a grand old job holding. You know, he's a pretty cost-effective character up on that Juggernaut. He can definitely hold his own in combat. Not the tankiest character in the world. 100 armor and magic resistance, spell resistance even, definitely helps. Physical resistance as well. A huge melee attack, but only 40 melee defense really isn't that great at the end of the day. It's pretty good HP too, but nothing super crazy. Anyway, fun stuff so far. Let's see how they are getting on. Victory ticket-wise, Khorne's in a little bit of a comfortable lead. I just don't know. I mean, Slaanesh is not that far behind. They managed to actually claw back a considerable amount of army damage value, and the Seekers do survive. The Heart Seekers even survive barely that engagement with a tiny bit of HP left. So, yeah, so far so good. Cultist coming in here, still holding out quite well. The Cultist of Slaanesh, anti-infantry, not on a mount, does have devastating flanker still with 40 charge bonus, but it's a little bit hard to use that when she's on foot. But still will be able to hold with some kind of single entity power there, as long as she doesn't get too surrounded by the Khorne dual weapon warriors. Got a couple more Spawn of Slaanesh coming in as well. Soporific Musk will help kind of debuff a lot of these units. Melee stats, just that little bit extra, you know, 5% extra chance to hit, 5% less chance to be hit for the Slaanesh units. Super important. Just those tiny little amounts can make a big difference over the course of a long game, which Domination games do tend to be. Right now, Khorne still ahead and managed to sort of retake their army damage value lead pretty substantially. Let's just kind of wait and see here. Yeah, no reinforcements from Khorne at the moment. Take that back. A couple of halberds making their way up, or a single group rather. The other one's still just holding. Fleshhound's also holding. So kind of, I like what Big B's is doing here in bringing his reinforcements up on the high ground and then sort of maneuvering them down. Again, it's a positional play, right? Because Khorne's slower on average, even with the Fleshhounds involved, than Slaanesh. Just having your units in the right position to begin with, and then, you know, when you see there's no threat, moving them down after that, especially because Khorne's in no real danger of getting overtaken here on the low ground. I mean, as it stands right now, Khorne is by far and away the most dominant faction in Domination, so yeah, Slaanesh, it's true. Spellbound makes a great point. Miscasting with the Slaanesh Herald is rough because in general she has very low HP, so it's hard to really overcast spells in particular. But especially if she's taking damage like she did there, very, very rough stuff indeed. Good catch. So it's definitely a tactical choice. You know, when you have those low HP casters in a long game like Domination, if you don't have the low enough cost to be able to resummon them, it almost is worth it to not overcast spells, just because the miscast damage can be so devastating, especially when it's your lord. Anyway. Fleshhounds move in. Soporific Musk does contact them, but it looks like Big B's is going to take the win there. Yeah, Khorne showing dominant as always. No surprises, but that does mean that Khorne is out of the way first on the series for Big B's. So we'll see. Fistful's able to bring it back. I'm going to go ahead and pop on over here so y'all can't see the builds. Not that I don't trust players here, but now would be a good time to remind ourselves of what's going on in the world of Total War Warhammer as these guys get their picks and bans and everything locked in. Taking a look here, we refresh the bracket, and I go ahead and pull it up on screen. Y'all can see where we're at in the world. So right now for round 3, we're here with Fistful and Big B's. Tim the Wilder and Outer Region, definitely a great series as well, going on right now. And then we've got a few more moving on. Takoyaki has moved on, awaiting either Houndedins or Rindless. Got this name here versus Hadris. The winner of that will be playing Stingers 1, 2, 3. Senpai Torpid Dao is going to be playing this Korean name here, or Tutorial. I apologize, I can't read Korean. Let's see. Yeah, we've got Last Genderbender versus Clear. The winner of that will play Arrow. Papa Palpatine awaiting the winner of Lord Katarchin versus Dagon Lives. Dagon Lives? I don't know. And then still got Vizaresh versus Alphadino, then Subutai awaiting that, Platypus awaiting that. So Platypus probably going to be waiting a decent amount of time, just kind of the nature of things, how they go in the tournament. So pretty good stuff. Kind of gives you guys a picture of where we're at in terms of the day. Still quite a bit of tournament to get through. There's going to be a lot of games that we won't get to see on stream, so I'm hoping people will save those replays. But what's up, Bubba's Big Blast? Good to see you. And for the rest of you guys, again, watching on the Total War official channels, whether that be Steam, Twitch, whatever, feel free to head on over to YouTube, Dog Plays YouTube channel. That's my YouTube channel, of course. And there's a full chat here. You can hang out, have some fun with us. It's a good time for sure. This is, of course, the final qualifier. So whoever wins today will be the 8th and last person to gain access to Immortal Empires early, and also, of course, have a chance to win a substantial amount of prize money. Pretty good stuff. A big thanks to Creative Assembly for sponsoring this, honestly. And let's take a look also at the good old Twitter. For those of you guys who don't know, haven't been paying attention, Creative Assembly has been teasing every day. They've been updating start positions on the Immortal Empires map. And I've been on vacation. I haven't really had a chance to talk about a lot of the Immortal Empires news so far. So let me just quickly double check here. Guys are like still chatting, still getting their picks locked in. Oh. Here. Okay. So anyway, yeah, so we can see here the Empire factions. I think they did those ones first. We've also got the demons now. Interesting choices. Volkmar's moved down to the Southlands, and Krokar and Tic-Tac-Toe have remained there. Likewise, Kairos is down at the southern tip, so got a lot of interesting stuff. I think Khemri Bull is going to be a really real thing, to be honest. Assuming they don't move like Rapunzel, Arcan, etc. You know, you potentially also got Queek, Khalida, is Thorax down here, right, too, in Immortal Empires, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've played, but I want to say that there's like tons and tons of lords all centered in this area, so this is going to be a good time for sure. It'll be a wild ride. And of course, you've got the Heart of the Jungle here too, so if you're playing Frisky Wood Elves, you know, you're feeling a little wild with Durthu, you can pop down there and go fight Scarbrand, I guess, you know? So we'll see. They may end up adding even more lords down here too. It must be said. I think probably, I don't know, Queek might not remain. Queek might get moved either closer to 8 Peaks or maybe out to the east of 8 Peaks. I don't really know. You know, you've got all this space out here in terms of the Darklands that, while we're waiting for Chaos Dwarfs, is probably mostly going to be empty, I would imagine. I mean, we'll see. I think Tretch's home is right here, right? So I would expect him to possibly come out here. Anyway, fun stuff. You know, Lustria, typical stuff. Oxyotl down messing with penguins. Should be a pretty good time. And Nakai wandered off to Cathay, which I've seen some people displeased, some other people pleased about. Should be interesting at the very least for a change of pace, right? So anyway, yeah, just wanted to quickly give my thoughts on stream on that, since I probably won't have a chance to make a dedicated video, and they are going to be teasing a whole bunch of start positions going forward. But if you're not paying attention to the official Creative Assembly, you know, Total War social medias, I would definitely keep your eyes there for more Immortal Empires news, because it does seem like they are ramping up the marketing cycle for that pretty substantially. Let's jump back over into the game here. Kind of hang out for a minute. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Been really enjoying my vacation time. Honestly, it's very well needed. Just in general, been doing some good traveling, getting some sun, lots and lots of sun. It's great. Hope you all doing well also. Enjoying your summertime. I mean, for most of us, right, now is the time to travel. Immortal Empires is coming later on in the summer, you know, August, mid to late August, most likely. So now's the time you want to go on vacation, somewhere nice, new, fresh, try some new things. Myself and my now fiance went to Hawaii and got engaged a few weeks ago, and then I was just recently at Lake Powell with my family down in southern Utah, which a little bit of a rough state. It's kind of sad to see how low the lake has gotten just because everything's drying up. But, you know, grateful that we're still able to go. For sure. Enjoyed. There wasn't that many people there, too, because I think people were so scared of the lake being so low. Anyway, let's see here. Double check. I'm watching these guys over on the side. Yep. Okay. Looks like Big B's rocking with Nurgle. And then on the flip side, we're seeing Khorne again. Yeah, I would expect to see a lot of Khorne today, given the current patch. And hopefully 1.3 will come in and address some of these issues. But yeah, as it stands right now, Khorne seems pretty dominant. And I don't know. I could think of a few things. Nerfing Fleshhounds would definitely be one thing they could do to bring him up in line a little bit. Let's see. honestly, we've been having some pretty interesting discussions kind of in the back channels, myself and some of the other multiplayer content creators and some high-level players, and just kind of discussing like what we want to see with Domination. Like, I know Turin made that great rant video about you know, the comeback mechanic, and I totally agree with him that it's something that absolutely should be removed and shouldn't be a part of the game. So hopefully that also gets done in 1.3, or at the very least Immortal Empires. You know, in terms of unit resummoning, there's been some pretty heated discussions too about limiting unit resummons, either, you know, only being able to resummon them a limited number of times, maybe having the cost increase every time, you know, supply cost increase every time you resummon a unit, or just, you know, not banning resummons altogether, not having any resummons. You know, you can summon a unit once, and then when it dies, it's done. That's it. You know, there's some interesting discussions back and forth. I have some mixed feelings and emotions about it, and really I would need to kind of test it out and see. So I think Turin's working with some modders to kind of create some testing mods and try out some different parameters and see what really works well for Domination, because it's definitely a great a mode with great potential. And from a tournament perspective, not having to deal with convoluted, complicated rule sets and people, you know, trying to rules lawyer and doing other sorts of nasty things when the rulings don't go in their favor. Just, you know, from the outset, I felt that the potential of Domination was such that it was worth investing quite a bit of time and attention into finding and improving over time. And thankfully, Creative Assembly has definitely seemed receptive and willing to change Domination based on player feedback. So hopefully that continues going forward. But anyway. Yeah, okay. So the patch is coming tomorrow, according to Oscar here in chat. I guess I had missed that, but that's awesome. Too bad it couldn't have come today on the day of this, or maybe they, I don't know. Anyway, it would have been nice to have it today for the day of the tournament, but at the very least, we should be not only getting, of course, Immortal Empires, but, you know, quality of life and Domination updates of 1.3 and 2.0 in the finals of the tournament. Anyway, I have to say, this color scheme is definitely my favorite for Khorne. Unfortunately, you don't actually see faction coloration on a lot of the units, different areas, but still very cool in terms of the banner. Got a Herald once again, backed up by Spawn and Warriors. Nothing really too unique there. Mix of dual hand weapons, one halberd and one shield, along with the two cultists up on the high ground. For Nurgle, Kugath Plaguefather. Very strong here in this matchup now that he has his AoE damage over time effect. Artillery is also quite strong. Festering Stooges, of course, staple of Nurgle play. Super cost effective, insanely strong. And some spawns of Nurgle as well for that unbreakable capture weight. Cultist, of course, on foot for his final form, and throwing himself around on the ground and rolling around in the mud along with his regeneration and armor sundering. So, great stuff. Great stuff. In land battles, exploiting the edge of the map, exploiting, you know, kiting, potentially not engaging, just... Hey, thanks, Robert. Much appreciated. It's honestly been amazing. Can't say hasn't changed my life absolutely for the better, my relationship with the woman of my dreams. So, thank you. And yes, I definitely agree with the second point as well. All right, the spawns are charging. They're going to eat a face full of volleys from the Festering Stooges, but then get into contact. And, oop, a couple of those Plague Bears go for a ride there. They'll be fine, though, hopefully. They'll be fine. Yeah, they're all fine. Okay, and a nice... oh, man, that was a really nice... what is that? Stream of Corruption. Just absolutely devastating. Those Chaos Warriors there. So, man, those spawn took a lot of damage. I always forget how much damage the Death's Heads actually do. But Khorne right off the bat just gets smashed in the face, down almost 1,000 damage value. Being down on damage value in general to Nurgle is a very, very, very bad thing because they can sustain damage value through healing, so they tend to inflate that stat anyway, right? They are sort of their enemy's army damage value. But anyway, nice, big, nasty blob here. Got double Cultist and the Herald all trying to go after Kugath, but they're in a little bit of a weird situation. If we kind of take an overhead look at the footprint of Kugath, you can see that they're all kind of bunched up in one area. really you would need to spread them out so they can all be in base contact at the same time. Like the Herald right now, I don't even know what he's doing. Finally, he turns to actually fight as that Chaos Warrior just falls over. Then, again, immediately one of the cultists gets terrified, so there's never really a moment where you have all three actually engaged on Kugath at the same time, especially with the Spawn and the Plague Bearers protecting him, all of which have really good mass and can stop those horse-sized characters from getting into contact with him. But anyway, looks like we're going to have the second summon immediately pulled up, and oh man, this is rough. I mean, this is a very good showing of how Nurgle is probably the #1 faction to counter Khorne right now. Just the ability to sustain through that initial shock of damage. And not only that, but punch back in a very surprising way. Nurgle just absolutely rolling up on value, almost 4,000 damage value, army damage value at this point, which is a lead that is close to insurmountable, even for a faction as powerful as Khorne. So, you know, Robert, I also think, and this is an idea that we've been playing with as well, is that there should actually be either a very short, like 1-minute timer for the objectives, or no timer at all, because, I don't know, oftentimes, and we didn't see this in this particular battle, but like in this battle, it probably would have been in Khorne's favor to just not engage, right? To just stay back and to keep calling in units, and maybe even wait until you know, if Nurgle's willing to come capture the points, maybe even wait till you get some comeback supply and then make a big push all at once with literally all your units on the field. It's not fun, it's not interesting, but I mean, some people would say that that's the best way to play it in this. I don't necessarily agree, but yeah, I would agree, Puggington. This seems like Khorne's weakest matchup, which is kind of hilarious because Nurgle really isn't. I don't know. They're a weird faction. They're strong in a lot of ways, but like here, for example, Khorne actually could just split push this side objective and kind of forsake this unholy blob. Now, I will say Big B's is smart in that he's positioned his unholy blob sort of in between these 2 points in such a way that he can relatively easily sort of maneuver between the two of them, right? And on this map, these 2 points are quite easy to get in between, whereas this high ground objective over here is kind of isolated up on its own. So Khorne having this is going to keep them somewhat in this game from victory ticket perspective. But yeah, the army damage value is, I mean, once you get that far behind a Nurgle, it's going to be close to impossible to come back. So Big B's takes home a pretty convincing 2-0 win there on the series. So I want to back out of that, and let's pop over to this other screen here. You know what? You guys want to take a look at the mystery bracket? So this is the bracket I've made, using later. Right now, none of the semifinal participants have qualified, so let's go ahead and pop back out here and let me find another one. Spectate. Flip the bracket. And I guess I could show you guys this part too. It's been a while since I've done a tournament like this where I'm actually spectating throughout. So let's see here if I can get into Takoyaki or Tim the Wilders. Let's see. Nope. Oh, looks like there's no spectator slot on that one. Okay. Maybe we'll go in for Vizaresh versus Subutai, maybe? If I can find that one. Oh, that's versus Alfredino. Okay. Let me mute myself for just a moment, and we'll be right back. right. Oof. The music's a little loud. I apologize. It's actually the original Medieval Total War. I normally play the Medieval 2 Total War soundtrack, but somebody reminded me that the 20-year anniversary of Medieval Total War is coming up soon, which made me feel very, very old, because I definitely played and enjoyed that game as a kid. I mean, it came out when I was 9, so definitely had a really good time playing it back in the day. Maybe I'll play it again soon, just for nostalgia's sake, but anyway, decided I'd play the original Medieval Total War soundtrack today in order to that fantastic old game. And we are here in a lobby with Hanadins versus Takoyaki. They are just getting started. Bear with them as they go through their army picks and whatnot. Thank you all for joining today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We've got 83 so far watching on my YouTube channel, probably plenty more on Steam and Twitch. You guys, of course, if you want to come chat with us, feel free to stop on by here on YouTube. We've got a fully operational chat battle station going, so good here. Huggington and some others are having some nice discussions about vampire counts. I think as it stands right now, unless they fundamentally change like either capture weight or resummons or some other things about how domination mode works, vampire counts are going to be like strictly insanely overpowered, because you have 100 cost zombies and very cheap skeletons as well, tons and tons of healing effects. So you'll be able to just continue to throw capture weight on points in a way that no other faction is able to. And not only that, but continue to sustain it. Like we think Nurgle death blobs are disgusting. Just, I mean, imagine if you have a death blob on every objective with like a corpse cart and like, you know, 2 zombies and 2 skeletons, or, you know, whatever combination. Maybe a Graveguard or a White King. Different things. And just, even if you're able to beat that, right, it's going to take so long to do. And we're going to be able to maintain more capture weight than you. And yeah, I just domination seems tailor-made as it is right now for vampire counts. So yeah, it seems like Khorne should be strong here because of all the flaming damage and the high DPS, but in fact Khorne just runs out of steam against Nurgle. Bad truth. So yeah, unbreakable units probably need less capture weight. I think monstrous infantry need less capture weight, because right now spawn are their big issue. And I also kind of think that if unit's crumbling, it shouldn't have capture weight either, because a unit that's routed doesn't have any capture weight because they ran off the objective. So yeah, stacked AoE vampire counts healing will be nasty. Exactly. Tools are also very fast. You have the 1 ROR that also has stock and Vanguard, which will be useful for sure. They also have pretty good weapon damage, actually, against low armor targets, so should be interesting. Yeah. The other thing about vampire counts, too, is you have a fantastic mid-tier armored cavalry in regular Black Knights with anti-infantry, good speed, decent armor, you know, reasonable combat stats. They're fairly solid, and the fact that you can use them to like cost-effectively reinforce points very quickly, I do think you'll see like mass Black Knights as a support unit in your reinforcement pool. You know, Robert, that's an idea that we've been discussing back and forth quite a bit. You know, giving units capture weight based on value is tricky, because then you have a situation where like a Dreadsaurian is the strongest unit in the game, and it's almost impossible for you to actually amass, with a lot of factions, like 3,000 value on a point to be able to outcap it. So I don't know. Like, that's an idea for sure, but I think there's some pitfalls to it, so I'm not... That's the right solution. I think the right solution would maybe to increase cavalry capture weight, reduce monstrous capture weight, and probably like hounds, you know, like dog units that count as infantry, Chaos Warhounds. They also have infantry capture weight, which they should not, right? They should also have cavalry capture weight. And then I think just that and some other tweaks, you know, maybe obviously removing the comeback mechanic is a big one. That is the original Medieval Total War 1 soundtrack. So, certainly listen on YouTube. I can drop a link in the chat for you here if you want to go check it out, but very, very nice OST, in my opinion. We're going to have some Tzeentch versus Ogre Kingdoms. Nice, 2 factions. I mean, I figured we'd see some Tzeentch. Ogre Kingdoms are still pretty good too, so nice that we're going to see them right away. Keeps it from being absolute Khorne spam all day. Kemler healing blob. Oh, dude. Kemler sword. Are you kidding me? Oh, the Chaos Tomb Blade, AoE, the fact that it gives melee attack and actually resurrects dead combatants. That's going to be super nasty. Again, and this is one of the things, like, we're hopefully going to be able to, like, get changes implemented with Immortal Empires that will keep vampire counts from being ridiculously, absurdly OP. Like, I'm hoping that Creative Assembly will have learned somewhat from their mistakes with Domination and with, you know, the release of Warhammer 3 in general, and hopefully have some good, maybe closed betas, open betas, early access for its content creators, so much so that we can hopefully get it into a place where it's not completely broken on release, you know? So, like I said, there have been a lot of discussions between me and other content creators about different ideas of how to make things work, and it's definitely all still very much up in the air, and it may, you know, come out one way and have to change over time, which is fine, but it is being actively discussed and considered. So, you know, I say as it stands right now, they would be broken because it's likely that things will be changed before we get there. So, I think rare entities should get increased capture weight. I don't know, actually. I think all single entities should probably have the same capture weight, even if they're like infantry or cavalry. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of differing opinions on what works and what's fun, and yeah, and there are certain things where no one's really right? It's just a matter of opinions. But anyway, getting started today back on Arnhem. Ugh, I can't stop this track yet, though. I gotta let it play, because this brings a tear to my eye. Yeah, and it stopped on me. Anyway. Yes, the Medieval Total War soundtrack's super nostalgic for me, because, I mean, like, my brother and I got Shogun, not when it was new, but, like, before Medieval Total War came out. So when this game came out, it was, like, you know, right around that time, and it was very easy to convince my mom to buy us historical video games, because there was some kind of educational value, right? And so, especially because my mom being a religious woman, you know, didn't want us playing violent video games, especially on Sunday. So, you know, again, it was very much an easier battle to say, okay, this game has educational value, so I'm not just, you know, mindlessly slaughtering enemies. I'm learning more about real world history and different things. And so, thus began mine and my brother's love of Total War, and now here we are today in quite a different place altogether, but still fundamentally still the same core principles, and definitely still absolutely very much enjoyable. More Spawn of Khorne than you can shake a stick at, which is actually 4. We got a couple of blue horrors as well, some Forsaken of Tzeentch up in the air. We've got Kairos Fate Weaver, giving a nice little speech here about Flux and stuff. On the flip side, lots of ogres. Got an Iron Blaster up on top with some Gnoblars, Trappers, and a regular bull down in the low ground. Looks like a whole bunch of bulls. We've also got a Stonehorn as the Lord and a Butcher of the Great Maw as a hero. So that's kind of hilarious, to be honest. Just a Stonehorn. It's not even a hunter on a Stonehorn. It's just a Stonehorn now. And got Gnoblars and some bulls and Trappers as well. Lots of Trappers. So be interesting here. Kairos up in the air is going to be relatively safe as long as he doesn't get blasted by the Iron Blaster. And speaking of which, the Iron Blaster trying to get a beat on him, perhaps. It is a little bit odd sometimes, firing from a slope. It can screw up the artillery calibration depending on where they're shooting. But right now, looks like it's actually probably trying to get a beat on the infantry. Of course, Iron Blaster is pretty good against single entities, but the fact that they're cannon shots can individually just one-shot a unit model, right? They do 300 shot per projectile with 5 projectiles, which means anything that makes contact with like a standard infantry or cavalry unit just one-shots it. So, yeah. Let's take a look at the desired effect here. It's going to get a nice side shot through, does a lot of barrier damage, full barrier damage on the one Forsaken, and then take 4 losses, but nothing else so far, not even full barrier damage on those spawns there. So, nothing too crazy. That looks like Takeyaki's going to be very much conserving his ammo here. Trying to only take smart shots when he can. That one really didn't make good contact at all, which is pretty unfortunate. Tzeentch just biding for the time being. They may be trying to play with the comeback mechanic, but let's see. We're going to get more Ogres moved in as well. This is one matchup where, in my experience, you just kind of need to amass critical mass of fire, literal fire with Tzeentch in order to just blast Ogres off the field as soon as they get close. But right now, Anodin's going to the extreme lengths to just, you know, go to the back of the map and not get blasted by the Iron Blasters. So, honestly, if you're Takoyaki here, you could just pull back the Iron Blaster, save your ammunition. If Tzeentch wants to delay the engagement, you can go for a full 3-cap here, and they may amass enough value to eventually come and overwhelm. But especially if you have the Iron Blaster sitting in an ace position, just kind of sweeping anything tries to come close. Got the Stonehorn here to absorb some missile fire as well. That heavy missile resistance definitely comes in handy. And just more Ogres and Noblars making their way forward. Got some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch up on the high ground, along with some Forsaken and Blue Horrors as well. But these forests are not too thick. I'm still not sure. You know, the Iron Blaster kind of coming forward, trying to bait these units to try and engage it in melee, perhaps. But so far, no bite. Definitely, this is one of the reasons why. This right here is exactly the reason why the comeback mechanic needs to be removed. I 100% disagree with you, Dackler. In fact, I think it's very much the opposite. Creative Assembly is pretty invested in making Domination work, I think, and continuing to update it over time, so I definitely would not say they are abandoning it. I think that's definitely not an accurate claim. It may feel that way, but it's just because they're behind the scenes actually working on stuff, and it takes a while for updates to come out. Oh my goodness, sweet gracious. Those Ogre Pulse lost that engagement very badly, even though I don't think the Forsaken had a direct charge order on them, but still, I mean, there's a reason you want to eat the charge with the Noblars. Anyway, pretty bad engagement initially for the Ogres, but let's see how they do. The Noblar Trappers moving in. Noblars are definitely not going to beat Chaos Knights, and oh man, look at that charge damage, even without that crazy charge bonus of Lances, still just coming in and hammering those Noblars. A nice blue fire side shot attempt. Didn't actually do that much. Did a tiny bit of damage to those Iron Fists. Forsaken, things kind of start to turn around against them, but not before they just trade out a Bull, which is decently cost effective. The Iron Blasters trying to come up and support this engagement. Man, 2 units of Chaos Knights plus Kairos, so quite a bit of value has been amassed up here. And it is pretty interesting to just go with the Chaos Knights rather than trying to create a ranged concentration. Generally, the tactic I've seen in this matchup from Tzeentch. But that being said, I mean, the Knights and melee attack can work decently well. Looks like we've got some Screamers coming in now, too. A bit of a wild pick out the side door. But now that the Iron Blaster is gone and coming to help on this high-level engagement, the rest of the Tzeentchian forces emerge from the woods to try and contest here. But, I mean, in terms of supply, Tzeentch is in a pretty good lead here. They haven't gotten a lead on army damage value yet, but they're in a pretty good position to perhaps do so. This Iron Blaster is definitely in a very, very vulnerable position. There's probably not any Man-Eaters or other anti-large units that can come through and really clip these Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. May have been worth bringing one like Mournfang with Iron Fists or something here with missile block chance and the extra AP damage help counteract Knights. Maybe you could bring the Great Weapons as well, but it's definitely a risk to take the Great Weapons because they're lack missile block. But anyway, Tzeentch push. Out on the open ground, manages to eat up some Gnoblars. The Forsaken and Spawns come in. They're definitely an extremely potent combo. And up against just, you know, Bulls with dual hand weapons and Gnoblar Trappers, they should do okay. The dual hand weapons, though, actually should trade pretty decently as well. Spawns trying to swoop down the hill. The Stonehorn definitely forsook that engagement. And the Iron Blaster looks like is still hanging around. The Iron Fist second wave, though, does come through and kind of holds back Tzeentch a little bit. They did manage to take the objective, but at this time they're still being held at this objective, at least momentarily. So as soon as I say that, of course, Spawn and some Knights come down through the canyon onto the center, and I don't know, actually. It looks like the Ogres, yeah, I think they were expecting a lot more of a missile-oriented build, I think, from Tzeentch, not really having a lot of hard-hitting melee units to counteract Spawns or Forsaken. Definitely an issue here. The Blue Horror is also trading reasonably cost-effectively. Does look like they're going to start to get banished, though. And Knight push up on the high ground. So far, pretty good, but look at this. This is the issue. This kind of a push with cavalry and flying units has very little capture weight, so Ogres are actually just able to come in and just recapture quite easily, even though army damage-wise, Tzeentch is starting to pull ahead. You know, they've come back within range and are just slightly ahead now. It's pretty neck and neck, though, and this side objective here, Tzeentch has a pretty good amount of weight to keep pushing through, but this, man, great Troll Guts on these dual hand weapon Bulls, who are fighting against the Spawn, trying to get supporting fire from the Gnoblars. It is very, very close at this point, guys. Oh, man, that is some juicy, juicy throwing daggers from the Trappers there. Should be able to hold on that objective. The Iron Blaster also comes in for a bit of a distraction run through the center to bottle up a bunch of those units. And again, even though Kairos comes in, gets a big tear out, pushes units away, Tzeentch just lacks capture power up here. And, you know, as much as I love the Knights, it's almost more meta just to take more Spawns. And, I mean, with Tzeentch, Flamers maybe also technically count as monstrous infantry, right? So you could actually bring some Flamers and stand them on the objective if you can defend them. Looks like Tzeentch has the mobility to do so, but the Iron Blaster coming through, rolling all the way over to the other objective where Ogres are holding. And up on the high ground, as soon as these units come back from route, they'll be able to come in for another wave and just continue throwing those thick Ogre bodies onto the objective, providing that monstrous capture weight. And at this point, Takoyaki really should pull all to one objective. It does look like the Tzeentch is probably starting to get through. They've shattered a couple units here. The Spawns are sort of running out of steam, but at the same time, these Chaos Knights are quite healthy, and the one Spawn also is still quite healthy. So, I don't know. Takoyaki really only needs to defend one objective at this point, and he is splitting his resources a little bit between, like, the high ground and now the low ground over here. I don't know. I can't see his reinforcement pool, but I don't think he likely has, like, a lot of Saber Tusk packs. Yeah, so it is what it is. You know, hopefully Creative Assembly is willing to sponsor more tournaments in the future. This one being defined by the comeback mechanic feels a little bit bad, but at the same time, it is what it is. Can't fault the players for playing into the mechanic being as strong as it is. Looks like that objective number 2 is also just secured by Tzeentch, so despite the relatively even army damage value, yeah, and again, a tactical error here by Takoyaki really should just pile everything onto one objective. At this point, it doesn't matter which objective it is. He does have enough capture weight to already start contesting this objective number 1, so these Bulls absolutely should just be running here into the center. I mean, running to intercept these other troops is, you know, I guess okay, but really, just pull everything into the one objective and try and recapture it, because you're so close to victory here. It really wouldn't take much, but let's see what else he's got in his pocket. Anodin's playing close to his supply line, really doesn't have much else to call in as well. He's got some units coming in from reinforcements, some more Spawn and Blue Horrors. Yeah, and even still just getting way, way more supply from the catch-up mechanic. And you can see how much that's playing into the damage gold value here, so why is part of the screen hidden? Oh, that's a good question. It's also probably lagging horrendously. I apologize. Nope, not that one. Huh. There we go. That's weird. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I apologize. Anyway. Yeah, so you can see now the actual victory tickets up here at the top. It's, I mean, you can basically infer what's happening from what's happening on screen, though, which is that Hanadins has managed to delay taking an engagement and just win by shattering his entire opponent's army here, which feels a little bad, you know? It is definitely gaming the game mechanics for the victory, but again, you can't really fault him too hard for that. That's how the game is currently set up. We didn't manage to get 1.3 out before this tournament, so it is what it is, right? But nice regrowth there on those Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. They still have quite a few models online, too, so that is going to restore a significant amount of HP. So, there we go. There we go. Yeah, somehow it feels extra dirty, too, because it's Tzeentch. I don't know. Tzeentch is just a faction because of the barrier mechanic that I've always felt is quite strong, but I do think, I don't know, Takoyaki, it's enough of a distance that I don't know if he really, realistically, if he had even pulled all of his forces to one objective to continue to hold, just don't know if it really would have worked out for him that much in the end. So, yeah, this is definitely a GG. Yeah, I agree, Grimdark. No points captured, you're down on army damage value, and yet the comeback mechanic allows you to just bring more units. And that's the thing is, you know, arguably the Ogres should just capture all 3 objectives, right? But at the same time, maybe you should just capture 1 objective, because you're going to continue to build units at the same rate as your opponent for a pretty long time if you're only getting 1 objective's worth of tickets for like the first 5 or 10 minutes or whatever. And if your opponent just continues to refuse to engage, then, you know, then again, if you're still building units at the same rate, potentially you can just get your whole army out before your opponent decides to engage. And at that point, I guess it's anyone's game, you know, but yeah, it definitely feels bad. Yeah, the top objective, I agree. If he would have kind of all-in onto the top objective, he maybe could have held it, but Kairos being so healthy and also continuously just cycle charging and terror routing, he doesn't really have a great answer to that either, so yeah. There it is. There it is. Such is life. Yeah, I agree, Doctor. You want a smaller army. I think some elites, like they needed some Ogre cavalry to help smash Forsaken and spawns and different things. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the Ogre cavalry right now in general, but I think 1 or 2 in reserve is really good insurance against a really concerted melee push like that. Water real quick. They're also like kind of a soft counter to Kairos. Means that Kairos can't really land by them because they have such crazy mass. If they manage to actually get a surround on him, he's going to die. So, yeah. Like, Crushers of Great Weapons are probably too expensive. I don't know. In that matchup, I like him in other matchups. But maybe you go with the Mournfangs with Iron Fists, again, just to have the missile block chance for some insurance against, like, pinks and blues and stuff. So get the AP damage and the mass there. I don't know. Lack of anti-large. The anti-large just makes a great weapon so nice. So nice. Okay. I see what you're saying, Doctor. I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I was saying, you just want to, I don't know. If your opponent doesn't want to cap, maybe you just cap 1 and go from there. But let's see. Let them get their next picks locked in while we investigate some other things here. I'm going to pull up the bracket side and just make sure things are progressing smoothly for everyone. Wigington, of course, already qualified. Else he'd probably be playing today. Like, we still haven't got quite to the quarterfinals with anyone yet, but we are moving right along. Big B's, who we saw before defeat Fistful, is waiting in the quarterfinals. Probably will be waiting some time, considering he's in the bracket with other people who are potentially also, yeah, Subutai versus Vizaresh, and then Platypus is also waiting. So that top bracket is going to take some time, but that's okay. That's okay. We can start on the bottom bracket as soon as they're ready. Cool, cool. Discord messages as well. Yes, okay. And I'm back. See what they do in terms of army picks. We're going to see Galleon's Cove again. This is a map that I'd only done once. It's not that I necessarily strongly dislike this map. It's just, it's not one of my favorites. I'll throw it in, you know, occasionally in a tournament here or there, but it does in some ways favor certain ranged factions, but Furies are just so oppressive right now. I mean, in general, like Cathay, it's tough to make, especially Cathay. Kislev, you know, your units are hybrid. They generally have a little bit better melee stats, although they'll still get creamed by, like, Khorne Furies especially. But in general, Furies are really a big issue for Cathay especially. And I foresee them being a huge issue for, like, Empire, Dwarfs, you know, factions that rely, Skaven, factions that rely substantially on their ranged units in order to be effective, I think are going to struggle unless they nerf Furies somehow. I mean, even just looking at, you know, the Warhammer 2 stats of something like Harpies. Harpies are 600 cost. They are worse in every objective measure than Furies, and yet Furies, as they currently are in Total War Warhammer 3, are only 550. So again, some other balance tweaks that need to be addressed, but given that the state of the game is what it is, I would expect to see lots of Fury play if there are any missile factions, but on the flip side, I would expect to see mostly just melee builds, especially melee builds featuring a lot of monstrous infantry, whether that be Spawn or Ogres. Probably won't see a ton of Kislev or Cathay, unfortunately. Kislev, interestingly enough, and I didn't realize this at first, but definitely makes sense. Not makes sense, but it's interesting. The Snow Leopard actually has infantry capture weight and, of course, super fast speed. It's very squishy. You can take 3 of them. So because of that, that's sort of what's carrying Kislev in the capture weight game right now. I mean, after the wildly overpowered chariots were nerfed into the ground. So no patch notes today. I didn't see anything, Josh. Someone told me the patch is coming tomorrow, but again, I must have missed that announcement. Maybe they said something on Discord or something that I missed, but I don't know. I would assume so. That the patch notes will be coming tomorrow alongside the patch. I know sometimes they'll release it a day early. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know about Pegasus Knights. I think that's a little too far, but they're probably a 700 cost unit, if I'm being honest. If Harpies are a 600 cost unit, they're easily a 700, 750 cost unit. Like, same for the Slaanesh Furies. The Nurgle Furies arguably are not as good because everything in its own dog has poison, and they probably aren't going to last long enough in combat to actually get a lot of value out of Cloud of Flies, because they do have Cloud of Flies, right? I believe. Okay, Spellbound. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see anything, so I didn't think I would miss something that important. Yes, they do lose hard to Longmas, except Slaanesh Furies. If you have the equivalent value Slaanesh Furies to Longmas, the Slaanesh Furies can actually trade pretty well. But yeah, that's again the problem is that Longmas are expensive, right? You really realistically can have one for every 2 to 3 Furies. And I mean, unless you heavily invest, and in Domination, that's going to leave you really light on capture weight around. So it's just a weird situation where, yes, Longmas are a counter for Furies, but because they can just sort of outnumber you and outmaneuver you, in many cases, it's still very hard to protect, like Crane Gunners, for example, against a dedicated Fury attack with multiple Furies. I mean, Harpies just run away as soon as they get into melee, so their leadership is such that they, I don't know. I look at the, hey, Horus Heresy, back as a member. Much appreciated. Yeah, meanwhile, Harpies are 600. Exactly. So at the very least, I mean, there's a discussion about whether Harpy's more defensive stat line is better, or if it's better to just, I mean, because both units are fairly flimsy, and maybe it's better to just get in and deal as much damage as you can, which is sort of the Fury's mindset, right? But at the very least, I think Furies should be equal to or greater than cost to Harpies, right? Like Harpies should be 600. Maybe you have the Undivided Furies be also 600. Maybe 650 for Nurgle and Tzeentch Furies. And maybe 700 for Slaanesh and Khorne Furies. I don't know. No worries, Horse Heresy. No worries. Happens to me too. Yeah. Exactly. And the nature of domination makes them kind of a fire and forget type weapon where you can just keep resummoning them because there's not that much punishment for throwing them away. Other than 550 supply, which in a long domination game is nothing, right? That's very, very little supply, all things considered. So it's pretty common to see a single Fury unit be resummoned, 3+ times in a given game. If it's will die quickly and then just be resummoned very quickly. Oh, and my game crashed. That's not good. That's actually very not good. Okay, well, I guess we won't watch that series. Maybe we'll check back on that in a minute and see who won. But let's take a look here. See if we can jump into another series. Huh. Yeah. Uh. Okay. Quick. Good. Just making sure nothing else crashed. Okay, looking good on that end. Cool, cool. Yeah, yeah. It's both, Horse Heresy. It's both. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I apologize for that, guys. Kind of. Yeah, mainly stats. But the fact that they're, and it's not just unbreakable, but the fact that they crumble, is specifically in domination, units which crumble or have demonic instability, they're gonna die fast. Well, crumbling not really, but especially demonic instability units, as soon as they become unstable, they die pretty quickly, which means again they start their cooldown timer and are able to be resummoned very quickly, which makes them just insanely powerful in domination. So like Harpies, even if their stat lines were identical, Harpies would be significantly worse because they rout. And in domination, that's huge, more so than in land battles even, because routes, not fighting. And more than that, it's also not recovering in your reinforcement pool. So both of those things, I should say, all of those elements mean that, demonic leadership is just in domination, demonic and undead leadership, I should add as well, going to be just insanely, insanely powerful. Okay. Let's get back in here. I think they might have actually crashed as well. But can jump in another game. Let's see if we can get in with Senpai Torpid versus, or how about Hadriz? Hadriz. Or, you know what, actually, let's do Senpai. This is always the risk of streaming the early round games too, is I'm kind of jumping around between different lobbies, trying to juggle different things and see like who's available, who's fighting, who's in the middle of their round. Yeah. I mean, that's two different ideas. Bruce and Reginald kind of hit two different ideas on the head. Either there's some kind of limitation making them every time you resummon it gets more expensive, whatever. Or you put a hard cap so you can only resummon them X number of times, or you just don't allow you to resummon them at all if a unit gets killed. There's different ways of doing it, so we'll see what works best. I do think it's worth trying some different things. So, here. Definitely, Bruce. It could. Could. Lead to some more impactful endings for sure, as, you know, one side starts running out of units. Yeah, I don't know. And I get them not, or trying their best to avoid snowball, right? In terms of having the comeback mechanic. And I don't, again, we've thrown around some different ideas of how to prevent that as well. Maybe like you get a burst of a couple hundred tickets when you capture an objective. I don't know. There's some different things you could do, but we'll see. I'll see. Back over to the bracket here. And let's hit up a couple of other players. Senpai might be in the middle of a game right now because I haven't heard back from him. Let's see. Like Papa Palpatine, Counter Channel getting started as well. Getting pretty close, guys. We're getting pretty close. Kind of. Still got a couple of hours left, to be honest, but da-da-da-da. Just coordinating. Okay, let me just make an announcement here. I think a lot of people don't know that I'm streaming. I'll just make a little announcement here. Everyone, please open your spectator slots, because I need to get some games to spectate. Fine, it's fine. Everyone's taking their time, just not paying attention. Totally fine. You know, they're paying attention. They should be. It would be nice if we could get a game to spectate. It's all in good time, though. All in good time. Lobby simulator, exactly. And this is the risk. I knew I was taking a risk by not just streaming the semis and the finals, but, you know, I didn't want to just be sitting around all day, all by my lonesome, not really doing much, so... Hot in here. I gotta take the shirt off. Whew. Here's a heater, I'll tell you what. But let's see. Let's see. Hopefully we can get some lobbies. So we'll just keep refreshing the list. Oh, here we go. There we go. Now I can spectate. We're in. Alright, so we've got Hadriz, a legend of Total War Warhammer 2 scene, and Stingers, who I'm not familiar with, but now is here to face off in a new era of Total War Warhammer 3, of course. An old era, so to speak, the end of a patch, but a new era, definitely from the time when Hadriz first made his introduction to the Warhammer multiplayer scene. Oh yes, we're in. We are in. YouTube keeps wanting me to insert an ad, but as this is a sponsored tournament from Creative Assembly, I'm definitely not going to do that. Thanks, YouTube. Nice try. You know, I was going to try and get permission from Zensky to show his cartoon as like an ad, his most recent one talking about waiting for Immortal Empires, because it's hilarious. I'm not based in the UK, Jerry. They just assigned me the UK region for whatever reason. I don't know. I mean, there's other content creators that probably could have yeah, that probably could have hosted for the UK as a representative of the UK, but I'm US based. I would love to live in the UK at some point, honestly. I see a lot of benefits. As a giant history nerd, there's tons to see there. I'm definitely just looking at Hadriz build also, so let's go ahead and switch back over. And yes. But for whatever reason, they decided I would be the UK representative. Good time. Good time. Let's see here. Just checking out some other things on the side. I think they're on game 2, it looks like, from Galleon's Cove, and I think Hadriz is up 1-0 so far. That's just what he's PM'd me now. So we'll give a little bit of context to what we're doing here. And in fact, now that I have a little bit of time to get things set up, I can actually get a scoreboard going. How about that, huh? So to give you a tale of the tape, we got Hadriz versus Stingers 1, 2, 3. And check this out. Check this out. That's right. That's right, folks. We got a scoreboard. Look at that. Look at that. Thing of beauty. There you go. Help contextualize what you're seeing on screen. Give a little bit of tail of the tape, especially as we are now jumping into a series, you know, partway through. So, British stuff. Yeah, I don't sound very English. It's true. I don't know, pile of dirt. Like, I think just remove the comeback mechanic and then see how it goes for a patch or two. And then if you feel like it needs to prevent snowball, maybe figure something else out. Um, like, again, limiting resummons, perhaps, or I don't know. Oh, that's so cool, Horus Heresy. That's so cool. And now, granted, you know, a lot of people would say that there's not. That's just patently false and ridiculous. There's tons of super interesting history in the Americas, and even just recently, myself, I've been learning a lot more about different, you know, Native Americans, nations, histories, um, different indigenous peoples, and sort of their stories, and it's very interesting, obviously, but just don't have the same level of architecture, I would say, you do in a place like, you know, Europe, especially Western Europe, but England, of course, as well. And there's just, you know, because of the nature of the way civilization has been there for some time, you have layers on layers, right? Like you have like, oh, this town was founded by the Romans, and then have this Anglo-Saxon layer, and then you have this, you know, Tudor layer or whatever, and have this World War II layer, like piles and piles of history on top of each other. So much evidence. As interesting and as much as I do love, and even recently have loved learning about American history, it's just the truth. There's not as much written evidence. There's not as much, you know, what was the word I'm looking for? Archaeological architecture, I guess. Like, not as many. And don't get me wrong, some of the structures they have uncovered are incredible. Like me and my fiance drove past Moki Cave here in Utah. It's like a cave system that was inhabited a substantial amount of time by a Native American nation. So it's, you know, it's not that there's not, that's a little bit more rare, a bit harder to find. So and that's the thing, Spellbound, is I think something we've also been talking about too is I think capture weight needs a rework in general, like how units capture weight is calculated. And like spawns, definitely having less capture weight would be a benefit. Well, the truth is, and granted, I might offend some people with this one here, but in my opinion, right? This is just, of course, my own personal opinion, but my own foodie opinion, the British food culture gets a little bit of a bad rap because, honestly, a lot of the flavors are pretty bland, but I will say American food culture, being somewhat, you know, inspired by and based on British food culture, but then taking synthesis and adding in, you know, lots and lots and lots of other influences to create tons of interesting and unique flavors. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we just perfected it, guys. I'm sorry, and I know that's a very American take, but I don't know. I look at, you know, some of the stuff. Like I watched the Townsend's YouTube channel, right? I have watched that for some time. It's a historical cooking channel, and they talk a lot about that sort of 1700s to 1800s era where you start to see that synthesis of culture, of the sort of the British, you know, way of doing things, sort of coming into contact with Native American, African influences, and the emergence of like barbecue, American barbecue, and buffalo flavor profiles. Anyway. Parts of it are, and that's the thing is, like all New World food cultures, America is a synthesis of a bunch of different influences, and you cannot deny heavily influenced by British food, early British food culture in that era, in terms of like pies, and I mean, we obviously don't do meat pies that much anymore, but like pumpkin pie, apple pie are quintessentially American, at least by most Americans would consider so. You know, like your chicken pot pie, I guess, is still relatively common here. But anyway, shepherd's pie. See, I have a hard time with shepherd's pie. It has to be made right. I know, right? I'm a sucker for barbecue and for buffalo, and, you know, that mac and cheese. Yeah. Anyway, we're here, and I have mostly just been kind of talking about random things because it takes Nurgle some time to actually get into a position to do anything interesting, but it is now. Kugath Plaguefather coming in for Hadris. He's got a very similar build to what we saw last time on this map, except this time more Exalted Plague Bears. 3 Exalted Plague Bears, including the Festering Stooges, and just the 1 spawn. 3 other Plague Bears here as well, so definitely very much a Walking Dead build, and taking up a similar positioning to what we saw last time. Slaanesh coming in with the Herald. I don't see people taking the Chariot for the Herald, which is interesting. Personally, I'm a huge fan of it. It just gives a significant increase not only to her HP, but survivability and damage potential. We've also got a couple of Marauders of Slaanesh here, anti-infantry, a couple of Seekers, and some just defense Marauders, I guess is what you'd call them, the Hell Scourges. Yeah, some more Marauders over here. More Seekers moving in. Hadris got to be a little bit careful. He's a little bit split up here with the Exalted Plague Bears and the other Plague Bears getting significantly outvalued, but then again, they are charging just straight in. I don't think they're going to be getting any benefit of Devastating Flanker, plus Kugath's within range and gets into melee to start performing his nasty damage over time death effect. Yeah, it's interesting to go mass infantry, but this is a great collapse here, just directly into the back of these Exalted Plague Bearers. Let's see, they have enough survivability to try and withstand this, but right now, Kugath hasn't tossed out any direct healing. I don't think he necessarily needs to. That huge HP pool means they'll be able to weather that charge relatively well. It'll take, a few attempts by Slaanesh, but look at this, coming to close the door here. Hadris has got some Plague Toads and a Beast of Nurgle coming in. He's also got his spawns and another unit of Exalted Plague Bears moving up. Probably could even move the Festering Stooges and just leave 2 regular Plague Bears here to defend this objective. But for the time being, I mean, considering how horrible that engagement looked on paper for these Exalted Plague Bears, they are showing their high HP tankiness. Granted, a Spear Marauder is probably the worst unit to be fighting it. They are absolutely going to wet noodle with their giant spiky pool noodle arms. They're really going to do absolutely nothing to the Exalted Plague Bears with that low weapon strength, getting even lower with poison and low melee attack-ish. So, anyway, nice punch back by Hadris here. He's got the objective secured. Doesn't quite have the capture weight to come secure this other objective, but oh man, look at that point-blank volley from Kugath, just blasting the Seekers directly in the face. A little bit of lags here. Probably about that. Cannot be helped, but Slicing Shards also coming through. 1 Exalted Plague Bear is a decent target for that, but maybe you could have casted it over here and got slightly more value. It's hard to say. At the very least, though, it does okay damage. I don't know. It's hard to say if that was really worth it or not, but Kugath continuing to push to the center objective. Thankfully for Slaanesh, they do have a capture objective advantage at the moment. But yeah. Units lose speed. They lose charge bonus too, I think, actually. I'd have to double check that, but not only that, but charging also uses more vigor than any other action you can undertake. Shooting sometimes feels like it uses more vigor because your unit's doing it constantly, and it uses a pretty good amount of vigor, but a charge, in terms of a single action, a charge is a unit can perform that uses the most vigor. So when you think about a charge-oriented unit like Herald on any mount, the Chariot with perfect vigor starts to make even more sense when you consider that the entire role of her is to cycle charge to the actual end of days. So, Festering Stooges now holding out against the Assault, the Stingers. Yeah, the Stingers of Slaanesh. That'd be a cool ROR. Anyway, and here in the center, Kugath still hasn't managed to amass enough capture weight. That being said, Nurgle's ahead on army damage value, and as we've seen before, Nurgle being ahead on army damage value is really not good. Slaanesh especially is one of those factions that relies on trading cost effectively, but interestingly enough, I don't know, it's kind of weird that Slaanesh has got this big push going and feels like they're breaking through onto this objective and managed to crumble through a couple of Plague Bears. Festering Stooges are now out here all on their own, so I don't know. As weird as it is, Hadris being far ahead on army damage value, it kind of feels wrong somehow. I don't know. Eventually, this big Marauder blob is going to get drained out, but a very good Slicing Shards here hits a ton of units, grabs a good amount of value. Definitely was not overcast, but that's also another advantage of the chariot. Like, the chariot also has more HP. So if you are miscasting, you just have more HP to work with, right? It gives you a bigger pool to be able to not feel so bad about taking that miscast damage, which Harold did just take a little bit there. But let's see, Festering Stooge is still just hopelessly holding out against this insane assault. The issue with Nurgle is Slaanesh is actually starting to catch up on army damage value, and Nurgle is starting to get a little bit of victory comeback compensation on supply, but the Nurgle units not being able to move onto the objective very quickly is definitely going to be a problem for them. Let's watch Kugath here in the center. This mass Marauders may actually work, weirdly enough, but let's see. It doesn't cover the damage value. Is it covering the damage value? Oh, shoot, it is. Yeah, I can move it down just a little bit after this game. No worries. I did not notice that. I thought I had sized that out properly, but I guess, here's what I did. I used a screenshot of a replay to make the graphic, and of course, as we all know, that little banner doesn't display on replays, so there you go. But Nurgle finally able to decisively take an advantage here in the center and start to seize the objective, start to capitalize on that damage value lead that they have there. Unfortunately, they do get outvalued out on this side objective, and relentless cycle charging from the Seekers of Slaanesh is just about able to deal with the Festering Stooges. They're poisoned, they're soporific musked, they're all the things. Got some Forsaken moving in now, and I'm surprised we haven't seen any Nurglings from Hadriz. I mean, I guess they get cut up pretty quickly against Slaanesh, and you might potentially just be feeding, more HP or whatever to N'Kari. But, I mean, at this point, Hadriz, I think, has to actually 3-cap. I think he's not quite far enough behind, but it's close enough, and I doubt any of these units are going to be able to get onto the objective in time. So, although Hadriz, in terms of damage value, is playing very well here, I don't know if he's actually going to be able to win this. I think he might actually need to go for a 3-cap, or at least, immediately cap this objective here and got some more spawn. I really think just like a couple of Nurglings could have done wonders in order to help just keep extra capture weight here. Yeah, the Slaanesh infantry is very cost-effective. Although the Marauders, I mean, the immune to psychology means that even though they'll take a lot of damage, they're not going to get terrified away immediately, right? Like another faction's Marauders might. But look at this dread column of Plague Bears moving onto the objective here, trying to hold off, getting now charged from multiple directions. This is going to be really nasty for them. But more Plague Bears and spawns just piling onto the objective. They're just trying to maintain that capture weight. And I think, I mean, it's still so close, Hadriz. Oh, man, it's so close. He really needs to cap this objective in order to have a chance to win. I just don't know if he can get his units onto the objective fast enough at this point to actually make it happen. But we'll see. A little bit of lags here. Should stabilize. Yeah, he's really on the bubble. I think he's literally like right now about to pass it. So it's going to be a very close game, guys. Definitely going to be a very, very close game. And again, Slaanesh was able to come back enough in terms of army damage value that I don't think, it's a tricky situation for sure. I mean, Nurgle obviously still has the ability to heal and sustain through quite a bit of damage, but let's see what Slaanesh can get up to. Try and intercept some of these units coming across. Nurgle does finally amass enough capture weight to actually get this objective, but I think he needs a 3-cap, like I said. What's defending over here? Just a couple of tattered Marauders, so if he has some Toads in reserve, maybe even these Toads should have been combined with another Toad to send up on this top objective to start to at least make maneuvers to secure it, because the 3-cap would give you the absolute insurance to win this decisively. Let's see. He does almost have this objective number 3 under control. Stinger's hanging on for dear life here as he continues to throw bodies. He's got some more Marauders summoned here. It's a very smart play from Stinger's, understanding that he needs to hold this top objective only at this point, right? Like, he's far enough ahead, definitely, on victory tickets that he can just, hold the one objective and win. So, yeah. Yeah, it's... Well, yeah, 3,000 to 1,000. It's like 2,500, right? 2,500 difference at that point. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, they should be able to win. Adverse is getting a lot of extra supply, but he just, I mean, the issue is that Nurgle just really realistically doesn't have the speed. If they had access to, like, Poison Warhounds, for example, they would, for sure. For sure. Yeah, it is difficult, especially when you're making macro decisions, trying to keep units alive. Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I do like the Walking Dead opening, but a very interesting response from Stingers here, just to go all in on wide infantry and just throw capture power at the problem. It's definitely an effective way of doing things. I mean, this victory got a good amount of time left. What? That 700 not 700 seconds, but 700 divided by 5? Anyway. Also hard to do math when you're casting it, believe it or not. Yeah, it's going to be very close, for sure. And the thing is, this is a pretty defining trait, is that Marauders are fast. Slaanesh Marauders are 38 speed. They're definitely faster than anything except, what, Forsaken infantry-wise? I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess Spawn are also 46, but, or 42, rather. But the Marauders just YOLO running up to this high ground objective, I think, are probably going to be able to get there before so many Nurgle units are. Nurgle does have a commanding position on all of the other objectives, but just don't know. We'll see. Going to be very close. Let's see. We get a nice cinematic shot of the... oh, they're going to run. They're going to run for it. They look like they wanted it, and in fact, they do want it. I mean, they're Slaanesh. Of course they want it. But a nice little charge there. Ooh, that guy got very isolated. That guy did too. And no surprises. Those Spear Marauders are going to get shredded super fast. And Nurgle can run on forward. I don't know. I mean, he's got a lot of units within the vicinity. I mean, what is this? 4 units of infantry here. There's 1, 2 more coming in this way. The Hounds are going to go, or the Toads even, are going to go block. Hellstriders there. Plague Bears are coming forward as well. Lots of lags, but that's okay. Beasts of Nurgle provide a little bit of capture weight as well. I forget what capture weight Beasts of Nurgle actually have. I don't think they have infantry capture weight, but you never know. Sometimes weird things can happen. But a brutal charge. Man, that is a decisive counterattack by the Furies coming in and just savaging a unit of Forsaken completely. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen Forsaken die that badly to Furies, but the Slaanesh Furies there just absolutely putting a dagger into the heart of Nurgle's comeback attempt. I don't think at this point that Nurgle's going to be able to capture this high ground objective. Even if Kugat's able to get up here in time, he's not going to be able to drain out all this stuff in time. It takes, it takes some time for that effect to do its damage. So I just don't see, yeah. It's not over yet. It's definitely not over yet, but it's pretty close to over. I'm not sure. I don't think Hadris can get there quick enough at this point. Yeah, lag is pretty unreal. We do have players connecting from all over the world. Kind of to be expected, but hopefully not too bad. Flying can openers. Yeah, they really are. Dude, the Slaanesh Furies, the fact that that unit cost 550 points, and you saw what it did to those Forsaken, somehow that unit cost 550 points. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to make those judgment calls. For myself, I probably would have taken a few Nurglings in the build, specifically for a late game situation like this, or just in general to have the extra capture weight on Vanguard. I don't know if it would have made the difference, but it would have made a difference. Yeah, and I get that idea, and he was able to do that, to a high degree on that center objective, but it just took too long, right? And in the meantime, he lost the other side objective too. Yeah, well, they took a few decisive fights early, but they didn't stay too long, right? Like those Seekers got a nice rear charge initially that actually didn't do all that much damage, but then immediately pulled out, right? They didn't hang around. Um, yeah, very interesting though. Ugath pulling out tons of kills. Plague Bear is also doing a great job. Spawns are okay. You know, I don't know. The Beasts of Nurgle are also just kind of okay. I don't love them here. I think you could probably replace them with Nurglings and maybe more spawns too. I don't know. Thinking about their cost. I mean, one is 2 Nurglings, right? So cut 2, take 4 Nurglings, and then maybe you just keep the other one just in case. Yeah. It's based on unit type, typically. So infantry, and that includes monstrous infantry, have the most capture weight, which is why you see spawns so much, because they're monstrous infantry and they're unbreakable. Anyway, it looks like these guys are going to go to a game 3. Let's update the scoreboard here. And I'll adjust it slightly. So bear with me just 1 second. As oh, in the meanwhile, you can take that bracket once again up here. That's better. Once we get into battle and can actually see the banner with all the damage values and everything. Curran's just popping by on Discord, shooting me a nice DM, making sure I'm doing okay. Big thanks to him also for, putting this whole total tavern website together. It's definitely been very central to what we're doing these days. And I'm more than happy to follow his lead on that one. I mean, for me, I see the value absolutely in having a sort of a tracked system where we can see, okay, who's the top player of the last, while? Who's the current, say, reigning champs, multiple champs, but top 5 players in the world right now are these. And that's just been a great resource overall. So yeah, there's a few weird ones like snow leopards have infantry capture weight, chaos warhounds have infantry capture weight. Um yeah, and it's modified by entities remaining. That's correct. So like single entities always have their full capture weight, which is what makes snow leopards so strong in that way. Not only their speed, but their single entities, so they never lose that 6 capture weight. So even um three very tattered uh snow leopards will out outcapture 3 like full health spawns, right? Or I guess 3 spawns that have lost like 1 model each, right? So it's weird. I think, yeah, and snow leopards should have cavalry capture weight, but I also think cavalry should have slightly higher capture weight than they do right now. That would definitely help Kislev. It would in the future obviously help like Bretonia, the Empire, other units, Lizardmen, probably even other units that not necessarily rely on Cav. Definitely Bretonia relies on Cav, that's not a question, but yeah, increase cavalry capture weight, reduce monstrous infantry capture weight, make hounds and snow leopards and stuff like that also have cavalry capture weight. Maybe units 200 and under. So again, in the future, that's going to be like zombies, peasant mobs, Skaven slaves have 0 capture weight. Maybe units that are crumbling or being banished, have experiencing demonic instability. Maybe they are also they also don't have any capture weight. Remains to be seen. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird one for sure. They could, perhaps, if that's technically possible for them to do, they could definitely link it to the wounds mechanic or just a remaining HP in general. So, a single entity 75% loses 1/4, 50% loses half, 25% loses 3/4, and so on. Any unit with the expendable should have lower capture weight. I agree with that. Probably a way to do it. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah, I would be interested to try that spellbound. Just how it works. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water real quick, guys. We're waiting for these two players to get into their final form. Grab that. I'll be right back. Okay, right. Here we are. And just taking a look at a bracket again. So far, still no one has made it to the semis yet. Have the quarterfinals half filled. So, Senpai, Torpid, Dao, waiting. Winner of Arrow versus Clear. Outer region lost Tim the Wilder. Now Tim hates the Palpatine Patterchin. Of course, no. Still awaiting Subutai versus Platypus Victor. And that's it. We're here with Hadras and Stingers. Winner of this will play the winner of Takoyaki Anodins. First game of fun stuff. Things are moving along quite nicely. And this Medieval 1 soundtrack is chill as ever. Ah, yes. Yeah, and that's why, Jerry, I would be interested to try them all in mod form, and I think Turn's working on this, actually, is to try, to get a Domination testing mod, basically just to tweak the parameters of Domination, do tons and tons of test games with tons of players, try and really nail down and figure out, as content creators, what do we think is going to be the best form for Domination? Removing the comeback mechanic is a big one. And also reducing the start timer on the objectives so that it's only 1 minute or so. 1 minute 30 seconds maybe. Yeah. And possibly even, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Possibly even ranged infantry should get more capture power. I don't know, but yeah. It's the Medieval 1 Total War soundtrack. There you go. That's a... But and I mean, the thing is, again, in these sort of back channel discussions, we talked about tons and tons of different options. Biggest thing that most people decided is just that we need to test the way is to figure it out, right? And yes, Guac, yes. In fact, you know, and this is not giving away any insider information, but just so that you all know, the nature of my relationship and in general the content creator's relationship with Creative Assembly has changed pretty dramatically over the past few months. Previously, you know, when we would give feedback through our own designated channels, on Discord and stuff, it would just be like talking to a wall, right? Like we'd give the feedback and then that's it. Now, the devs are a lot more involved in asking us follow-up questions, telling us why things could work or wouldn't work. It's a lot more of a collaborative relationship, I would say, now with us and Creative Assembly. So I am very confident that they will listen to our feedback. The patch cycles are slow, which means it takes time for them to implement these things and to test them. Which is unfortunate. You know, it kind of leads to things getting stale over the course of 6 weeks to, you know, 3 months or more, however long it's going to be between updates. But I think, yeah, they listened after 1.1. It seems they're listening after 1.2. We'll see what happens in 1.3, but I've heard rumors that they could just scrap the comeback mechanic entirely based on what the feedback has been so far. So, yeah. I think they'll listen. I do think they'll listen. And especially if we can show them, you know, like, yeah, I have confidence that they'll make Domination the way that we want it, you know? Which, you know, different people have different opinions, so what they do with it isn't going to please everyone, of course, but I think, Guac, the part of it is that, you know, when you have a designer or you know, a team that has made a decision that they really want it to work, they're going to try everything they can to make it work. And again, we've only really had 2 major patches, so I don't fault them for trying some different things, you know, reworking it already once, seeing how it would go, but I do think that they'll eventually just cave to pressure and remove it entirely, so... Well, in 1.0 it was present, but the smaller army sizes meant that, I don't know, it didn't feel as defining. Like, it mattered in certain matchups more, but then with the larger army sizes and the higher supply rate of 1.1, it also didn't matter as much. But the relative low supply rate of 1.2 means that the comeback mechanic, like, as a percentage of your total supply income is much higher, right? So I think that's why it feels so bad in 1.2. But yeah, excuse me. Came out of nowhere. My apologies. I think they'll probably just toss it. I think they've tried, in my opinion, Spellbound. I think they've tried nerfing it. They've tried getting it into a place where they like it. I just don't think it's worked, and I think that enough people in the community dislike it that they'll probably try scrapping it. Maybe they'll bring it back in some form or another, or figure out some other way to prevent snowballing. But, yeah, it's really... I think it's time that they at least try taking it out for a patch completely. We'll see. 1.3 comes out tomorrow, so we'll find out. And again, I mean, personally, you know, I say the nature of my relationship with Creative Assembly has changed. This is also the first time that they've directly sponsored me hosting a tournament, which is great. I mean, it's super great of them to do so, especially considering, you know, kind of how things have gone for all of us content creators in Total War Warhammer space since the release of Total War Warhammer 3. Like I, you know, previously had hosted an ever-chosen qualifier for them way back in the day. It's the first time I've had the opportunity to actually, you know, be directly sponsored by them, right? So it's great that they seem willing to engage with us more and listen to us more, and also, you know, help us bring this amazing community together again, you know, through cash prizes, through sponsoring content creators, through doing different things, trying to keep us going, you know, until Immortal Empires comes out. Because we all know, once Immortal Empires comes out and it's the Wild West, like, yes, there are going to be some things that are broken. There's going to be some things that need refining. Domination, no doubt, will continue to improve over time. But, yeah, just got to get through until then. Yes. What's the best faction so far? Khorne, definitely. I mean, Khorne is the most dominant faction in competitive right now. Nurgle's also pretty solid. Slaanesh, Tzeentch, all of the demon factions, because you have Furies, are pretty good. You have Furies and Spawns, which are like 2 meta-defining units. So... thanks, Eli. Yes, it is Medieval 1 music, Jerry. That is correct. You know, Emil, if it's possible for modders, and I think it is, based on, you know, our discussions, if it's possible to, like, change the parameters of Domination, you could probably make a mod creating a hybrid mode and just see how it works, where, like, there's no reinforcements at all, right? You just have the capture points that come online maybe after, like, 3 to 5 minutes. And you just have a land battle with a single capture point. I don't know, actually, if you could do the single capture point is a problem, because you're still stuck the vanilla Domination maps. I don't think you can mod those, because you can mod all the parameters for Domination, like the start time. I think you can even mod the, like, victory ticket limit that you need to win, like the win condition. Yeah, I forget all the parameters that are moddable, but, yeah. We shall see. That's why Khorne is so dominant, is because they haven't changed very much. And they've always been quite strong in melee with nerfs to other factions. Now they are just absolute monstrous powerhouses, for sure. So, I mean, the fact you have arguably the best spawn with weapons, have very good, very cost-effective, armored mid-tier infantry that are great on defense and offense. Bloodletters kill everything. So, yeah. Team Romulan Dov undefeated. Thank you, Eli. Much appreciated. 2v2 tournament someday. Romulan Dov, they will make our return. Triumphant, proud, true. Yeah, I like the idea of mods being able to tweak Domination, get, you know, more testing in. We can test different parameters. I mean, I would agree. Khorne's not. It's Khorne at fault for being. It's Khorne not at fault, getting completely tongue-tied for being so good. I mean, it's just kind of the nature of World War, and also how Domination is structured right now. I mean, melee factions are very good in Domination. Khorne is the best melee faction by design. That's correct, right? So it's how it's supposed to be, and just because of the nature of how it is, how the game is, how Khorne is, how everything is, they have emerged as #1 dominant Domination faction. Not to say that other factions can't beat them, but yeah, you just have to trade, you just have to win, you know, pocket engagements, and yeah. Yeah, Ogre's got some nerfs, Tzeentch got some nerfs to barriers. People also started to solve that matchup a little bit more in terms of what to do as Khorne. And, yeah, nerfs to Tzeentch definitely. Yeah, Pendulum was that much busted, for sure, at first. In the first few patches, it made Tzeentch just feel completely overpowering to Khorne. And the thing is, Tzeentch can still get away with some interesting kind of melee builds into Khorne, depending on what you're trying to do, but yeah. Oh, dude, Skaven in Domination, Greenskins in Domination, like, Beastmen. Dude, Beastmen and Wood Elves, like, 3/4 of both rosters have Vanguard. Like, what? And not only that, but you have with Wood Elves, you actually have a pretty unique unit in that a couple unique units actually, and all your trees can Vanguard. And especially like Tree Kid, it's like a defensive monstrous infantry, good armor, physical resistance, can get onto an objective reasonably quickly. Their speed's okay, but with Vanguard especially, they can get there in a pretty decent amount of time and then help defend. Be interesting. Nakai in Domination, I legit think Nakai might be very good. That perfect Vigor aura of Nakai in Domination, considering how long Domination battles go, I mean, guaranteed, like, minimum of 12 minutes, I actually, unironically, think Nakai will be very good in Domination. And especially considering that I think the Revivification Crystal heals a substantially more HP, especially for high HP units, which, not crazy high HP, but definitely fairly mean. Hey, Mauricio, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I agree, Matt. I mean, Khorne is just playing how Khorne is supposed to play. Like, it feels very appropriate and thematic that they are just the melee lawnmower faction, right? But, being that as it is, Khorne Mirror on a final is not surprising. Both of these players saving the best for last. For Hadriz, he's got a Herald here with some Exalted Bloodletters. We've got 3 Exalted Bloodletters and 2 Spawns with 2 Cultists, including the Hellforged Host, Regiment of Renown, ready to come in and carve some skulls. On the other side, no Scarbrand. Minotaurs with great weapons also can be okay here. The Spawns are a good choice. I mean, they'll trade well into minutes, so it's hard to argue with that too much. Got 3 Spawns here, 2 Bloodletters. One is exalted, one is not. The Blood Shrine. Wow, what a wild, wild choice. Don't see this thing too often, especially in a melee matchup. Doesn't really do a ton for it. I mean, it can get some damage done over time, certainly, but mostly more of a buff wagon. You've got the +8 melee attack, +4 leadership, AoE, which is here. It's not amazing, but it's here. Also regenerates in melee, which makes it tanky in a way, but only 18 melee defense also means it's not tanky in a way. Some armor and physical resistance, so a little bit of a mixed bag, but we'll see how it does here. I mean, costing 950 points, I feel like they struggle to be cost effective there. See, I think they cost 950, right? Or are they over 1,000? I can't remember. I think I'm thinking of the Skull Cannons, 1,000, right? I don't know. Anyway. Hadriz just chilling for the time being. Both players going to take their time. Yeah, I agree. Shielded Khorne Warriors, and they should be the best, like, regular infantry in the entire game. And I think that's appropriate, definitely. Yeah, I agree, Matt. I think, yeah, this is one of the things that we've kind of agreed in discussions as well. Is not that, you know, necessarily Khorne needs a ton of nerfs. It's just that they, man, we're having some serious lag issues right now. Hopefully this can stabilize. I know it's not me. But, let's see. Yeah, very substantial lag at this point. Hopefully it stabilizes a little bit here. That's also true, Guac. They trade well against all the current factions, because you have a lot of melee-based factions in Monogods, right? You have, like, kind of armored infantry-based faction in Cathay, which, I mean, literally Khorne eats armored infantry for breakfast. That's like his bowl of cereal is just like Jade Warriors with, you know, blood. Giving up magic is a big deal, yes, but trading it for literally just the best units, like literally just the best units. Like, when I start to go back and redo my best in class and, you know, core units series, which I've already started doing a little bit of, but when I go back and really deep dive into it once we have Immortal Empires, spoiler alert, Khorne's gonna have a lot of best in class units because of that, they're sort of it's a sort of a reverse tax, right? A benefit. You remove magic, you get the best melee stats in the game. So, will be very, very interesting. Be a little bit too far down, honestly, on the scoreboard, but let's. Okay, that's a little bit better. Like right on the board now. Cool, cool. So, I mean, this is pretty typical of patch 1.2 domination gameplay. Both players just kind of summoning in units. I guess they're both just gonna have a land battle after they summon in all their units. Very interesting. You know, in this mirror, in the past, and I don't know how things are now. I haven't played this mirror that much, I'll admit, in 1.2. But in the past, I would have brought, like, Scarbrand, I would have brought Halberds, Minotaurs with Grey Opens, and a bunch of Hounds. Generally, I mean, Scarbrand just lawnmowering through infantry and also acting as a huge distraction piece feels very strong. The fact that he can also breath attack from a distance and maybe take out some of the Khorne units, definitely a big benefit as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting mirror for sure. You might think it's kind of mindless, but it is, in fact, there's some things to be considered, but we'll see. Yeah, I'll see. Wood Elves might be good against Khorne. Khorne has a lot of really good tools for dealing with the Wood Elves, too, so that matchup could be pretty even, I think. Beastmen, interestingly enough, I think Beastmen, because they can do well enough in melee to contest against some Khorne units, and the fact that you have the flexibility and speed to go Vanguard and just kind of continuously keep Khorne on the back foot, I don't know. I think maybe you just die in melee, but it could be interesting, especially with like big tools like the Blood Brute or other things. Yeah. The thing is, a lot of their magic damage units need to be in melee, and I think you're probably not going to want to fight in melee against Khorne with the Wood Elves. We'll see. But Hadra's moving forward. He's going to capture a single objective just to start to get a little bit of victory points. Looks like he might send this one solo Bloodletter over here to try and cap the side objective as well. I don't think so. I don't think they've announced the date for the Immortal Empires final. Should be coming up. I don't know. I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. They haven't said anything publicly, so. Black Orcs versus Khorne. I think Black Orcs probably just lose to Exalted Bloodletters. Like, I'm being honest. Weirdly enough, as much as I love Black Orcs, and they are legit very good infantry, as everyone should know. Yeah, I don't see them really doing it. I don't see them beating Exalted Bloodletters. Because, I mean, the stat line here is just so absurd. And the charge bonus, the fact that they have physical resistance, so in a head-to-head, that initial charge of the Black Orcs is going to be blunted pretty substantially, you know? Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Shall see. Weirdly enough, I think Bretonnia might do okay against Khorne. You have tons of chaff, which, I mean, cuts through chaff like butter, but at the same time, they're not the tankiest in the world. You've got very strong mobile magic damage units that can hit and run effectively and not really take a fair engagement against Khorne. Plus, pretty good AoE magic damage. I mean, it's really not great, especially if you're focusing on healing. I don't know, actually. I'd have to play some games and see. Bloodletters probably just kill everything on Bretonnia's entire roster, to be honest, so there's that. But anyway, it looks like Stinger's going to try and attack here. He is now pushing into Khorne. Nope, looks like Hadra's kind of pulling back. Both players fainting, testing. Objective captured here, so Hadris is now up the objective, so he has to be a little bit careful not to feed Stingers too much supply, but I think at this point they both have enough units out that even if you were to feed him a bunch of extra supply, it might not make that much of a difference. But let's see. Here comes a summon, which means one of the two is going to need to make a timing push while the summons... Ooh, double summon, just right on top of each other. Wow, look at that. Hadra's making a full push, and I guess at this point, it's just a matter of who wins. Hadra's has more units on the field, especially with the two summons there, putting him significantly ahead. And more than that, he's got the Hellforged hosts here who don't necessarily want to take a face engagement against the spawn of Khorne, but I mean, the extra armor and physical resistance does mean they'll take less damage than the regular Exalted Bloodletters will. But here we go. Spawn versus spawn. Let's go, red boys. Bump into each other and start slapping each other with tentacles and claws. This is what we all want to see, right? Oh, yeah. I don't know, though. I think Bretonnia actually has some... If you play, like, hyper-aggressive hit and run and really don't give Khorne any fair engagements... Oh, man, look at that rear charge from the Furies. Did you see that? Did you see how much damage that just did? I mean, granted, that Exalted... The spawn of Khorne, rather, did get impacted by multiple units in the front as well, but so far... At least on that flank, Hadra's getting a pretty good engagement. He did get absolutely stomped here, though. This unit of Exalted regular Bloodletters, yep, they're just getting completely clobbered by Exalteds and whatnot. So, interesting. A little bit of lag here as the engagement plays out. But a nice flank here with the Fleshhounds going up and around, helping to get in a position alongside those Furies there. The Halberds can come in and kind of help seal this flank off to prevent Stingers from outflanking too hard, but he is collapsing now. Locus of Wrath popped from the Herald there on Stinger's side, helping to get a big damage spike. More Bloodletters falling over, so the summoned Bloodletters basically just evaporated it immediately, more or less. But it did sort of break the charge of Stinger's army here. Hadra's was now able to come in on a second wave, but they are basically neck and neck here. Stingers just took a big spike there. Hadra's punching back. Wow, watching these values tick up is just absolutely nuts here. We're going to keep a nice wide view, as if I went into cinematic mode, you wouldn't be able to tell what's going on. Oh, man. It's very hard to tell what's going on in general. So far, things are just kind of playing out as you would expect, both players completely mauling each other. Of course, the thing is with Hadris, he can pull units back and attempt to just defend at a certain point, right? I mean, he... At this point, can probably pull back and even defend a single objective. So, I don't know, this big pitched melee land battle, basically, here, that he's taking could result in a lot of his forces being killed straight up. But let's see, tons of Hellblades active, Horn of Khorne on both sides here, as everyone gets ultra-juiced. Just a giant messy mosh pit. I agree. It's like the Vampire Count's mirror, but much faster and much more exciting. I would agree with that. Yeah, 2,500 is a triple cap, exactly. So at this point, Hadris just needs to defend one objective. So even if he's just trading kind of close to even here, which it looks like that is the case, I don't know. I mean, it's still plenty of game time left. He doesn't actually have that much supply. He's also feeding a lot of extra supply to Stingers, so it's tough situation to be in. But a beautiful rear charge there by some regular Bloodletters into some Halberd Warriors. They can also turn around and just charge out those Halberd Warriors real quick. Nice little charge in the side here from Stingers going after those spawn of Khorne. This pocket, though, for man, that Blood Shrine actually might have made the difference there. I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. Maybe it was just purely on positioning as well. But, yeah, Stinger is able to pretty decisively win that fight. He's got more units on the field now. Definitely can perhaps get a triple cap. But let's see. If Hadris can even just keep him bottled up over here for long enough, might be enough. We'll see at this point. Yeah, technically Hadris still has this side objective. So even despite how much Stingers is winning here, and I mean, Hadris managed to pull back a little bit, but it's still about a 2,000 point damage value lead, which is pretty insane. But notice how Hadris brings out these Chaos Warhounds. Very fast, very high capture weight, so they can't, they can't really be caught too well. They can continue to just run around and contest whatever objective Stingers wants to try and seize. But from Stinger's perspective, if he had a couple of Vanguard units to just run in off of this objective, try and capture objective number 2 very quickly, he could definitely do so. But Hadris going all in at this point with the mobile units, trying to continue holding these objectives. You can see also his infantry lord squad sort of moving away, moving on to the center objective as well. Looks like Stingers is making a full three-pronged push. I mean, he's got this objective on lock. He's got multiple infantry, and now the Fleshhound's also moving over to cap this side objective here. So Hadris is in a pretty desperate situation. This is pretty much do or die as it is right now, and the Fleshhounds will absolutely beat down the Warhounds. They get a charge there. The Warhounds don't get a charge. Absolute disaster. Same thing over here. The Fleshhounds, no charge there. Fleshhounds of Stingers getting the charge, in fact. That could make a pretty decisive difference. The question is, will it be enough soon enough? This unit of Furies really should come intercept. Yeah, come intercept absolutely these Warriors of Khorne with halberds, or even, again, just send a Hound over there to continue to provide more capture. I mean, it's the same capture weight, right? More or less. They might be slightly less because they've lost literally one model, but oh no, those Warriors have also lost 20 models, so actually the Warhounds have significant capture weight. And the funny thing is they can just run around in a tight little circle here, and as long as they don't get too many models caught up, they actually just will hold that objective by themselves. So the Fleshhounds and other units have to go over there and actually finish it. Oh man, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Yeah, those Hounds are 12 capture weight as it is, but one unit almost instantly routes. Got actual Fleshhounds coming in now as well. Oh man, the Warriors of Khorne with halberds are on the objective. Fleshhounds have cavalry capture weight, so oh, it's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be close. Got about, you know, what is that, 80 seconds? Not even. Yeah, like, yeah, it's definitely not over. Oh, man, my heart's beating fast. Pulse is pounding right now, as I'm sure both of these players have a massive adrenaline rush, but I think Hadris provides just enough capture weight to hold it for the time being. 4990, 95, 5000, and Hadris hangs on just barely for the win, and that's the risk you take of waiting too long to engage. For Stingers, 1, 2, 3. Definitely tried to play the catch-up mechanic, and he lost because Hadris did what he needed to do. He triple capped, but waited long enough to do so that Stingers just short of of an overwhelming force there at the end. So what a series. A round of applause by me. Wow. Just wow. GG indeed. Great game. Wild series to both players. Oof. I need to take a breather after that one. That was so close. Oh, the tension there at the end. The clutch good boys of Khorne. The low-tier, cheapest unit on his roster for the win. I love that. Absolutely love that. Let's back out and take a look at the bracket again. If I pull it on up here once more. Whew, exciting times in the mid-rounds, guys. Absolutely wild. Do have a quarterfinal going. Big B's, Platypus, and Lord Caterchan versus Tim the Wilder. Hadris will also be moving on to face Takoyaki. So we are going to take a look here at the lobbies situation and refresh the list. And let's see here. Okay, bear with me, guys. Just 1 minute. I'm going. Bear with me a minute as we continue on today in this journey towards the final 8th qualifier summer championship, sponsored by Creative Assembly. I'll be right back. Okay, just a reminder for those of you guys who haven't seen the bracket, here it is in its glory. Just waiting on confirmation from a couple competitors if we're able to join the lobbies, as I don't see them available for spectating here. Refresh the list, maybe back out, pop back in. Let's see. Letting these players take their time. We are getting ever so close to semi and grand finals. Of course, semifinals will be best of 3. uh, yeah. Which old world faction am I most excited to see again in Domination? I mean, obviously, I'm an Empire guy, right? So Empire is a big one for me. Like, just taking, like, an initial force of, like, Flagellants, Sigmar's Sons, maybe Volkmar, Great Swords, I don't know. Like, a relatively strong, lots of unbreakable infantry initial force, and then you reinforce with, like, Pistoliers, Huntsmen, Vanguard, like, powerful shooting units, right? Grenade launchers, Empire Knights, stuff like that. You reinforce with strong mobile units, supplement those powerful infantry, and from there, I think that will solve a lot of matchups. Like, I can see that opening very strong for Empire. Hey, thanks, Luke the Duke. Much appreciated. It's been going good so far. We just had a great series between Hadris and Stingers 1, 2, 3. So just waiting on confirmation. And we shall get a lobby in. If I don't hear from one of these other guys, we might jump back in with Hadris. Looks like he does have a lobby open. Haven't heard. I think these other guys are probably playing games right now. Let's see. It's all good. It's all good. There it is. Transition back over here. Time being. Lobbies with me. See, this one here, you would think I'd be able to get it. Still no spec slot. Yeah, Dark Elves are another interesting one. Shades are going to be nice. And actually, you know, thinking about the Fury problem, like Shades with dual hand weapons might finally have a use, because that extra anti-infantry bonus might help them actually, like, counter Slaughter Furies. Perhaps, I don't know. They might still take too much damage and have it just be horribly cost inefficient, but I mean, yeah, Dark Elves definitely have some potentially quite nice units in terms of, like, Shades, just good armor-piercing missiles in general. I mean, we've seen how strong that can be from Tzeentch, even with explicitly non-AP missiles, right? So, yeah. Yeah, and, like, being able to take wide Dark Elf infantry, Corsairs should be reasonably useful with the speed and anti-infantry that they can take to the table. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. I'm not really sure how to categorize, but a lot of it depends, like, on characters too, right? Dark Elves, long time been known for very powerful character blobs, so, like, depending on how Marathi plays out, she might be quite strong. Really hope they fix Malice somehow so he's not completely useless. Let's see here. Okay. Let's jump in with Senpai. I see he sent me a join code, so go ahead and whoop. This one. Here we go. Right? Yes. Okay, so we'll do this. Nice. Hopefully we get Islev versus Grand Cathay. Whoops. Take a look at the builds here. Cool, cool, cool. So let me get my scoreboard set up now. Jeez. Whoops. I did the wrong thing. That's okay. We can quick. But that's fine. That's fine. Let's just okay. And here we go. All right. We're just waiting on the update. 0-0, not any picks yet. Arrow is using the restroom. So fantastic. Going for a bio break. Cool, 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 cool. So we're here. We're waiting. In the meantime, I'll just keep my eyes on the bracket. Make sure if anyone gets to the semis, they hold up, because we're definitely going to be casting all the games from then on. But let's see. I'll see. This is the last qualifier. Mela asks how many of these are left, and the answer is this is the last one. Yep. What is a South Sea Mercenary League? That is my sort of tournament series, I guess. What I've sort of sub-branded a lot of my competitive stuff under is the South Sea Mercenary League. Started out as a reference in Warhammer 2 to the fact that yeah, a lot of that took place in sort of the South Seas. I was hoping we would get Southern Realms at some point to really fulfill the meme, but unfortunately it didn't happen, at least in Total War Warhammer 2. I guess fingers crossed. There's always a chance it could happen in Total War Warhammer 3, but yeah. Just kind of my sub-branding, if you will. My competitive events. So we're going to do a full South Sea Mercenary League season relatively soon. Probably after Immortal Empires releases, I'll do one maybe like, September, October time frame. But we'll see. Oh yeah, Dogs of War definitely possible DLC faction. But Chaos Dawi first. I agree with that. Safe speculation to make. I apologize, guys. I'm going to stand up for just a stretch, mute myself real quick as these guys get ready. Okay, I really should have music going on. Taking these little breaks here in between games. Let's just refresh the track list here. Go through the full soundtrack of Medieval Total War, including Viking and the original, I should say, not Medieval 2, although I do love Medieval 2's soundtrack as well, no question. Right. All right. Close here. So close. Victory! I think this is also the last quarterfinal round to start, so we should be good to go here. Right. A lot of great players, honestly. It's nice to see, for me at least, it's good to see a mix of old and new players. Like, it's not just the old guard dominating, but the old guard are also competitive, right? They're also contesting, and it's nice to see a mix of both, you know? I see names that I recognize, I see names that are new to me, and it's cool, honestly. It's really cool. There's always for new great players to come into. There's always room for them. We enjoy it. So, of course, there's a lot of players who, even now, are still not participating in this. A lot who I had maybe expected to, or just deciding for whatever reason. But I kind of understand, especially considering that the qualifiers are being played on the current patch, which a lot of people are really not fans of. So, I kind of get that. But at the same time, they are losing out on an opportunity. Some cash money. There's also a contingent of the old guard that aren't really the biggest fans of Domination, which I kind of get to a degree. You know, it's definitely a change, but I don't know, Bubba. I think the classic like Empire track to me from Warhammer 1 is super iconic, for sure. But oh hey, Great Book of Grudges, good to see you, man. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like certain tracks are pretty iconic for me, but I do agree, while they're maybe not the best individually, all the Warhammer music does fit their factions very well, right? The ones that they're sort of themed to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can realistically fill too many holes on the Dowies roster without going far outside of their design parameters, right? So, I mean, we'll see. A lot of people have tossed around a lot of really great ideas, but I don't have... I mean, I have some thoughts, but I'm wrong of an opinion on if something is, like, super lore-friendly or not, because I'm not really a lore expert, so... I do think that their best unit in Domination is definitely going to be Bugman's Rangers, no question. The pure versatility and relatively cheap cost of Bugman's Rangers is going to make them a nightmare. Just imagine 5 Bugmans just like spread across each objective with miners and other stuff supporting them. Yeah, see, Dwarf Goat Cavalry I think is too far outside, unfortunately, as I smack my microphone. Too far outside the design parameters of what dwarfs are intended to be. Now, runic golems that have, like, in the area of 50 speed, that I don't think is that far outside of what the dwarfs, you know, could possibly get. And that's something, I don't know, if Great Book of Grudges is here in chat, he can maybe correct me if I'm speaking out of line on this, but I think that's, it doesn't necessarily break the lore, per se. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I'd also maybe like to see an expansion of kind of the airship, or maybe you bring in the Death Roller. I've talked about the Death Roller a ton on this channel because it's hilarious and I love it. From Blood Bowl. And I don't know with the licensing exactly if they could just like ask Creative Assembly pretty please, or sorry, Games Workshop pretty please, can we use that model? But could you imagine like a unit of 4 Death Rollers as chariots? That would be hilarious. I would love that. Anyway. Getting to the battle at hand on screen here. We've got Arrow as Nurgle, the Exalted Great Unclean One, along with the Exalted Plague Bears. Got some regular Plague Bears, Exalteds, Toads coming in on reinforcement. The Double Cultist for Slaanesh. Looks like the character Chariot. Love this. Great pick from Senpai here. The massive Perfect Vigor, super fast mobility, good weapon strength, 85 charge too, which is insane that it gets doubled up to, what, 170? I mean, just insane. Pit of Shades, we've got Enfeebling Foe, Occam's Mindrazor, Portal Glyph, Locus of Grace. The rest of the Slaanesh army looks like Hellstriders, Cultist, and some Spawn here, Hell Scourges, Exalted, Demonettes, Cultist of Slaanesh as well. And then out on the opposite side here, got some Marauders with Hell Scourges and some regular Marauders, or Spawns rather. Yeah, so this is an interesting strategy for Slaanesh on this map, which is to push very aggressively onto your opponent's sort of home objective, right, in quotations, in order to try and occupy. I mean, Nurgle is the best faction at just taking the center and sitting on it. But the question is, can you effectively split push Nurgle on the side objectives to draw them into an unfavorable position, and ultimately, we'll see. That's a lot of resources being sent up here right now, and the Great Unclean One doesn't have that far to maneuver up here and support. But let's see, the Toads move in, trying to block the Chariot. They just charge directly from the Hellstriders, who do have Locus of Grace. Not that the physical resistance is going to help at all. It doesn't. But the melee defense certainly does, and the fact that Chariot just runs straight through the Plague Bears kind of prevents them from helping super effectively in this matchup. The Cultist, though, in pursuit with Poison, is somehow able to kind of keep pace somewhat. I was going to say the Chariot should be able to pretty easily get away from that with its speed. More Slaanesh units collapsing, and Nurgle's trying their best to reinforce. Units are just kind of slow, right? So the Exalted Great Unclean now moving in, start draining and tanking. Double charge on the Plague Toads, also going to do a lot of damage to this unit. We'll see if they end up giving up the Ghost. That doesn't seem right, like a good turn of phrase when you're talking about demons anyway. Ooh, nice big Blight Boil going to go down here, sending Slaanesh units running for the woods. Unfortunately, the Exalted Demonettes, which is by far the most expensive unit, because of the way the move order was issued, actually just get fully bunched up and take almost all their HP damage in one go. It's definitely some pretty good value for Nurgle. That being said, Nurgle's slightly behind on every damage value, about 400 points and counting, as they continue to take damage here. The Exalted Great Unclean was not able to save those Toads, and now is in a kind of precarious situation where he's isolated, fighting multiple Cultists. Hellstrider's got a nice round on him as well. But so far, in terms of objectives, obviously Slaanesh with the split push double cap is slightly ahead, but oh man, the surround of the Seekers, Occam's Mindrazor 2 on the Seekers in a surround. They're up to 56 weapon damage, insane AP values. Of course, they already have magic, so that component of the spell doesn't really help at all. But Enfeebling Foe also on the Exalted Great Unclean One, so a pretty concerted snipe attempt. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, I think that he can easily just heal through that with Fleshy Abundance Fecundity, but certainly a lot of resources being spent by Slaanesh in terms of magic and units and timing in order to try and unsuccessfully snipe the Exalted Great Unclean One. So while I do respect synergy there, and the damage was definitely impressive, I mean, at the end of the day, the net result is basically what it would have been before, which is that he continues to waddle to the objective. Now, Hellstriders, Hell Scourges coming through. They're going to do very little in a frontal engagement against a tanky infantry like this. Best they're just going to contest for some time, but right now, Arrow is in okay position. Nice Pit of Shades here. Not the best placement I've ever seen, but certainly good enough. It gets like 4 or 5 Toads in the area of effect. Gets a good amount of those Plague Bears in the area of effect, of which Plague Bears are charmed. No Soporific Musk from spawns from Slaanesh, which is interesting. The stack of charmed and Soporific Musk is pretty insane, especially for Nurgle units, which tend not to have very good melee attack in the first place. So you reduce it by what is that? 14, right? If you add those two together. I guess there are spawns in here with Soporific Musk. Okay. So let's check in. Yeah, between the two of them, charmed -8. Oh, so it's 13. Okay, -13 melee attack, down to only 17. Means they are very unlikely to make contact on an attack. Stuff there so far. Exalted Great Unclean One also just continuing to hold, draining out all of these units in a blob. The Slaanesh Cultists get a little bit distracted from fighting the Exalted Great Unclean One by the Nurgle Cultists. They're going to have to now maneuver away. So I admire the split push attempt. Will it end up working, though, is the thing. I mean, Festering Stooges used up the last of their ammunition here and are now going to get into a melee engagement with these Hell Scourges. Hell Scourge Marauders even. Nice little side charge there from the Herald. And it looks like those Seekers could have come in and charged in this lane right here, but instead they're going the wide way. I don't know if they're trying to get at these Exalted Plague Bears, maybe right here, to prevent them from throwing their missiles. Not really sure, but Nurgle has claimed their home objective. And, oh man, you see both those get unsummoned there, so they can come back and summon their loads. You know, blow their loads all over again. As the cultists of Slaanesh, you might think would want to do so, but in fact they did not get retreated, and instead are being just kept to fight in the center objective here. More Slaanesh cavalry and reinforcing. A damage perspective, I mean, this is pretty close to where you would want to be with Slaanesh. Is ahead, definitely ahead on Nurgle, but it's not so far ahead that Nurgle isn't going to be able to just hold on for the win here. I mean, definitely getting their home objective very important. This push up onto this side completely failed, but they do have some more Plague Bears and Forsaken moving in. Apologies, my loud chair, guys. Got to kind of readjust something real quick. And once again, we see that the Exalted, great Unclean One with that enfeebling foe and a surround of Slaanesh cavalry with a couple of characters takes a ton of damage, and he is about to go down. If he goes down, for sure, Senpai is going to be able to take this game home, I think. But let's see. Oh man, it's not looking good for the big boy. Full surround by Slaanesh cavalry is painful for any unit in the entire game, but especially, you know, big, expensive caster monster like this guy. Smashing with his bell, doing the best he can. Does he have healing? It looks like Fleshy Abundance was popped. Take him up to his healing cap. That will allow him to sustain, get some Forsaken reinforcements, so didn't quite get finished off there. He is pretty close, definitely in the danger zone, but not dead yet. Horribly resilient, as they say, right? For Nurgle. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, did my stream freeze? My stream freeze here. See, let me refresh on my end to make sure YouTube's not just screwing up for me specifically. Let me know down in the comments below if the stream, or in the chat, if the stream is still running. Looks like it might have frozen, but let me know. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're back. Let's see if I refresh my stream. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see if it's, nope, still not working. Okay. Let me know, oh no, it looks like maybe it is working. Okay. Okay, we'll keep it going for now. It looks like the stream is absolute potato quality, but it's working. So we'll solve after the game exactly what the issue is, but right now we've got a pretty pitched end game. The Exalted Great Unclean One here, very, very low on HP, wavering, but still somehow holding out. He beats down both the Slaanesh cultists, takes a rear charge there from the Herald, and that actually sends him into, how about that? The Chariot charge onto the single entity is what sends him momentarily into disintegration. But, yeah, it looks like the quality might have gone absolute potato. But we'll check it out in just a minute here. I might have to restart my full PC. Hopefully not, but anyway. Yeah, there goes the big boy. He goes down finally, as to be expected, but is it going to be enough? Nurgle not that far behind as far as Nurgle goes on army damage value, but definitely behind. I mean, 3,000 damage value, there's no question that it's a pretty significant amount. Yeah, and Nurgle does need to go for a 3-cap to try to win here. It looks like they've got 2 objectives locked down. Slaanesh is doing a pretty good job keeping them off of this center objective as much as possible, like blocking these reinforcement units from coming through. So, okay, quality just got better. Okay, cool. Hopefully it stabilizes. Hopefully it stabilizes. Cool. Thanks, Great Book of Grudges. Coming through like a true content creator friend. Anyway, yeah, the Nurgle push here onto the center, and despite being 3,000 points behind on damage value, Nurgle has able to get a full 3 cap here, and that is the power of Nurgle healing, sustaining through Slaanesh damage. What a game so far. This is a, very typical of how these two factions should play, in my opinion. I mean, Slaanesh just all over the field, making high-end plays, high micro, attacking, outmaneuvering constantly. Whereas Nurgle just takes it in the face, but continues to sustain, good decisions in terms of healing placement, positioning, reinforcement, timing, all of that. I would definitely not say that Nurgle is a noob faction at all. But, let's see. Nurgle is, I think, in a pretty comfortable position to win. I don't know. One Seeker versus Nurgling should be able to take them out and now take this objective back. But I mean, Senpai's out of range of the single hold, right? Arrow's now within range that he needs to only hold a 3 cap. He doesn't even necessarily need to hold, 2 cap. He doesn't need to hold a 3 cap anymore. So, yeah, it's not looking good, to be honest, for Slaanesh. It's really, really not looking good at this point. Despite the fact they were able to finish off the Exalted Great Unclean One, it was so much resources committed to that engagement that ended up lacking in some other areas. And like right now, Slaanesh is split all over the battlefield. Whereas before, had they just all concentrated and outmaneuver onto one objective, he probably could have taken this top ground objective already. But as it stands right now, even 1 and 2 falling to Slaanesh, as long as Nurgle can still hold 3, which, I mean, Nurgling's beating down Hell Striders is pretty cost-effective and very tactically useful. So, yeah, reinforced it. I think Nurgle has this. I agree. I think he's got it in the bag. Never fight the Great Unclean One. It's true. There's a school of thought that says you should literally just avoid it the entire time and fight wherever it's not. It's a little bit tricky on one of the smaller maps like this. Yeah, tragic stuff. The tragedy of Slaanesh. True. Very, very true. The early attempt at a split push resulting in beat. Yeah, 1 Marauder on the side objective. I agree. Send 1 Marauder out here a little bit earlier. Hold this objective. Even just keep gear there, or, a 1 Hell Scourge Marauder there. Over time. Could have held it, but nice victory, Nurgle. Just showing their strength, how they can sustain through damage and continue to dominate. There you go. Taking a look at the value here. I mean, yes, the Exalted Great Unclean One died, but not before getting 5,000 damage value, right? And the Exalted Plague Bears also, it's the ROR, no surprise there. Insanely strong. I didn't even see that he summoned Pox Riders. I just thought they were regular Toads, because who uses Pox Riders? But anyway, in terms of army damage value, I mean, besides the Great Unclean One, not a lot actually did well on paper. And you would expect to see some significantly inflated damage values on the Slaanesh side because of the healing done, and that is largely true. Like, more units paid for themselves than actually were, should have been possible to because of that healing. But anyway, GG, well played indeed, good game. Chariot was moving the entire time, it's true. His Chariot micro was on point, for sure, for sure. Just a couple of small macro mistakes, honestly, is what cost him. It was a valiant attempt. Oh, I didn't get the Chariot Lord value. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I not mouse over it? I must have not done it. My bad. Oh, my apologies. I thought I got it early. But, there you go. About 2,900. I was going to say, I think I moused over it very briefly. Interesting. Go back and check on the bracket again. Bear with me just here. Yep, still no one moving on to the semis. Got right on schedule, guys. Oh, yes. A little technical hiccup. Never hurt. Happened to me a few times recently, and I don't know if it's an issue with OBS. I don't know if it's an issue with YouTube exactly or what, but it's fine. We will persevere. And of course, those of you guys just joining, if you're on Twitch, you're on Steam, feel free to mosey on over to YouTube to chat with us. We've got a fully operational chat here on the Dov Plays YouTube channel. And of course, I am Dov, your host today for the 8th and final qualifier for the Summer Championship. We are nearing the end of our tournament today. We've had a number of competitors, lots of really good games, and we're getting closer to the semifinals, currently in the quarters. Of course, I do need to update the scoreboard, given that arrow was there. Go ahead and award him appropriately. Wait for the next. Slightly off. There we go. That any better? I had this all perfect for the stream. That looks a little better. Okay. Music going again while we're waiting. Hey, what's up, Goji? Yes, I do fight for the championship. Hey, what's up, World Beater? Good to see you. Can I show the current qualifiers? That's a good question. I didn't prepare a graphic that shows all of the current qualifiers, but I can go through and list them. Let me see here. So we've got Grim, Random Nix, Houseplant, Zone, Even Star, and Ranger are the ones that I have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're missing one still in this list. But yeah. Then yeah, we're missing the 7th and 8th. Obviously, will come from. So be fun. Should be interesting. A lot of good players in there. Really good players in there. Yeah, not gambling directly in game. If we had an official sports organization, esports organization that was registered with the state commissions in the US, we could maybe get on one of the gambling apps. But again, there's a whole legal issues with Games Workshop and Creative Assembly, and I would love that too, to be honest. I'd be out here setting lines probably about who I think would win in a given matchup, and flash bets on gambling apps, which some people have certain opinions of. Definitely, if you have a gambling problem, I feel for you. I've known people that have had gambling issues. Not fun, but anyway. Yeah, it would have to be separate from the game. It'd have to be through a third party, like FanDuel or DraftKings, or the gambling apps. For those of you guys in the US, you should recognize those from some ads. Definitely not boxes, though. That wouldn't be fun. How would I nerf Flesh Hounds? Just increase their cost to like 750 or 800. It's pretty easy. I mean, I like them as a unit. They're great. They're just a little bit too cost effective. This would be a good area for crypto. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even want to go there. Blood Bowl is considered gambling in some countries. I guess because it's dice? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna. No, I had thought. Yeah. It's just. Yeah. Ranger. I haven't heard of him before either. I think he's relatively new, but I don't know. Could be that he slipped through the cracks before. Yeah, I agree, Guac. If we made like a non, you know, a non-monetary gamble with fake points that don't mean anything, that'd be fun. I agree. That might be a little bit too advanced for the current iteration of Total Tavern website. And man, this track is a banger. I forgot about this one. One of the Arab tracks, right? Oh, what a banger. I'm just gonna let it play it out for a minute, guys. What is it about soundtracks, game soundtracks from this era? Like, legit, guys. I listened to the Age of Empires 2, the Age of Kings, or plus Conquerors, actually. Like, the original soundtrack, like, every day. Legit. Like, and the Total War soundtracks, too, from this era, that, like, early 2000s, like 2000 to, like, 2005, 2006, game soundtracks were completely out of control. I really do think, this is just my own opinion, that might have been one of the best eras ever for game soundtracks. You got Cold War soundtracks, you've got Age of Empires, like the Need for Speed games are pioneering using actual licensed music in games with really good results too, in my opinion. Like, I think back to like Need for Most Wanted. Why am I blank names now? Anyway, we've got Arrow playing as Khorne versus Senpai Torpid's Khorne. So let's focus on that for the time being and not get distracted by the fire tunes of yesteryear. Anyway, getting back to it, got a Herald of Khorne on. Is he on the shrine? No way, dude. I'm seeing a redefining of Khorne today. I really haven't ever seen I be used. I used him like once or twice in early access and realized like, oh, the Juggernaut I think is just much better, but we'll see how this does. It does give him self-healing. Hellblade also increases the already higher weapon strength of the hero version, or the Lord version rather. Gets Locus of Abjuration, and oh, this is a Blood Reaper, so this is just the hero. It's not actually a Herald, if I can read. Does get the Totem of Endless Bloodletting too. We've got some Warriors of Khorne with shields, spawns, cultists, same things, more blocks of that over here, spawns, some more Warhounds for Tzeentch, just taking a forward position. We've got some spawns, blue horrors, 3 of them, and Forsaken stacked on top of the spawn, some more spawn over here, and some got an Exalted Lord of Change, Lore of Tzeentch running around with blue fire and an Infernal Gateway, more spawns and side as well. So, interesting choice. Very interesting choice with the Blood Reaper on the motorcycle. As I accidentally close my YouTube chat there. That's great. Fantastic, actually. Cool, let's get here. There we go. And I'm missing some blue fires. Not really going to do too much to the Blood Reaper because the armor, maybe it actually does pure AP damage anyway. No, it's not pure AP damage. But yeah, the armor definitely does factor considering the sort of only 25%-ish AP of this spell. The spell resistance and the armor both come into play, meaning actually relatively tanky to getting sniped. So maybe that's the idea here is the extra armor and the self-healing plus the extra spell resistance, you know, that you can use on demand with the ability to with the Locus of Abjuration, makes this guy just really tough for Tzeentch to snipe with repeated magic missiles. So I actually really like this the more I think about it. The only problem is I think that Lord of Change can just come beat this guy in melee. Like, I don't really know what else to go with here. I mean, keeping the spawn in a position that they can protect is going to be the most important thing for Khorne here, because the spawns are kind of the only threat. The infantry he could just run straight out of, right? But the spawns could potentially get us around and beat down the Firebirds. So let's see. Hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, Guac. Composers needing to work with restrictions due to budget and technical restraints too. Just force them to be so creative. I agree. I agree. Halo soundtrack, it's the same era, right? That's very similar era. Oh yeah, Fallout 2, definitely all the Fallout games, but Fallout 1 and 2 especially, very nostalgic. I know, right, Puggington? I don't think I have either, but I actually really like it in order to prevent your lord from getting missile sniped by magic missiles. It's actually kind of smart. You know, I actually kind of really like it the more I think about it. Oh yeah, House Cat of War comes in with the Dynasty Warriors, another absolutely legendary soundtrack. Yeah, triple capped right off the start. Comeback mechanic is going to be nice. It's true. And Khorne and Tzeentch right now, basically even in terms of army damage value. But look at the blues, man. They're just throwing their missiles. Despite being engaged by Chaos Warriors in the face, they still manage to dump most of their ammo and do like half HP damage to a unit of spawns, which is pretty impressive. This side objective engagement, I do worry a little bit that Tzeentch is kind of just throwing some units away here, but let's see. In the center, Khorne is refusing to engage, but they're within range that they're going to be shot up, which is definitely not super ideal. Pink Horrors throwing their fire there. We've also got some Flamers moving up. That's going to be a lot of range pressure to draw Khorne into an engagement. Let's see. Spawn or close by. Actually get engaged by Screamers there. So then the Flamers can come forward unopposed, and oh, the humanity! Oh, watching a heavy infantry unit like that get blasted. I mean, they take less damage than what you would expect, but it's definitely not something you want to be a part of at all. So, good stuff there. These Flamers got to be careful, though. These Fleshhounds could easily just peel over and get straight into them, which it looks like is exactly what they're going to do. Picking in on the other side, the Tzeentch push completely ran out of steam and fed quite a bit of score to Arrow, but at the same time, Senpai is still ahead because of these other engagements. Kind of futile engagement of Fleshhounds and Warhounds over here as well against Blue Horrors. Just the numbers of Blue Horrors will prevent the Hounds from really doing anything. And the center engagement too, Tzeentch just has a very good position of Blues defended by spawns, overlapping layers. He managed to get his Flamers mostly out of harm's way and in a position where they can hopefully start side-shotting into some of these engagements here, but let's see. The, oh man, diving on the Cultist, a little bit dangerous with multiple single entities in the near vicinity, but I mean, I like the pick of the Blood Reaper here in order to not get sniped, right? I definitely understand that, but at the same time, it's not actually doing all that much for you. Likewise, the Gorebeast Chariot, very interesting. The Locus of Abjuration, too, comes in with 66 spell resistance. Those Chaos Warriors of Khorne, while they are taking damage, take relatively little, and that is a very expensive spell to be doing about half HP damage on one single 850 cost halberd. So, you know, a good use of the Locus of Abjuration there. Will it actually make a difference is the question, or will it just not matter in the end? Because build composition-wise, I don't know if I love Gorebeast here. And it's definitely an interesting one. We'll see. Right now, the Gorebeast desperately trying to get into the second level, start interrupting some of these missile units, which they are eventually able to do, but not even necessarily enough to break their barrier. That being said, the Blood Reaper's over in here. He's regenerating some HP in melee, juicing up all these Khorne units. I mean, with the Frenzy and everything, I guess their Frenzy is not currently active, but still 44 melee attack. But the Flamers, man, the unopposed Flamers here are such a problem. Already probably got pretty good damage. Yeah, they already paid for themselves, so that's rough. I mean, Flamers can pay for themselves in like 2 volleys on the right targets. But right now, Arrow is behind on tickets pretty considerably. I mean, Tzeentch is just pretty relentless at this point. The damage value lead has come back a little bit. Arrow's been pushing pretty aggressively, and does seem like he's going to start to be able to recap some of these objectives, but he is far enough behind at this point that he needs to triple cap, and he is actually within the possibility of doing so. So let's check back in over here. The Fleshhounds and Warhounds eventually figured out their engagement. Probably got a good flank attack in here while I wasn't paying attention. More Warhounds rush in, and this should be enough to absolutely finish those blue horrors and seize this objective. Center objective was captured just now, so yeah, definitely some heavy comeback. You can see the losing compensation almost doubles your supply rate, right? Increases it by 66%, so that in and of itself does mean that Khorne has a very good chance of coming back with this 3 cap, and they're going to continue to get that losing compensation the entire time. Yeah, I mean, the delay push from Khorne with the great use of the Blood Reaper hero here. Best use of it I've definitely ever seen. I have to say, it's a hero that, especially because cultists are so meta, you very, very rarely see anything except a cultist in the hero slot for a Monogod faction, so... yeah, losing this side is pretty rough. It does look like he's going to be able to retake it in fairly short order, though. I don't know if Senpai held this long enough to actually come back. Yeah, it doesn't look like he did. I mean, he needs to get within about 1,300, 1,200 supply of Senpai Dorpid's score, and he's just not there yet. Just not quite there yet. A lot of supply banks, too, for Arrow. He is sitting on a huge amount of supply. I don't know if he just doesn't have units to summon in at this point, or if he's just waiting for a delay push, but I would probably just start bringing in as many units as you can to reinforce this side objective. Yeah, it looks like now he's bringing in a pretty concerted push. Multiple units all together come in and finish off this objective. A little bit of a big magical bombardment from Tzeentch on a few tattered units. I don't know about the use of this. I mean, I guess you do kind of just have to use the army abilities that you got, but it does some damage. Nothing too insane, honestly. And the Exalted Lord of Change also comes down, nukes those Flesh Hounds. We'll see. I mean, Senpai right now is looking like he can recapture, but a great outmaneuvering here. The Blood Reaper comes all the way up and around to this objective number 3, helps support the Flesh Hounds and just provide the extra little bit of capture weight. You can see the Warhounds also sitting on the edge of this objective, providing that infantry capture weight. Yeah, Khorne's just able to hold very resiliently at this point. Got more Warhounds potentially going to chase those Bacon, or no, I think the Halberds are going to. Yeah, Khorne at this point is, yeah, in terms of army damage value, they're not technically ahead. In terms of, I mean, situation, though. Situationally, they are 16 units on the field versus 10, and that is kind of the tail of the tape right now. That pretty much defines how this matchup is going, right? Khorne heavily investing, getting lots of extra comeback supply as well, and like Tzeentch, throw in the towel. Yeah, Khorne is got that, and I have to say, excellent use of the Blood Reaper hero. I love that creativity, the thought process that went into that. He didn't get much value, but he survived, more importantly, against Tzeentch. That's the most, can be the most important thing. Not getting your lords and characters sniped by blue fire. Very important, because it feels bad. I've seen a lot of people just straight up not take characters at all, heroes or lords, in their starting army, and then just having one super cheap lord in reserve and never summoning him. Yeah. Comeback mechanic definitely on full display there, but I have to say, I do like the pick of the Blood Reaper. In terms of the rest of the build there, you can see the Herald probably had nothing on him, didn't get summoned at all. The Gorebeast Chariot, I just don't love it here. I don't know, it's just weird. It's weird to try and use effectively. Probably just going wider with more stuff would have been better, but hard to say. Senpai here, he got, yeah, a lot of units kind of got hosed over a little bit. Blues just get insane value, be expected. Yeah, pretty good value though on some of the spawns. They do okay. Flamers almost pay for themselves twice. Unit that can be tricky to protect in this matchup, but if you can use them well, they are disgusting. So yeah, he got value protecting infantry from spells. It's true, and we saw there that probably prevented a substantial amount of damage. Like that one halberd might have just got one shot straight up by that spell, but it's survived. So it's pretty significant. Yeah. More than a blue horror holding it. Yeah, if they'd been able to reinforce, maybe even get like a knight. I know people don't really take knights that much in this matchup, but I just like having one Tzeentch Knight in reserve. Like, personally, this is just me. I'd cut the two Screamers and take a Tzeentch Knight in their place. A little bit, I don't know, not exactly the same role, but just as kind of a sweeper unit to reinforce points and support. The Tzeentch Knights, their armor, their tankiness makes them so strong. Yeah. Yeah. I have seen Screamers do well. I really like Screamers against Kislev, actually, or any cavalry faction, for that matter. They're specifically, I feel like, designed to counter cavalry. They don't really trade that well against a lot of unit types, but they trade very nicely into armored cavalry. So, sure, like against Bretonia or the Empire, or, I don't know, Fire Counts, although I'm a little bit that one. I think they could see some use in those matchups. Anyway, let's go take a look at the bracket. And let me just clarify here where we're at. So Platypus versus Lord Catterchin, it looks like, are in their semifinals. Let me get in with them. Bear with me a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right. It is time, my friends. It is time. We have reached the semifinals. Our first semifinal bracket, at least, is set. Platypus versus Lord Catterchin. Today, we are going to be taking a look at these two facing off. Let's have picks locked in. I'm going to start with... let's start with... Mountains of Moor. As the first map. And of course, we know that in the opposite bracket, Arrow will be... Right? Here. Excellent. And then the next last competitor build the winner of Takoyaki versus Hadris. See how they shake out. You guys are just getting their picks and hands locked in. Chill and relaxing. Of course, for those of you guys just joining who aren't aware, we're listening to the Medieval 1 Total War soundtrack, true classic. Somebody reminded me recently that the 20th anniversary of this game's that game's release, I should say, is coming up. And as a playing it when it was new as a kid, absolutely kindled my love for medieval European history, for the Cold War series in general. Just, I mean, me and my brother both, we loved Shogun. Don't get me wrong, but this is the game that really cemented our love for the series and made us longtime fans. And obviously, all the games since then have continued to play into that trend largely. And then here I am today, casting this tournament for you guys, and on behalf of Creative Assembly. Remember, this is officially sponsored tournament. The winner of this qualifier goes on to play in the using Immortal Empires, and with a chance to win a substantial amount of prize money. Fantastic stuff. Hey, what's up, Ben? Good to see you. Aerocrastic. Yeah, we've got RTK, we've got ODM, we've got QSA. Hopefully, Adris has got to get past his round, but it's interesting to me that the old clans are still strong as ever in Warhammer 3. Game's state has not diminished their powers. So, maybe new players fighting for those clans, but still the same clans. Great to see. I'm sorry, Luke. I'm very lucky in that me and my brother are very close. Shared common interests always growing up, he's only 2 years older than me. So, we're pretty close in age as well, and, when one of us would get, toys or whatever for birthday or for Christmas or whatever gifts, it would basically go to both of us, right? We both end up using it and playing with it, so... yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And as a result of Total War and Age of Empires and other similar games, I never had a history class in, any of my schooling. It was hard for me. Now, granted, I didn't study history on a college level, but I feel like even then it wouldn't have been as hard, certainly. So, Arrow of Carthage. That's good. That's clever. Maybe. Or maybe he's just new great player. Let me just confirm the map sequence. Mountains of Morn. Then we're gonna do then we're going to do Eye in the North, I think. Really don't like casting on that one, though. We've seen pretty much all the other maps, but let's do Mountains of Morn, Arnheim, and Battle for Itza. All the good maps. Cool. Sure, that is playing into their army picks, right? Of trying to think about which faction goes on which map, which is definitely a smart way to approach things. A lot of players won't even consider, right? They'll just pick whatever faction they think is meta without really considering the map situation. But especially in Domination, where there's a high degree of variety in the maps, some have a lot of choke points, some don't. Some are very large, some are very small. So, you know, you got to kind of consider these things. What's the distance between, you know, shortest distance between 2 points? Ideally would be the straight line, but that's not always possible on some certain maps. And how close together are those points? Is it like the Galleon's Cove, where you can reliably hold two objectives with a strong blob by kind of positioning it in between the two to a degree, right? Or is it like this one, where the objectives are fairly far apart with some choke points in between them, but also plenty of lanes to try and get around those choke points as well? A lot of interesting stuff to be had, and definitely the highest level players will always consider the map when choosing their faction and their army. I mean, it's true, it was true of land battles back in Total War Warhammer 2, it's true land battles and Domination in Total War Warhammer 3. Not that the maps in Total War Warhammer 3 offer a ton, but yeah. Cool. Thank you all so much for joining today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We are starting the meaty part. Looks like they got their faction picks locked in. Slaanesh versus Khorne. Let them armies and such chill hard. I'm a fan of hard chilling, by the way. You know, a lifestyle choice, certainly. Oh, okay. That's probably why I'm not familiar with him. Arrow's been around for a while in the Asia time zone. Okay. Makes sense. He's probably playing in the middle of the night right now, which makes his performance that much more impressive, honestly. The fact that he is able to, yeah, just clean shop despite being probably playing in the middle of the night. I can give you a brief list. It's not complete, but we have here Grim, some random nicks, Zone, ODM Clan, Even Star, Ranger, and Houseplant. As far if this list that I have here is correct. Arrow is Korean. Okay. Yes, time zones are the best, Coops. Caused me so many headaches over the years just trying to coordinate, and anyway. I don't remember who won the Korean qualifier. Let me check, actually. I can look here. Look through the chats. Is that the one posted by Groma? Oh, might have been the one, the Even Star one, actually. It's blowing over outside. I gotta open my window. I'll be right back. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that was loud. Okay, all sealed up. Having a kind of an early monsoon out here in Utah. It's been interesting because, you know, with the drought and everything, I definitely never look a gift rain in the mouth, you know what I mean? Like, I'll take any kind of rainstorms I can get, and we've been having quite a few out here recently, which is nice. Keeps things from getting too dry and too hot and too burny. But here we are. Also kind of windy, so gotta heal things up. I have to turn my AC on. But anyway, very atmospheric soundtrack. I agree. Beautiful. Very well done. Let's get to it, though. Yeah. Yeah, Tzeentch is... capturing points can be difficult for them, yes, unless you just truly spam blues and pinks and other stuff. But they don't actually, I mean, besides Spawn, which everyone else has, and like Furies, capture-wise, they don't actually have that many gray units for capturing and holding an objective. Because Knights have cavalry capture weight, they can't really, and they're also very expensive. Can't really hold in the same way that like a horde of cheap infantry can. Let's see what they can do. This is a map for sure. So we've got Menacing Platypus coming in under Slaanesh here. Exalted Keeper of Secrets, Lore of Shadows. We got Marauders of Slaanesh Anti-Infantry. We got Seekers of Slaanesh here. We've got Marauders as Hellscourges, Marauders. More Hellscourges, more Anti-Infantry. Super wide again, to be expected. Now for Khorne, Herald of Khorne on Jugger. We've got a couple of cultists. Got some exalted bloodletters here. Spawn of Khorne. More bloodletters, exalteds, and some dual weapon warriors. Or not to your pleasure, or killing. Slaanesh excites you. Well, we'll see. It should be pretty interesting. This is a matchup that I think definitely go both ways, but nasty tools here especially. Yeah. Both players playing patiently so far. Supply-wise, Catterchin's kind of banking a little bit here, whereas Platypus is just spending as it comes, bringing out more and more cheap units. Some 500 cost Marauders here, some 500 cost Marauders there. Nice to have the spears against Fleshhounds and stuff like that. The immune to psychology also, it really can't be overstated how nice immune to psychology is on low tier units. Just very, very nice. Even if they're not super tanky, don't have a lot of survivability or staying power, at the very least you'll know when they inevitably take a huge amount of shock damage, they're not just going to instantly tear her out. Yeah, Slaanesh definitely has some capacity to outmaneuver on this map, certainly. With the choke points, it kind of restricts that somewhat, but there's almost always another lane you can get to. Now the question is, should you, right? Hard to say. Yeah, we'll see. Exalted Keeper of Secrets just kind of hanging out for now. Yeah, trying to stay away from this triple character blob. Although with the support of Seekers, that might actually not be a terrible engagement. Yes, Arrow is Korean, yes. Yeah, but you're not... It's going to be very difficult to get a high-level player in terms of these levels of players to fight on a big blob like that. And besides, I mean, a good player is going to have tools to be able to lock Big Bird in, like what we saw in that last game with the spawns, right? Sort of protecting the Blood Reaper. Because if Big Bird lands and gets surrounded, he is going to get circle beaten by Khorne units, right? So it's just one of those things. If you can prepare for it, it's not that oppressive, honestly. Even if you can just zone him away and keep him from having a good landing spot, it's going to be pretty good. Pretty good. pretty good. The big bird, though, I mean, definitely abusing the barrier, just like continuing to cycle charge. As long as you have air control, it's definitely very powerful. I'm not denying that, but depending on your spell loadout and the faction you're against, too. I mean, like, yeah, against Khorne, thing is, too, blobbing and then casting a spell. I mean, literally, Arrow's build was designed to counter that. He had a Blood Reaper with the Locust of Abjuration, which gives 66% spell resistance, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe you haven't played against that build yet, but I'd be curious to see, because, like, if your plan is to blob and cast a spell, what happens if the spell doesn't do any damage, or if it does 66% less damage to that blob, right? Would you end up wasting the resources? Speaking of blob, though, disgusting Pit of Shades here. Going to absolutely sacrifice one unit of Chaos Warriors, just straight up one-shot them. So that's very good value. Does some pretty good damage to the spawns, too. And the Keeper of Secrets, yeah, 898 on value. Literally almost killed the entire unit to a man. So that's very impressive. Pit of Shades definitely a great tool, especially on a map like this where you do have those choke points that are almost unavoidable in a way. And that sets Slaanesh a nice little value lead. Not too crazy. Little modest 500-point value lead there. But Seekers now charging in. Chaos Furies of Khorne. Yeah. Interesting. This is not a cost-effective engagement at all for the Seekers, but yeah, we'll see. Right now, the Exalted Keeper comes in, is going to get a big blob here. Nothing is wavering, though, in terms of leadership on the Slaanesh side, so there's no regeneration possible. I'm assuming they did bring, yeah, that Feasting on Fear. Very good. Not the craziest against Khorne, but in terms of the capture objectives, Slaanesh easily secured this objective there, completely uncontested. Plenty of capture weight here in the center, too, as the cheap Marauders just heavily outnumber all of Khorne's forces. The question is, will they be able to hold in this situation here? Another Pit of Shades going off. Let's check where. On the other side there hits an Exalted Bloodletter of Khorne. Despite the spell resistance, they are still just getting completely clobbered there. I mean, granted, you are single casting, but then look at this. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets gets caught by Spawn, and the triple characters of Khorne, they all get the Horn of Khorne, and the Keeper of Secrets gets shredded instantly. Wow, that puts a huge value lead on Khorne. Look at that, 6,600 value. Damage value now versus 4,500 of Slaanesh, and rapidly climbing for both players, but up to 7,000 now and more for Lord Catterchin. So an immediate dagger to the heart of Menacing Platypus. That being said, he still has so much capture weight of Marauders on the field, it might not end up actually mattering all that much. We'll see. That much of a value lead, though, plus catch-up supply could be a recipe for getting completely tabled. If Slaanesh is not careful, I might actually not go for the Folks 3 cap right now if I was Slaanesh, just because yeah, I mean, Khorne has such a value lead already sniping your Lord. To feed them now extra supply is such a risky move, but hey, maybe there's something I don't know. The value lead starts to come back a little bit as Menacing Papyrus gets some pretty good engagements here with the Hellstriders and the Seekers kind of collapsing this pocket somewhat. The Spawns are fighting back, though. Those Hellstriders really probably don't want to stay in combat for too long and just keep moving and keep cycle charging. But the capture weight of Slaanesh is too much for Khorne at the moment. Just can't get through and get on those objectives. Reinforcements are on their way. We've got dual hand weapon warriors and warhounds coming to try and seize this side objective to stop the bleeding. Khorne is receiving some extra supply income we can't necessarily see, but it is a significant amount. And should be just fine. Just fine. Spawn of Khorne also moving in, getting that capture weight there. These Warhounds definitely need to be on the objective. A little bit of a mistake. Might seem very minor, but is actually kind of major in a way. Just really not seizing that objective as quickly as possible. There they go. And now in the center, we get some spawns. The Exalted Bloodletters are all juiced up, full-on Hellblade. Lord Catterchin here trying his best to get into that center. Those juicy, squishy Marauders of Slaanesh. There sure are a lot of them to cleave through. These dual hand weapon warriors, you know, slogging through over time. Unfortunately, they don't have the fastest attack animations. and lowest attack interval, but they should be carving it up eventually. Looks like a lot of those Slaanesh units are starting to run for the hills, and this is what I'm talking about. Just continuing to feed catch-up supply. You look at how much further ahead now, 4,000 damage value. Still only a 2-unit lead, though, on the field in terms of units out. 15 for Khorne and 13 for Slaanesh, but I think Platypus has put himself in a very dangerous position by going for the early 3 cap. Yeah, now we're in triple cap territory, but I do think Khorne can do it. I mean, we'll see it. Relies on Lord Catterchin actually starting to send units over here, which so far, he's only got the 1 dual hand weapon warrior going over there. These Furies, maybe they'll intercept those Seekers, collapse double with the Warhounds. That'd be a pretty good engagement, actually, just completely outnumber and outmaneuver them. Although, Seekers have other ideas, they're going to outmaneuver all of that, get straight into hand weapon warriors, and just absolutely start to clobber them, claw hand to the face. Very painful stuff, but they also actually might be able to escape through some friendly units through that pocket right there. Slaanesh also kind of reinforcing, understanding that they only need to hold 1 objective now. I'd probably throw everything at this side objective. This center engagement is eventually going to turn in Khorne's favor. They just have way more value on that objective. There's only 2 Hellscourge Marauders holding out for the time being. So you can see that the Seekers tried to get over there. They get intercepted by Warhounds, though, and rear charged by Furies. Absolute disaster. Yeah. Not looking great right now. Definitely. I don't know, though. We'll see. I mean, at this point, Khorne has to 3-cap, like, immediately, and they still haven't even captured the center objective yet. So, starting to mass units now. The Warhounds for capture, so important for Khorne. And, you know, hopefully more factions get access to them in the future. But assuming nothing changes, like Beastmen, you know, Warriors of Chaos, like the Dead Doggos of Counts and Coast, well, super important for maintaining that capture. And here comes Khorne with the 3-cap. It's got to be done, like, right now, but they definitely have the forces in the vicinity to do so. Slaanesh is doing their best to bring everything in to this point, provide capture weight, but it's just not enough. It's definitely not enough. A lot of Khorne units here, and almost all of them have infantry capture weight. Looks like Slaanesh is going to throw in the towel there. So, there it is. There it is. Khorne sniping the Keeper of Secrets and getting fed a little bit of catch-up. You know, Khorne's red, so feeding him catch-up, actually, it makes sense that would make him stronger. You know, just like grabbing a Heinz tube and sucking it down. Anyway, yeah, Exalted Keeper Secret still managed to almost claw 2,000 value despite that disastrous engagement. And even with how strong, you know, they are in combat as monsters, 3v1 like that, especially juiced up with the melee attack and, you know, the spawns locking your mass in, them doing extra damage as well. Just nasty. It's just nasty, to be honest. So, well played to both. Lord Catterchin there. Yeah, playing his cards right, focusing on the win condition, and able to take out Menacing Platypus here. So let's update the scoreboard. Move on to the next map. Excellent. So, Arnhem is the next map. Yep. Exalted Keeper of Secrets. I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about single entity engagements, and this is a rule of thumb, which means, you know, for those of you guys who are maybe not familiar with the English phrase, rule of thumb is just like, it's a guide, right? It's not a hard, fast rule, but in general, most of the time, 2 single entities beats 1 regardless of quality. Now, if there's extreme disparity, like it's 2 foot casters fighting a Dreadsaurian, now obviously they're going to lose. But most of the time, numbers wins. So it doesn't really surprise me that 2 cultists beat an exalted keeper of secrets, especially with Horn of Khorne active, because typically that's just how single entity fights go. Usually numbers wins. So 2v1, 3v1 obviously, but even 3v2, often the 3 will beat the 2. Depends on how the positioning of the engagements goes out, and that's true also of 2v1. But generally speaking, if you can get both in base contact at the same time to the 1, right? Especially if they're on opposite sides of the 1, then the 2 will almost always win, sort of regardless of quality. So, again, it doesn't really surprise me that the cultists, and 3v1 especially, with the Herald and with Khorne of Khorne support, I mean, expecting the Keeper of Secrets to win that engagement is just futile. Yeah. I do agree, the Keeper of Secrets needs way more mass, for sure. For sure. Or else an ability to, like, blast back, stagger back monsters models and stuff. Yeah, Khorne of Khorne's so good in SEM fights. I agree. It's really nice, actually. Very, very nice. Thank you all so much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. We got solid, like, 100 concurrent here on YouTube the whole time, which is pretty good. It's definitely fairly solid, especially for Warhammer 3 on this channel. Of course, more of you guys watching on the official Total War Twitch, maybe a few on Steam as well. Feel free to jump over to YouTube if you want to chat with us. We've got a fully operational chat going over here, so it's fun stuff, good times, and big thanks again to Creative Assembly for putting this all together. Let's see what these guys can get. Action picks locked in, thinking hard and fast. In the meantime, let's take a look at the bracket and see if we can update Arrow's opponent. Still no. Looks like Hadriz and Takoyaki are still duking it out. Hey. Med 1 music going here. Now, I'm not familiar with Menacing Platypus as a player, so I don't know what factions he or she is most familiar with. So, just going from my own, if you go based on sort of the meta faction, right? Slaanesh is your first pick, which is an okay first pick. It's not the best faction, but Patatron's already burned Khorne, so I'd probably respond with a Khorne pick here. Or, no, depending, and with the picks and ban system, I'd have to look. If you get a ban, I would pick Khorne, ban Nurgle, and then go from there. Probably see Nurgle versus Slaanesh again, but it's hard to say. Okay, let's here. People are sending me funny messages. People are hilarious on the internet. Never cease to make me laugh. People are joking right now about Surf the Eck and Chariots, and black coaches. Oh, chariots are fun. You know, chariots are definitely fun. It's not fun when they're insanely OP, like what we had with Kislev, but I definitely enjoy chariot units. Hey, what's up, Stefan? See it. Going well. Are a few hours deep. Almost 4 hours deep? Yeah. 4 hours deep into the stream, and it's going great, honestly. It's going really good. Had some great games so far. Cost reduction for the Exalted Keeper's Secrets and Nakari would be nice. I agree. I think you increase the mass and you reduce the cost a little bit. Like, not much. Even like 200, 300 cost off the base cost would help a lot. And then... yeah, and then I think those two are good to go. Even as it is right now, I'm surprised we don't see more Nakari versus Khorne or Nurgle. I guess just because the Herald's so cost-effective. But in general, I like, against factions that are going to take a lot of demons, I like Nakari self-healing a lot better. But I broadly agree. Cost reduction and, yeah, mass increase. Please thicken them up a little bit. Supposed to be light-ish armor, but... you know? Like Platypus is gonna go Tzeentch. Interesting choice, you know. It's a good choice, don't get me wrong. Tzeentch is definitely a very strong action. Khorne off the table. Let's see. Let's see what Katarchin does. Wish we could see some Kislev or Cathay. Definitely not going to see any Cathay. They're just useless and competitive. Kislev, I'm surprised actually we haven't seen much Kislev, but we'll see. Maybe we will in this one. Yeah, it's true. The Herald Chariot is so good at killing reams and reams of infantry. Like, you can... especially with the Mortis effect, if you keep the leadership conditional drain, the Soul Siphon, is that what it's called? I mean, legit, between the Soul Siphon, between the summons, between the Chariot, just running shop all over the field, it's pretty easy to get like 4,000 plus damage value on the Chariot Herald. So, I mean, yeah. You could actually, you know what you could do is take... and this would be sacrificing a cultist, I know, but you could take a Lores on the same chariot. It's not quite as good, but you can actually take both, and I have done that a long time ago. Like, I think it was 1.0, maybe even an early access, but I actually took Nakari with no spells and a Lores of Shadows with Pit of Shades. Maybe it was Pendulum at the time when Pendulum was broken. But anyway, you take the Lores with spells. You take Nakari with no spells. Just the abilities, right? So, you know, I kind of like Cathay's, like a not Cathay, definitely not Cathay, like Cathay in Domination. But Kislev, I agree. The lore passive and the fact that you have like pretty cost-effective shielded infantry that can also shoot back against blues and such. Kislev has some good tools here for sure. I might also go counter. But... oh, is he going Cathay for real? Oh, he's going Cathay for real. You know, actually, if there's any map and matchup to make it work, this might be one of them. Perhaps. You can definitely use cannons on this map if you don't get killed by Furies, which obviously Tzeentch has Furies, so that's a danger. Let's see. I'm genuinely curious, but Cathay in the semi-final of a legit important tournament. I am impressed. Katarchin feeling bold here. Yeah, first Cathay game in the past 5 tournaments. True, Chad. Even if doesn't win the game, won our hearts. Yeah. You know, I kind of agree. It's not the worst. This is one matchup where Jade Warriors actually like shielded armor, reasonably cheap, and can just get on and maintain the points. No. Wouldn't do a single cannon or crane gunner. Interesting. Just full melee rush. I mean... yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. I feel like Tzeentch Knights are very underrated in this matchup because you tend not to see a lot of halberds. And Cathay doesn't really have a lot of other great answers, but... Yeah. Yeah, as kind of a mind game side pick, I do like the Tzeentch Knights here. Again, 1 or 2, especially in reserve, just as like a heavy backup unit, can definitely benefit you big time. Yeah. Yeah, Tzeentch Knights are very good versus Cathay Cav too. That's also barrier, and the fact that Cathay Cav, I mean, Jade Lancers are very good now, don't get me wrong, especially for the cost. They're extremely good, cost-effective mid-tier shock cavalry, but they are still just mid-tier shock cavalry at the end of the day. So, yeah. Yeah, the Dragon Guard is an interesting one because Flamers, you know, the limited range of Flamers tricky to execute, but if you can keep the Cathayan missile units occupied with other force, Flamers could get in and absolutely wreck shop. But I don't know, I probably would. I only take 1 Flamer, and that probably only deploy them if I managed to gain a situation where they didn't have a range. I could actually bring them in. Well, here's the thing: is that the Tzeentch Knights, the barrier, and the fact they have way more armor and defense means they're gonna win. It is a wet noodle fight, but they actually, I mean, I'd have to look at their weapon damage profile, but they come out of armor damage. We wanted that's also, for those of you guys just joining, we did talk about start position. Oh, this track is so good. Oh. As these guys load in and get started, just briefly, we'll take a look at this again and just remind ourselves of all the new start positions that have been announced. Khemri Bowl looking very real, assuming Tomb Kings are all staying, you know, Blita and Arcan and etc. Assuming, you know, some of the others stay too, like Hans and Thorek and Queek. This area is going to be super crowded. Southlands will be a wild ride for sure. I love the fact that Nakai is out here just for variety's sake. He's also right next to the sea lanes. The sea lanes they released are like right here, so you can pop back over to Lustria just immediately if you really want to, but it also gives you the option to fight through Cathay. Kugath, I don't really love this, just having him here. Like, there's nowhere for his plagues to spread. They can only go... And anyway. Oxyotl being in the southern waste is pretty cool. I mean, you know, typical spread throughout Lustria. You've got your 3 Lizardmen and then 2 more in the Southlands. So, Empire. I love putting Volkmar down here in the Khemri Bowl. It's going to be very exciting. And then, obviously, for the demons, makes sense for Nakari to start on Ulthuan, ready to have some fun with the elves. Kairos could be in a little bit of trouble. Depends on if he's able to make friends with it, like if there's chaos factions down here that you can ally with, help fight the Lizardmen, because you are surrounded by 3 Lizardmen, 4 Lizardmen factions to it. The Demon Prince is up here doing Demon Prince stuff in the Northern Wastes. My guess is like Archaon probably also starts up here somewhere, depending on what they decide to do with them, with the rework and everything. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. Now let's get to the fight, because of course these guys have already started here, making their way across the field. We do get a couple of Tzeentch Knights. The opening army is interesting. I would have probably taken them in reserve, but kind of like this. 2 Tzeentch Knights. We've also got the Exalted Lord of Change, Forsaken. We've got some Horrors, Forsaken, Blue Horrors, Forsaken, and Horrors. So fairly standard stuff. Dragon-Blooded Shugengan with the Cloak of Jet doing some forward scouting. I'm not really sure about this. The Cloak of Jet is going to drop and, yeah, it'll be spotted. Fine, I guess. And the rest of the Cathayan army sort of moving into the woods for the time being, then preparing to push out, I guess. Is this all ranged? Is this all ranged? That's interesting. Jade Warrior Crossbowmen with shields. We've got, what, 5 of them? And 5 Iron Hail Gunners. Oh, no, not quite all range. We do have 1 Jade Warrior Halberd to help combat some of the cavalry here. And looking good. Very, very good. So let's get that. And yeah, I'm not really sure what the point of that Cloak of Jet was, other than just to hide from the Exalted Lord of Change, but there you go. Big think. Big ol' think. Yeah, I would have probably brought the Dune Dragons here. Maybe they're in reserve. I didn't actually check, but... Oh yeah, Precipitous Nyx. Oxyotl looks... I mean, with the teleport mechanic too, the thing is that he can go anywhere in the world, really. He can travel all over with that, with Sanctums and stuff, so... Nice thing is that even if you don't love that start position, you can basically go anywhere with him, right? Very easily. So, a little bit of blue fire there. Whoop, 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 whoop. Try to dodge, and you managed to not dodge. Very many of them. Wow. Wow, a lot of micro. Oh my goodness, those few missiles are like still very slowly following. Oh, they are dropping down to the earth. Fine. Wow, that was interesting. And that miscast didn't even break the barrier of the Exalted Lord of Change. In my opinion, miscast damage for Tzeentch units should go through the barrier. It should just bypass the barrier altogether, because you're literally blowing up inside of your barrier. But anyway, with the crossbow support and with the speed debuff now, Storm of Shadows being cast on the Exalted Lord of Change here, all of a sudden the Dragon-Blooded Shooting Gun Lord takes an engagement, gets a couple of hits, a little bit of real HP damage there, but nothing crazy. Considering the investment of spells there, I don't love that, to be honest. Missile. Yeah. Magic Missile. Magic Missile. Yeah, I don't know why either. They should be pushing forward with that ranged advantage. I definitely agree. Maybe they're afraid of getting rushed by all of this before they're ready. Looks like they deployed another Jade Halberd and a Celestial Dragon Guard there. So I think he was just waiting until he had enough melee units that he felt safe, because he's now got, what, the 3 Jade Warrior Halberds? Yeah, 3 Jade Halberds and the Celestial Dragon Guard, so I guess just trying to get, like, a cohesive army all together. Tzeentch also kind of forming up, so we're going to have a little bit of a land battle here, folks. Going to have a land battle, basically. Both these players forming up on formation. Definitely a situation that benefits Cathay. When you fight in a pitched way, this benefits Cathay. So, from the Tzeentch player's perspective, I might already be kind of attacking now towards the wings, sort of harassing, even just running around, trying to draw an attack order from the crossbows to then pull them out of position. I mean, everyone's in nice harmony right now for the most part, except like one crossbow, but... Yeah, Tzeentch is not capping. You can see that they're not capping the objectives. They're not wanting any catch-up supply, right? So, wouldn't Furies just completely crush this? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if he brought any, though, which is definitely a mistake against Cathay. Big, big, big mistake. And neither of these Astromancers are on... I guess they're just here for the Cloak of Pomé. They're not here for the free stuff. I don't know, this might be enough volume of fire that they could just blast the Furies before they're able to do enough. But at the very least, that would be distracting some of these shots, right? I don't know, I think Tzeentch probably should have capped more than just the one objective, but... I haven't capped any objectives, rather. Cathay's just capped the one here, right? Catterton's got a lot more units already on the field. Basically the same in terms of damage. See that the barrier damage doesn't really do much, but let's see how Catterton does with focus fire. If he's gonna spread his units out on fire at will. Once units start coming into range, you definitely want to focus individual units all together. Just makes that DPS so much more efficient. You can clear out units super fast. There we go. Good focus fire. I don't know, though. I mean, Tzeentch units are closing the distance without having taken much damage at all, and this is a lot of ranged power here. Looks like we're going to see a Celestial Dragon Guard summon. They will take quite a bit of damage from the magic damage of the blues and the Forsaken and so forth, so I don't know how well that's actually going to do, but nice bombardments here. You can see Tzeentch has just been kind of banking their army ability, get that huge, yeah, just casting all those magic missiles, and now the Infernal Gateway calls down the bombardment from the sky, so Tzeentch just unleashing a full-on magical assault to get the Summoned Furies in here. The Chaos Knights do get a big AoE speed debuff, and the guns are going to open up on them. Iron Hails, but look at that. One Jade Warrior crossbow already shattered. The other Jade Warrior crossbows are actually somehow beating Forsaken. Are they like all firing in melee or something? That was interesting. I guess the Forsaken just took enough range damage that it was bad. Oof, speaking of bad, Dragon-Blooded Shooting Gun get blasted once again by the Exalted Lord of Change there. That just relentless blue fire definitely coming to fruition. And this is the issue. You know, once Tzeentch gets in range, they can overpower with volume of fire. And the Forsaken and such getting in with a massive disruption dive from the Exalted Lord of Change, gets a big terror chain route going, so things are not looking great for Cathay. Army damage value-wise, things are very close, but in terms of tactical situation, lines have been broken, you know, harmony in many cases have been lost, the Tzeentch Knights charging through, probably sending that dude off the cliff. No, he managed to not go off the cliff. Very lucky. Is there like a hidden wall right there that they're hitting or something? But anyway. Yeah, Tzeentch just quickly came in and was able to shut down a lot of that. Another Ancestral Warrior does get summoned, and the Halberds are able to hold out somewhat in this melee engagement and actually start to push back, beat down some of these Chaos Knights. They might be able to salvage this situation, actually. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Tzeentch is starting to take a pretty aggressive lead now. 1,000, 1,300 plus points on army damage value. They've got the triple cap ready to go. 2 objectives down. The third is just about to be seized, and I think that's going to be a pretty disastrous situation for Catterton. We'll see, but yeah, that big pitched land battle, unfortunately, I mean, even with good focus, I just don't know. I think there was too much Tzeentch stuff with the way he was deployed, especially. He definitely should have moved his crossbows back a little bit earlier. Yeah, Cathay with no cav, that's also a big deal. Not having any Jade Lancers whatsoever is a huge problem. So I think Platypus has got this one locked down. 1,000 damage value lead and a triple cap, and still no catch-up supply for Catterton. Finally, he starts to bring in some Jade Lancers. Yes, Jade Lancers. Yeah, sorry, someone's trying to give me a phone call. Anyway, Tzeentch Knights pushing through, able to come through and mop up a lot of these tattered ranged units. The Exalted Lord of Change basically untouched, whereas the shooting gun is dead. Yeah, dead. So, really a bad situation for Cathay to be in, definitely. Despite the fact they still technically have a unit advantage, probably like half of those units are routing. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. Yeah. Tzeentch gonna throw in the towel there. It was a valiant attempt, or sorry, Cathay gonna throw in the towel there. It's a valiant attempt. I fully admire Lord Chatterchan here. Or Catterchad, maybe. Lord Catterchad here for taking Cathay, but unfortunately, it did result in a loss. What it means, though, is the Tzeentch has also been now burned for Menacing Platypus. Yeah, Tzeentch Knights. Great, even though they don't get that much damage value. The presence of them is just so much. disruption tools, everything working together very well in tandem. Nice concentrated push. Too much for Cathay. Not really enough melee defense units. I definitely would have brought in Lancers out a little bit earlier as a mobile response rather than a couple of the Jade Warriors, honestly. And yeah, I mean, it's okay. You just need more cavalry, I think, and maybe more of the shielded warriors instead of the halberds. As much as I said I like the halberds, necessarily need that many. I don't know. Weird. Definitely not a Cathay expert by any means. So take it all with a grain of salt, folks. But that means going to game. Update the board time. Bracket. Last I checked, we still don't have a competitor for Arrow, but I will check one. That update. Yeah, Max Jade Warrior Halberds is weird. I would have definitely gone with Cav and probably Spears and the Shielded Warrior for sure. Maybe he was a little too scared of the Tzeentch Knights. Absolutely possible. Looks like Hadras was defeated. Takoyaki managed to move through, so he is now facing off against Arrow. Update the bracket accordingly. Wow, all these players are players I'm not familiar with. Very impressive performance. Not that they are new players by any means, it's just not players that I'm super familiar with, so I like to see that, actually. I like to see if, again, they're not necessarily fresh players, to me at least, competing for the top spots does warm my little heart. Now, bear with me, guys. I gotta go make a quick phone call while they ready up their final game. I'll be right back. And I am returned. Sorry, I had to take a quick phone call from my gorgeous fiance. Our day. About done with work. Gonna be heading home soon. And was nice enough to bring me a coffee. Well, is going to bring me a coffee on the way home, so let me adjust my mic. I see it's AC Maiden's cutting off a little bit, so how's it going now? Should be okay. Hopefully I can keep it from cutting off. I don't know. OBS, hopefully not having too many issues, but there you go. Let's see. They still haven't got their army picks locked in, so taking time to consider. It is a very important decision, certainly, especially in a situation like this. Let's... you guys, what are you comparing it to? Max Chevron Peasant Spears versus Ogre Kingdoms. I mean, that's a move. That's for sure a move. Considering their lack of range damage, actually, I kind of like that. I do kind of like that. Yeah, the stat line of Jade Warrior's halberds, especially without Harmony, is just awful. So bad. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's a good point. The mass blocking behavior of infantry doesn't seem to work. Situation to be in. Okay. Literally, okay, Ogre Kingdom. So, Tzeentch versus Ogre Kingdoms. For the final battle of the semifinal between these two players. Then we move on to one more semifinal, and the winner, it all, obviously, will qualify for the grand final, hosted later on, you know, sometime in July or so. You know, I don't remember exactly. I think they announced the dates, but I don't remember exactly when it's going to be. But yes, getting ever so close. I don't know. The mass spell from Yin always seems kind of expensive for what it does, especially like it's a weird single target. I remember it only being single target, but if it's or Yang, yeah, if it's AoE, it might actually be useful. And Might of Heaven and Earth also pretty underrated. The thing is, if you had, I'll be honest, if the Magistrate's buffs were AoE, if you could take all of them and if they were all AoE, he would actually be a very good support role. Actually, not necessarily be meta all matchups, but he would definitely have more of a role. Because right now, all like if you had a Jade Warrior Halberd, you know, blob or line, and you were able to get that attack buff on multiple of them at the same time, then it could actually do very well. Yes. Yes, yes. Love that color scheme, too, for the Ogre Kingdoms. So much to play for. Interesting choices on both sides. You know, I see people taking... And I don't know, I don't have the chat up where they were doing their picks and bans here, but I would say, generally, that Tzeentch, I would consider them a counter Ogre Kingdoms because of the flying tools, because of the massed ranged fire. Although Ogres can definitely compete in this matchup, I would largely give it the advantage to Tzeentch. Let's see. let's see. What could you do here? Iron Fists are pretty obvious to go for, just to help resist some of the ranged fire, but as we saw last time, you do need to have some melee stopping power as well. Given that Tzeentch can definitely come in with a very aggressive and powerful melee army, surprisingly good, especially with, you know, barriered spawn. I haven't seen anyone really using the Wand of Whimsy that much in this tournament. It's Tzeentch, but it's definitely a very solid option. Like, even against Ogre Kingdoms, actually, is a matchup that I might do it, because the Wand of Whimsy, the melee attack buff, and the fact that you also trigger Kindle Flame at the same time, anytime you cast a spell with the Cultist of Tzeentch, means that you can get a significant damage spike on a lot of units, especially like blues and pinks, right? Those low-tier infantries. And their shooting attacks already trade well with Ogre Kingdoms. And if you're worried about melee, just bring a Cultist, supplement some spells, like you could even take an Exalted an Exalted Lord of Change with no spells, just as a flying monster lord, and then take all the spells in the Cultist and just sling fireball after fireball. The fireballs, of course, also deal some nice damage, cascading Fire Cloak too, just to continuously spam that lore passive in the Wand of Whimsy. Could actually be very good in this matchup. Very, very good in this matchup. Let's see. All right, they are ready and locked in. So, let's get ready to rumble, as they say. Let me look here, double check. Starting to get a little tired in terms of voice. Probably should have sing another hour or so. Hey, I'm having too much fun, guys. This is way too much fun to stop, or to not, you know, cast as many games as humanly possible. We're gonna get to it, and honestly, I love 3-game series too. Like, if the closer the better, right? So this could take some time, especially, I mean, the final's a best of 5, so that could take some serious time. We'll see. Thank y'all so much for coming out and sticking with me. I know it's getting late for you guys out in Europe, especially for a weekday like a Wednesday. Hang with me here. We're getting there. Let's look at these beautiful teal ogres. Teal and gold ogres. Very nice color scheme. Yeah, double stone horn hunter. Very classic with the butcher, or slaughtermaster even. A couple of bulls protecting, a couple of lead belchers with dreaded Gnoblar center. And for Tzeentch, Kairos, Mr. the Fate Weaver. We've got blue horrors backing up with some spawn on top. Forsaken in front. A big, nice kind of column of Forsaken hidden in this one little patch of jungle. Trying to stay safe and protected from the very, very mean lead belchers. Absolutely rude lead belchers. It doesn't double the weapon strength. I think, if I remember correctly, what Charge Reflection does is it applies half of the charge bonus of the charging unit back to it. I think. I'd have to double check. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that was the case. They definitely do take damage on the charge, though, for sure. For sure. Let's see. Let's see. Even more Tzeentch units are just going to call them up into the woods. Try and form up for a big concerted push. The Iron Blasters, they're just hanging pretty for the time being. You know, not really a lot of reason to be super impatient here and try and just go all out and blast. I mean, Kairos is going to try and snipe a unit. That's kind of to be expected. Could try firing back at him. It's probably going to be mostly a waste of ammunition, considering that he can dodge those shots. But a third lead belcher brought out, so menacing platypus just really going in on the lead belchers, believing that that's his ticket to victory. Interesting. Again, I probably would have gone with a more melee-focused Ogre's build with some Ogre cavalry. Like, just because you almost guarantee spawns here, right? And the Ogre cavalry, especially the anti-large ones, they absolutely butcher spawn. So, I don't know. I like going with the ranged component. I see a lot. I just don't know if it's the best thing to do. But oh boy, there's some juicy side shots opening up for these cannon boys. You can see the Stonehorn charging in, a little bit aggressive, but definitely understand the and appreciate the aggression. Trying to get in there and do a little bit of work, getting chased off. I could just stand and fight those screamers, honestly, and probably just beat them straight up, but there you go. Those lead belchers are getting pretty far out of range. He is, they are, I should say, pretty far out of range still. And, I mean, winds of magic-wise, I just don't, this is okay. I mean, especially with Kairos, you're going to get a lot of winds of magic, so you can sling a ton of blue fires. But also, like, is it worth casting, like, 5 blue fires on 1,000 cost ranged unit? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Mournfangs are amazing. The 100 armor helps in this matchup. The anti-large bonus helps you, if you take the great weapons, helps you just absolutely butcher spawns. It means that Kairos or an Exalted Lord of Change literally cannot land near them or they'll die, you know? They smash Forsaken like nothing else. Like, it's extremely one-sided because of the low melee defense and HP of Forsaken. They just get absolutely crumped. So I don't see a lot of Ogre players taking the cavalry, and I think that's a big mistake. Like, here, pretty much just flip all of the lead belchers for cav, and I think you're much better positioned. But I don't know. What? I'm just a silly YouTuber. What do I actually know? I haven't played in any of these tournaments, so there you go. No, Guac. They have made cavalry very good. Like, yeah. Ogre cavalry especially, because after they did the mass fix a few patches ago, Ogre cavalry is very good now. What reason would Kairos have to land? Well, number one is for a terror route. By far, the number one thing is for a quick terror route, and only if you can get in and out quickly. Like, even that was a little bit unnecessarily risky just to try and terror route away some tattered lead belchers. Yeah, really kind of unnecessary in my opinion, but I don't know. With a lot of people just feeling that ranged is underpowered in Domination and that, like, melee strength is overpowered, and, you know, understanding that, I don't know, I mean, it's going okay for him so far. He's managed to get some of these lead belchers actually into range and start shelling the Forsaken position here, which, you know, Counterchin was committed to just hiding in the woods for some time, but neither player are capturing the objectives at this point. Neither player wanting to feed their opponent any catch-up supply, but Counterchin's in a bad position here. He needs to attack. Just sitting back and continuing to eat lead belcher shots is not going to do much for him. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just feeding Platypus extra value, so... Yeah, Ogres, because they have so much mass on their cavalry, and the splash damage, and, yeah, they butcher Forsaken. It's bad for the Forsaken. And, like, because they have enough armor and HP per model, like, the Forsaken's countercharge doesn't actually do that much, whereas with a unit of, like, I don't know, like, a 70 or 80 armor heavy cavalry unit would be way, way different, right? Like, something like Knights Errant, and I know that's a huge power disparity, so it's kind of a weird comparison, but even into something like, that's a little bit closer, like a Questing Knight or a Grail Knight, I mean, I think Mournfangs will do better. So anyway, nice AoE damage coming out from the Hunters as they perform their, whatever that ability is, the lead shot. Bang stick, that's it. And in general, just keeping a lot of the Tzeentch forces back, but look at how Tzeentch just comes forward and captures the objective, puts all their blues into range to blast the lead belchers, and now, a little bit late, but Platypus is going to follow up with a counterattack here, try and get in melee and push these units back. He really needs to capture an objective, though. I mean, it's one of the three. It's just so that the blue doesn't get too intense. Maybe he's trying to go for some catch-up supply, I don't know. Yeah, that Ogre charged right through Tzeentch's line. Yeah, man. Pretty intense on this side. Here comes the Ogres. Stonehorn already running some disruption with the Gnoblars mixed in around the ankles of the Ogres. This is a very ideal situation to be in. The Iron Fist not taking too much damage right now. All of the blues and the pinks are pretty much focused on the Stonehorn. It looks like one of them might be focused there. But anyway, taking a look at things, damage value-wise, Menacing Platypus still in a pretty good position, but Tzeentch obviously very scary. He's got Saber-Tusk packs moving in very cost-effectively, cutting down those Tattered Forsaken. Meanwhile, this engagement over here, quite a bit of value for Tzeentch, but the Iron Fists are holding out pretty admirably, all things considered. Gnoblar Trappers, ranged attacks, they have a really hilarious arc and shoot right up and over the heads of their Ogre brethrens. Yeah, that is going to be hilarious, just in general. That's like one of the most extreme arcs of any missile unit I've ever seen in this game, to be honest, but it's cool. It definitely helps, considering that they have to shoot over the tall boys. Speaking of which, these pinks here are not really able to fire over the backs of the spawn in the same way. You can see they're kind of having to path forward and come into combat here. A little bit of a weird situation. And in general, the Ogres have a pretty nice position here. As much as I was criticizing the lead belchers, I mean, just the mass of Ogre units is so hard to deal with. A beautiful cinematic shot of the entire battlefield there. All the units fighting all across the field. The Stonehorn out in the distance. Another Bang Stick coming in to deal some nice AoE damage to the blues. Continue to try to thin them out. But again, this is why you charge down with Kairos. Get a big terror out. Terrify away a bunch of these bulls and Gnoblars and whatnot, and suddenly the center location is in pretty big threat. Ogres have got a lot of units kind of running around their own backline. A Slaughtermaster at this point is still staying hidden for the most part. I don't know, Tzeentch hasn't tried to snipe him really, which is interesting to me, but maybe just thinking that the Iron Blasters are more of a threat, continuing to just spend that blue fire on those lead belchers. Or I said Iron Blasters, lead belchers, you know what I mean. Yeah, that's a good perspective, Precipitous Nix. Each model of Mornfang Cav is heavier than the War Sled after after the laughter got a massacre. Yes. This engagement, I mean, capture-wise, the Ogres are not getting their units into the right position. I mean, he's got this one up here captured. I think he's still got this one under control, so it's fine for the time being, actually, but he really needs to reinforce and get some of these backline units, like especially the Saber-Tusks, to come in, help clean up some of this stuff up front. Kairos is still a force to be reckoned with, and at this point, unless he makes a pretty big mistake and gets completely surrounded, he's very unlikely to go down. That being said, Saber-Tusks are kind of in a position to perhaps sweep in here and bog him up, but at the same time, I mean, he is a big terror-causing monster, so they might just terror out away. Nice Troll Guts upgraded there. The Slaughtermaster runs out to cast that and then immediately runs back into the woods. Hilarious. A little bit sad, you know, that's the state of affairs of fighting Tzeentch, but it's definitely the right call, I would say. Bombardment now coming down on the Hunter. Sunders his armor a little bit, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and again, that missile resistance of the Hunter means that them eating all of these shots is actually what you want to happen. 35% missile resistance of the Hunter means that they can just eat blues and pinks shots for days and just get through. Yeah, Ogres are smashing it right now. They are heavily ahead on damage value, more than 5,000 points ahead. And it looks like Tzeentch going to throw in the towel there. Excellent series, very well played to both players, but the Ogres are coming to get ya. Menacing Platypus manages to first sweep the 2-0 and take home the win against Foul, Kairos, Fate Weaver. Very well played to Lord Caterchin. Let me go ahead and update the bracket and the scoreboard here. So Platypus moves on to the final of this qualifier. And now we will get the other two competitors lined up and ready to go. Arrow versus Takoyaki. Let me just get them ready. And very good. And we'll be right back. Bear with me just one moment. Okay, we are in the lobby and ready to go. Let's switch on. Oh. Place. You guys are both Korean players, so nice to see some great representation today, and hopefully we can finish before these guys have to go to work. It's about morning time for them. They've been going all night, so mad respect to these guys. And let's see if we can get through their round quick. Had some technical issues on my end. It looked like I had to start my game quick. Cool. Other messages sending me real quick. These guys get locked in terms of faction picks and whatnot. If it is going to be Tzeentch versus Kislev, that makes me happy that we'll Kislev today. Hang on for it. Oh, Nurgle, okay. Bakayaki going Nurgle on the mountains. Okay. Looking at people's reactions to the start positions, some wonderful discussions about campaigns that people are anticipating, you know, fun starts that might not be super fun, but it's going to be interesting. All right. Stock Stonehorns for sure are absurdly strong against any faction. Oh, is this going to be a Nurgle mirror? Here I thought these guys wanted a fast series, and we're getting a Nurgle mirror. That's great. I actually love that. Wait. Oh, man. Thank y'all so much for coming out once again. Thanks to Creative Assembly for hosting. Or, I should say, I'm hosting. They're sponsoring, so big thanks to them for that. Going on, what, hour 5 of the tournament almost? Yeah, 5 hours in on the tournament, 4.5 hours in on the stream. Ready to go, guys. Fire tune. One always gets me. Yeah, let's go back and refresh that track real quick. Get a take 2 on it. Yeah, it is deeply interesting despite being absolutely foul and disgusting, and I'm also just straight up looking at this guy's build right now. But that's okay. You know, he's modifying it. He's actively in the process of changing it, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, the fact that the Stonehorns have that item that gives them stock and damage resistance too, which is kind of weird, because then it's like, how are you going to take damage if you're stocked? Anyway, but it's a one-time use, right? So the first time you get spotted, it doesn't work anymore. All right, maybe when the first time you go in melee, I forget exactly what the conditions are for that Noblar Thiefstone, right? Is the item I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's kind of disgusting on a monster like Stonehorn, and I don't really know why he has it, but it's interesting, I guess. It's weird. Yes, here we go. The semi-final of today's qualifier, number 8. feel the Europeans dropping off as the view count's starting to go down a little bit. Hopefully we'll get some US folks starting to filter in from their post-Wednesday work haze, but welcome. For those of you guys just joining, we are on to the second semi-final between Takoyaki and Arrow. Nurgle mirror for the first game. See how it goes. Both Korean players here. Both very good players. Not players that I've had the pleasure of watching before, but definitely looking forward to it. Is this a Kugath mirror? Yes. Yes, Kugath Plague Father on both sides. We've got Festering Stooges and Plague Bearers on one side, with 4 toads. Yeah, 4 toads. Let's just check none of them are Pox Riders. That'd be weird. Yep, 4 toads. Cultist. And then over here, we've got a Kugath, along with Cultists, no surprise, toads, and Exalted Plague Bears, Festering Stooges, and regular Plague Bear. So, Arrow going with a more infantry-centric composition up front, whereas Takoyaki has more units, so more mobility. Should be interesting. Should be interesting. I actually really like the pick of the mass toads here. I think that's a smart play, to be honest, to sort of initially put the pressure on your opponent. And the fact that, I mean, both of these players have Kugath, right? So the blob fight's more or less going to be a wash, I would think. Just depends on who gets the better ability uses and positioning and whatnot. So this could take some time. Yes, this could indeed take some time. Poor little Nurgle bros having to loft their humongous overlord across the field here. Gonna start yeeting. And does not make contact with those plague toads there. The other Kugath, looks like he actually did make slight contact there. The other Kugath, it doesn't look like he's firing yet. So we'll see. Alright, just getting more messages. People don't understand that I'm still streaming. Yes, I understand it's a long stream, but anyway. A little bit of a split push here, too. We've got more Plague Bears coming out. Both players, yeah, Takoyaki maintaining his slight unit edge at the time of saying that. So Arrow's starting to bring out more of his own stuff as well. We've got another Exalted Plague Bearer over on the far side. So Arrow definitely going more elite composition. Let's see how that changes things. One hilarious thing, too, is that on this map and on many others, Nurgle can't even get to the objective before a minute 30 has passed. Kind of hilarious, at least with their slow units. Yep, nice shot there. Swing and a miss on the Cultist. I'd probably be shooting at the Exalted Plague Bears there just to start shooting away their models, although we do have an insane amount of HP, so maybe not. But, ooh, the Plague Toads here are wandering through, perhaps at risk of ambush. Have you ever seen an ambush by Plague Bears? I mean, maybe does Nurgle can ambush in the campaign, right? I actually haven't played Nurgle like at all in campaign. Their playstyle didn't really appeal to me in the slightest. So Nurgle is actually probably the campaign that I played the least of out of any of the Game 3 factions. Both Kugaths just dropping shots and dropping infested Nurglings from Takoyaki here. Let's see what he ends up doing with them. Right now, they're just kind of biding their time, chilling, hanging out, doing stuff. Toads are going to pile in here. A bad engagement for Takoyaki, though, as he gets surrounded on one side by hostile toads. And, I mean, the toads just don't have enough stopping power, as well as they'll trade initially, and, like, kind of on the first part of the engagement. Don't even have that good of a charge bonus. It's mostly just the mass that's really good, right? And once this Festering is, you get up to 59 melee defense with their buffs active, the Festering Gate and the Gloom of Fly specifically giving them more melee defense and also terror. It's going to be too much. The Toads will not be able to win that engagement. But let's see, a little bit of a camera glitch there. Apologize about that. Get back in the center and come on, Kugaths, bump into each other. We want to see you guys wet noodle each other. Come on. Come on. Nope. Okay. The hilarious thing is that neither player has captured any objectives yet. That's the really hilarious thing to me. Like, the Beast of Nurgle coming up and around, no cap. Here in the center, it's like both players have basically equal capture weight, so just barely Takoyaki's starting to take the lead in order to actually get a cap, but I don't know, as this other toad piles in, that might suddenly change back again. Definitely capturing the objective is going to be pretty important. I think that piece of Nurgle's just outside the circle. I don't know if that's intentional, but nice big heal here from one side. Let's see, who's it going to be? That is Arrow dropping a giant blob heal, hitting multiple infantry units, hits the Plague Toads, hits his own Kugath, so pretty good stuff there. I think the Festering Stooges might have been using their ammo on the hostile Kugath, which is honestly a pretty good choice. We'll see. Looking forward to reinforcements. So far, we've got a couple units more trickling in from Takoyaki. These toads looking aggressive, but is this actually a good idea to engage here? We'll see. Oh, man. Purple mirror. Tired. Need some caffeine here. Toads going down. Toads do crumble there with a disgusting death animation. And now the Kugaths are wet noodling each other, which is what we all wanted to see. Summon also pops up. We're going to see some Plague Bros move out. Come on. What are you doing, Kugath? You're getting attacked in the back by Kugath. That's not a good idea. Anyway, they're here. Over here, Takoyaki holding onto the objective. He's got the Plague Bears. He's got the Beast of Nurgle. They're doing just a fine job. The rest of the battlefield, though, Arrow has pretty much full control. Takoyaki trying to advance up this side here with the Plague Bears and the Nurglings. Maybe get into a good position. But here in the center, Arrow has just continued to throw bodies. Takoyaki split pushing the side objectives, kind of splitting his value a little bit more. Not necessarily committing as much bodies to the center. And in this grinding war of attrition, I mean, army damage value probably isn't going to matter as much as positioning and actual victory tickets. So, Arrow having the early advantage, definitely pretty good here. Pretty good. First two objective wins? Maybe. Hello, Mercy. Good to see you. Perhaps. Yeah, Arrow has a slight advantage map control wise. Takoyaki, the slight value lead that he has, really a whole lot. He did manage to actually win that engagement, surprisingly enough. I guess the Festering Stooges of Arrow kind of left and went here into the center, and now Takoyaki's troops can also move in to do so. Yeah, over here on the side, nice use of the Nurglings in the Dread Column formation. Definitely should fan them out and get a full surround on these Plague Bearers, but just through sheer capture weight, the fact that they all call them in, it does allow Takoyaki to take that objective. So kind of using the anti-Nurgle strat against Nurgle as Nurgle, right? Which is just split push. Literally, it's just split push the side objectives. That's the tactic in order to avoid fighting the Unholy Blob in the center, which, don't get me wrong, Takoyaki's got his own Unholy Blob here in the center. Both dead even in terms of units. Takoyaki just summoning one more in there. More toads coming in. And some more Plague Bears as well. He is kind of moving in his reinforcements a little bit piecemeal. Whereas you can see Arrow's got like some units moving in with a timing push altogether. Which is going to be pretty nice. Little bit of a side charge here from the toads. I swear, if they just blob straight into the back and we turn into, pillar versus pillar combat. I mean, that is peak Nurgle mirror match, but I think that is actually what it's going to be. So could you imagine if someone, this is like a FFA and you came in here with a nasty wind spell and just cleared this whole line? Be satisfying. Yeah, man, definitely got to do something like that again once Immortal Empires comes out, for sure. Maybe do a Southlands Bowl or something, since Khemri's looking to be pretty stacked based on what we've seen so far. Do like Volkmar versus Cetra versus Skarbrand versus, I don't know. Depends on who else is down there, I guess. But Takoyaki in a pretty good position here. He's double capped. He's not too far behind on tickets. Definitely in a position to take the lead again. Interesting. And I say interesting. Cathay Bowl. Yeah, I mean, we'll see in Immortal Empires. Just depends. Right now, the only kind of non-Cathayan faction we have confirmed there is Nakai, right? But if I were a betting man, I would guess that Tzeentch would probably also be in Cathay in Immortal Empires, considering that he is in the Realms of Chaos map. Anyway, Nurgle fighting Nurgle. Let's get a close-up of Toads and Plague Bears just bopping into each other. Lots of green. Enough green to make a goblin shed a single green tear. Yes. Yes, yes. Taking a look tactically, I think from a macro perspective, just split pushing the side objectives, while it is good, and he's managed to at least temporarily take both of them. Arrow responds quite well with some Toads and some Nurglings, very timely manner. Recap this side objective. Center is still firmly in control of Arrow as he just continues to throw capture weight and bodies onto it, and Takoyaki can't seem to amass enough capture power there to wrest the objective away. Likewise over here, you know, one side has Toads and one side does not. And the thing about Toads is they have one of the craziest animations in terms of staggering units. Like, just check these guys out, right? That one just died, but anyway. Notice how when they do an attack animation, they'll kind of run around in a little circle often. They'll do some little sweeps. They'll knock over a bunch of units all at the same time, right? Or at least stagger them. So the units that are fighting the Toads often have a hard time doing attack animations because of that, especially infantry. Let's see. Let us see. This location now under control of the brown Nurgle, brown Kugath. Yeah, doing just fine. Send more Toads. First side run out of Toads loses, for sure. Hey, thanks, Mercy. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure, my friend. Alberic somewhere in the east, perhaps. I do think Alberic has the highest likelihood of actually getting moved. I mean, Rapunzel already has a unique, interesting start location, so I doubt that she'll go anywhere, but especially considering Alberic's connection to the sea, I would definitely expect him to be the best candidate to get a new start position for the Bretonnian Lords. And the cool thing, too, is with the Confederation mechanic, you can easily kind of get home, if you will, like confederate with units in your home territory. Look at this, Pox Riders. Wow, that's cool. Anyway, you can easily like confederate and go home if you want to with those techs, or you can avoid researching those techs altogether. Just stay away from the homeland as long as you want to. So, Jerry, nice. Nurgle approves of your food choices. This is super close, though, guys. I mean, I'm surprised at how close the victory tickets actually are. It feels like Arrow's had more control, more time, but I guess they've really been wresting points back and forth from each other very aggressively. So, yeah, I think Takoyaki's still got this side pretty well locked down. The center, I don't think he can amass enough power here to really wrest things. So a lot of it's going to come down to this objective number 3 side engagement here. And an Arrow holding Takoyaki off the objective here is the right call, because especially this Plague Bear's much more healthier, right? It could potentially be getting some capture weight, change over that objective. But how about this? Festering Stooges disintegrating while also fighting Festering Stooges. It's peak Nurgle, guys. You really can't get better than this. Alberic and Nakai hanging out in the inn. That'd be pretty cool. I'd be down for that. Anyway. Just, yeah, I mean, it's dead even. I really don't know how to call this one, to be honest, guys. It's going to come down to these final critical engagements. Arrow is within striking distance of victory. So Takoyaki's he's got to seize an objective relatively soon. And in fact, I think he's already at 3-cap territory. It might be out of reach when I wasn't looking. Unfortunately, it seems like Arrow was just able to throttle the life here. And tactically, you know, Nurgle, split pushing is the counter strategy for Nurgle, right, in many cases. But at the same time, it's not something that Nurgle does very well. So, like, trying to counter Nurgle by split pushing with Nurgle, you know, maybe just all-inning on the center would have been more worth it. Hard to say. But Arrow certainly got very far all-inning on the center and is able to take home the first win of the series there. There you go, folks. Up to date scoreboard. Immediately. And then take a look through the army damage values. I mean, both Ugas getting pretty close to the same. Takoyaki slightly better, but didn't end up mattering too much in the end. The double Exalted Plague Bearer opening, I think, is pretty strong. You know, I initially thought that the mobility of the Toads might be a little better, but I see now staying power of these elite infantry ended up being a pretty decisive factor. Likewise, the reinforcements here with lots of Nurglings and Toads and whatnot also ended up proving pretty decisive. Takoyaki, yeah, he didn't really end up using the spawns much. He just kind of kept resummoning these Plague Bearers to a large degree, which does make sense, but also, I don't know, I think the quality for Arrow was just a little bit better. So anyway, let's go on to the next map. While they get things locked in, I'm going to stand up, do some stretches, get my blood moving again, so sit tight. Tutorial, unfortunately, is not still alive. Shetland, he had a glorious run, but in fact, as I do my little stretches here, we can take a look at the bracket once more. Tail of the tape. See the full big picture here. I mean, kind of see it, but yeah, where is he at? Tutorial got out pretty early, actually. See. Yeah, he managed to get to round 3, but was defeated by Senpai Torpid, who was then subsequently defeated by Arrow, who you see here in front of you. Yeah, unfortunately didn't get too far, but there you go. There you go. Awesome, awesome stuff. So, you guys, keep looking at that bracket. Feast your eyes upon it. I'll be right back. All right. We are again. Welcome, my friends. Inching ever closer to and I know, right, Shetland? Aw, if only we had a legal way to gamble on. But Bubba's Big Blast making some good points about Kai and Albrecht teaming up. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Arrow, I think, had the right idea there. You know, I admire the attempt at the split push, but I think Spellbound make a good point. He had units in the center, he had control of the center, and it allowed him to reinforce wherever he... right? Rather than being forced to try and force on the sides while also maintaining in the center. I don't know. It's tricky, for sure. Both these very, very good players. Criticize too much, but switch back on over to main screen here. And looks like we've got Slaanesh versus Ogre Kingdoms. Takoyaki ready to go. Readied up immediately. I think might have to go to work soon, so we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, if Arrow can make it a quick 2-0, that would certainly... Slaanesh into Ogre Kingdoms buff, though. I will admit, Slaanesh... The high damage of Ogres is not something Slaanesh likes very much. See how it goes. Interesting matchup for sure. Low leadership of Ogre Kingdoms, though, can kind of come against Slaanesh. Get a lot of really good tear routes, and it does look like we've got an Exalted Keep Secrets, Lore of Shadows, 2 Cultists, 2 Hell Scourges, 5 Anti-Infantry Marauders, and 1 Hell Rider for the Slaughtermaster of Takoyaki. Got an Iron Blaster, and is that Rushers, I believe, or is that Mournfangs? I don't remember the cards 100%. Oh, I am absolutely heavy cavalry there. I believe that's Rushers. Oh no, I don't know. It is, then power to it. But I've been extolling the virtues of the Ogre Cavalry here on stream, so let's see if they actually followed the advice to implement it. Even if they're just Mournfangs, though, I mean, that's pretty good. There you go. There they are. Yeah, just Mournfangs with great weapons. Very good choice. Again, the high damage against Slaanesh, and especially the anti-large to help deal with monsters, quite good, even though the AP is not super applicable. Got dual hand weapon bulls here for the extra damage, regular bulls. The ogres, they're going to rush in there and try and beat them up. While anti-large AP, Exalted Keeper of Secrets is better than Ankari here, specifically because the feast require you to wipe units out only to them wavering over, right? And to that effect, help out with that. Lots and lots of Marauder infantry spam. No spears, though, which is interesting. I mean, you would think against ogres, it's very obvious to just only take spears rather than all the anti-infantry Marauders, but maybe he's trying to save on cost somehow. I don't know. I would think you'd want to max spears immediately. See? Arrow gonna go try and hide in the woods? Question. Give the ogres... The weird is, like, I feel like the ogres have both a ranged and melee advantage here because of cavalry. Like, I think it literally, they make that much of a difference, especially charging into all these squishy units. Oh, yeah, let's see. Could be nasty. Mournfangs. Yeah, they are the Mournfangs. I was mistaken. But it's all good. All super good. Similar to what we saw before, Arrow does have those Hellstriders hit up on the very, very tippy top. See, these players are content to just sit back for the time being and not attack. It's pretty typical of Domination, and which is fortunate. Hopefully, 0.3. Of the comeback mechanic in and of itself should be enough impetus to get it done. Yeah, no spawn, no spears. Weird one for Slaanesh, definitely. And I don't see his reserves, obviously. But Arrow is banking a lot of supply, just kind of hanging on to it for the time being, not really summoning stuff in so it can get blasted by the Iron Blaster. But speaking of which, like one of the or two of those Iron Blaster shells do land. Doesn't get any kills, but literally one kill. Yeah, the Iron Blaster will absolutely eliminate the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, and in general, it's just tricky to operate the Keeper of Secrets efficiently. I don't know. I don't love the pick of this Eshier Arrow in this matchup. We'll see. We'll see, but right now Takoyaki's got a very good position, map control, continuing to reinforce his build with relevant units. Those man-eaters? Man-eaters, great weapons? Oosh. Big nasty. I don't know. I'm starting to think more and more, Shetland, that I want to try it without any comeback mechanic and just see how it goes. See how bad it is. It's preferable, and then maybe do something, yeah, like value lost. Even still, though, that still kind of just incentivizes you to throw your units away, which I also don't love. I don't know. It's a weird one. I've thought long and hard about how you could implement mechanic, have it do what Creative Assembly initially intended for it to do. I just don't see it. Don't see how it could be done. Ooh, is he manually firing this? It looks like he might be manually firing this, honestly. They're only 50 gold cheaper. The anti-infantry marauders, I believe, or maybe, yeah, because they're 400 and the spears are 450, right? I want to say. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. I agree. No spears, no spawns. It's an odd one, but Arrow right now just banking the 5,000 supply, 4,000. Like he finally summoned in another spear there up top, just to threaten. Ooh, almost fell out of my chair. Scary. More man-eaters, great weapons, and this is the thing. When you delay an engagement so long like this, you're just allowing your opponent to keep putting units on the table, and he's 17-5, like he's close to having all out. So I don't know. I guess like I get this strat, but I also don't love it. I don't think it's always the best thing to be doing, but let's see. Yeah, I think the intention is good with the comeback mechanic. I just don't think there's a way to implement it that doesn't incentivize some kind of bad behavior, right? The Iron Blaster, what? Oh, dude, he's got to be manually firing that. There's no way that the Iron Blaster can actually aim up that high normally, but oh, looks like Slaanesh has decided they want to come and play. Ogres are kind of splitting up their forces a little bit, doing some different things, and the Iron Blaster, oh, the Iron Blaster, please side shot these Marauders. Oh no, they turned. What are you doing, Iron Blaster? Oh, the humanity. Oh yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. And it goes for a quick double shot. That has to be an issue with manual firing. Interesting, I thought they had fixed that, but anyway. It now runs for the hills, and Gnoblar's getting charged out by charging with Bulls. This is a nice, perfect tandem, exactly as the old ones intended, I'm pretty sure. It's for Gnoblars and Ogres to just fight. Kneecap to back of the head. I don't know. Kneecap to skull cap, honestly. Yeah, the thing is, you know, Slaanesh, and I get why Arrow wanted to try and delay the engagement, but it kind of feels like just delaying the inevitable, because with his composition, I just don't see how he can perform significantly well. I mean, although he is reinforcing now with the spears and the spawn, and all the units that we had said that he should be using here are now coming in the late game, which is interesting. Looks like we're also going to see an old school pendulum on a Gnoblar. Okay. Oh, man. And then the Mournfang Cavalry are coming through. They are relatively unopposed here. Some Demonettes do get summoned up. They've got some armor-piercing damage, but their kind of collapse rear charge was blocked somewhat by those Sabertusk pack. Over here, Ogres are fighting. Gnoblars will take them time to cut through that Slaanesh chaff, but they absolutely will be able to. Army damage value, not really surprising, but Takoyaki's taking a little bit of a lead already. He does manage to get in here and get the Iron Blaster with the Seductive Glory, reducing its melee defense and also setting it into a rampage, but here comes the cow, or should I say, Mournfangs, riding Mournfangs, right? That's literally the name of the, I don't know. name of the beastie that they're riding? I forget, because I'm not a lore expert, but you know what I mean. They're giant, angry bull cow things, and yeah, this is bad. This is very, very bad for the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Completely surrounded here, already taking massive damage, and just as what we saw before, a little bit of an overextension into the Ogre's backline quickly leads to death and destruction for the Exalted Keeper. A couple of quick hits on the Iron Blaster, trying to deal damage to it, but a Troll Guts was actually used to bring the Iron Blaster back up to full HP. And although Slaanesh does have a 3 cap technically right now, the damage value difference is starting to get fairly extreme. Yeah, 3,500 plus, sorry, 4,500 plus damage value difference there, and continuing to rapidly climb as these Mournfang cavalry just absolutely tear apart everything that's unholy and sacred. And to Slaanesh, Exalted Keeper of Secrets, manages to somehow survive this. I'm not really sure. I guess the Mournfangs are not, don't have an attack order on it. But it's kind of over pursuing on those Hellstriders a little bit there. Takiyaki's got to be careful not to lose his advantage and kind of throw it away here. He definitely needs to recap these objectives as quickly as possible, like send in the Noblars, send in everything. Oh man, wow, that seemed like he was maybe still in melee and shouldn't have been able to do that, but Arrow manages to retreat his Lord before he's killed. I don't know how much of a benefit that actually helps. I mean, I guess it prevents the Lord to die to leadership debuff, but anyway. That being said, though, I mean, damage value-wise, yeah, still basically more or less where we were before. Maybe Slaanesh has managed to claw their way back a little bit here, but you got Ogres in your base. Speaking of which, those Ogres need to come back and help cap these objectives, but also it's focusing on killing everything. Cultists getting surrounded by Saber Tusks, and the Man-Eaters I've been completely neglecting here. They've been just absolutely stomping here in the center. Got 56 kills, 600 value, and climbing, really completely unopposed. They are going to take some cost-effective damage from Otter Spears, but still 42 melee defense, definitely pretty considerable. And yeah, Takayaki looks like he's going to get back in this series with a quick victory. Excuse me. It's CA rules. I mean, we generally haven't had attacking rules for domination anyway, because again, the delay engagement strat, people think that's optimal. In most cases, it's not. I'm just gonna go out and say it. You think it's optimal. Maybe it is for very specific players, for very specific matchups, but I think most of the time it's not. So I see, and that's where I strongly disagree. I don't think it's the strongest way to play. Like right now, I mean, I still think focusing on trading is not the #1 thing. You do need to focus on objectives, but those two things, focusing on objectives and trading, I think, I don't know, in many situations is better than trying to abuse the comeback mechanic. Like, yes, you can, but like you can also run into a situation like this where you didn't actually bring an army that could win in the first place, so you just lose. You know, you just wait to lose. And I'm not trying to be super critical of Arrow here or rude, but I disagree that this is the strongest way to play in most situations. Maybe in some niche situations against certain factions or with certain factions, but I'm just seeing it here. 5,000 army. I mean, that's insurmountable, right? So the engagements and army builds still supersedes you not engaging for 5 minutes. The Lord was desummoned, which means he didn't suffer the leadership debuff, but he was low enough on HP that I don't think he got any points refunded for unsummoning him. See, the thing is, if you were to attack earlier with Slaanesh, there's less volume of Ogre units to deal with, so the Keeper of Secrets is a lot less likely to get caught up like it did. And just in general, the maneuverability of Slaanesh benefits those small-scale engagements more because you can pull one unit away, quickly nuke it. I don't know. in my view, that waiting was a huge mistake, and it may not have changed the outcome, but it might have made it slightly less painful. I don't know, though. Is there no manual fire? Let me double check. I thought that they fixed that bug, so... Yeah, there's no rule against manual fire. They were supposed to fix that bug, but there's actually another bug that's been discovered with manual fire, that it doesn't consume the same amount of ammunition. But I don't know with the Iron Blaster if it consumes like 5 shots anyway. I'd have to double check. Is it projectiles? Or it's not shots per volley, it's number of projectiles, so I don't know if it actually would have made a difference. But anyway, the Mournfangs, look at them still fighting here, dude. Let's see their value. Oh, those are Noblars. 209 kills, almost 3,000 damage value. There you go, folks. Use Ogre Cavalry. Please, please, please use Ogre Cavalry, please. They're so good right now, and they're probably going to get nerfed in the future from how ridiculously strong they are. Use Ogre Cavalry. There you go, folks. I don't know of a more clear way of putting it. Not only in this matchup, but in all matchups. Just use Ogre Cavalry. Anyway, Arrow doing his best to continue to try and fight here, but it's pretty well hopeless. I mean, you've almost got a 3 cap from the Ogre Kingdoms at this point. You do actually have a 3 cap from the Ogre Kingdoms at this point, so yeah, this game's over for sure. Valiant attempt, but the build was off, and the delay of the engagement just don't agree with. Just don't agree with. Again, Dactor, there's no rule against it, so... And it really only double fired once. I mean, at this point, I can't go change the rules myself, right? So, it is what it is. It stands, and, I mean... I don't think that's why he won. I think he would have won even if he wasn't manually firing. And the manual firing is also a significant micro tax too. And yet he still, like, just on builds here, he could have mostly AFK'd and still won. Again, not to be overly harsh on Arrow, but this should have been your opening, you know? And have these units in reserve. And, like you have a severe lack of cavalry here too. Like, Heart Seekers and regular Seekers... As mentioned by other people here in chat, the fact that those cavalry units for Slaanesh deal so much shock damage, and then also, especially in the case of the Heartseekers, sort of feast on low leadership. I don't know. I don't love this Slaanesh build, to be honest. But, again, I'm not in this tournament. I'm not the one fighting for glory here, but... Yeah. Well, all of you guys are actually competing in the tournament right now, right? So... Which I don't think it does. I mean, I know that, like, manually firing the Sky Junk doesn't use... It uses, like, 1/7 of the ammo that it should, right? But... Anyway, I'm just gonna move on. Y'all can just be okay. You guys are really gonna make me go through this right now. Okay, cool. You know, I thought that domination would mean that we wouldn't have to be rules lawyered, but you know, I guess this is how it's gonna be. There's no rule against it, so I'll double check with CA real quick. But I mean, what are we gonna do? Replay the entire match? I mean, let me see here. Yeah, I'm just going to make a ruling and move on because we don't have time for this. So it didn't affect the outcome of the match. Anyone who wants to complain can complain all they want, but it didn't affect the outcome of the match. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets was fully surrounded by a unit of Mournfang Cavalry plus more. The majority of the damage, I think, didn't come from the Iron Blaster. I mean, you look at the damage value on the Mournfangs again and tell me that the Iron Blaster was the deciding outcome. So anyone else who wants to complain, just no. So no. Sorry, guys. You can complain all you want, but it didn't change the outcome of the battle. And yeah, sorry. Like, yeah, it just, yeah. There's so many other things that change the outcome of that battle that, like, one or two double shots. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, guys. That's just, yeah, just no. uh, yeah, it's pretty much up to the tournament hosts. I just double checked with Turin because there's not any Creative Assembly employees around at the moment to double check with, but yeah. I mean, people are abusing the comeback mechanic too, so it's like, I don't know. Kind of dumb, to be honest, but yeah, even though every single, you know, person is abusing infinite winds of magic bugs, you know, it's just, to get hung up on that, very silly. I will speak to the other tournament organizers that if the bug is not really for real fixed for the final, then we'll ban manual firing again. But I didn't change the outcome of that match at all. I mean, if we were going to say no bug abuse, that bans like half the items in the game that increase Winds of Magic regeneration. So are you going to do that too? You know? Just silly. And comeback, not a bug necessarily, but you're still abusing a mechanic in a way that it was not intended to be used, right? Which is still counts as abuse. So, I don't know. I'll issue a warning. If you guys really are that uptight about it, I'll issue a warning for the final, assuming he gets through, that you can't manual fire the Iron Blaster, if that will appease you. Yeah. Anyway, back to the actual games that matter. Moving on from... Yeah, rules debates are back. I love it. Round of applause. Thank you guys. No, really, legitimately. Thank you. I love it so much. I love it. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, now moving on. We've got Herald of Tzeentch, Lore of Tzeentch. We've got Forsaken of Tzeentch, Spawn, Cultist here, bunch of Blue Horrors, a bunch of Forsaken. Spawn of Tzeentch, and yeah, that's pretty much it for Slaanesh. 2 Hellstriders in the back, Marauders, some Spears here, got some Hellstriders with Hell Scourges, yeah, got some Secret Chariots, Marauders of Slaanesh with Spears up here on the high ground, taking a very advanced position, so, yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Slaanesh taking a nice wide surround, and Takoyaki playing aggressive, even into a ranged faction. Again, this is something that most people would tell you you shouldn't do. You definitely shouldn't try and get a full surround on Tzeentch and, you know, take them out in the early phase of the game. The Herald of Tzeentch definitely getting some good value, and this is exactly why there's no characters for Slaanesh. You see there's absolutely... yeah, absolutely no characters. They might have actually... did they just bring in a Lord and unsummon it immediately? Because I don't see a unit for Slaanesh that actually counts as the Lord. If that's the case, that's actually hilarious. Oh, I must have missed that, but that is really good, actually. That is a, like, MLG Gigabrain strat. So, yeah, I've got some Seekers here, just kind of chilling for the time being. This positioning is beautiful. Look at this surround, guys. I mean, Takoyaki is... it's just a thing of beauty. And Arrow's going to move his entire force and kind of try and push towards this objective. Probably try and take it, if I had to guess, and then maybe roll up, take this objective number 2. But, ooh, right on the pyramid. Yeah, and also, it's really rich people that aren't playing in the tournament and that didn't even sign up also complaining when the players who are actually playing the game themselves didn't complain. It's kind of like... no, we won't even go there. But anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Arrow... the thing is... I mean, Takoyaki's getting pretty aggressive, getting, like, right up on his deployment zone, and Arrow's banking a lot of resources right now, so it's a little bit scary. I mean, granted, how much is this? This is, like, what, 2,000, 3,000 points worth of Slaanesh just, like, camping right on your objective marker, or your deployment marker? That's pretty rough. And then, like, Furies, I mean... they don't have any capture weight anyway, so it's not like they'd be really contributing to the main objective here, but just distracting the Furies enough to, like, get them to come back after these Hellstriders over on the side here. Man, this is next level Slaanesh play, I have to say. Army value-wise, it's not going great, so he's definitely at risk of just getting rolled up later on in the game, especially with the comeback supply the Arrow's very soon going to be getting. Yeah, I don't know, though. Takoyaki may end up giving him too much supply and may end up, like, just getting out-attritioned here in the center. You see this Forsaken comes in and just pushes all these units away, especially because the cavalry don't want to engage in that little jungle right there. It's going to be pretty inefficient, all things considered. But look at the chariots. What are you doing, secret chariots? You're way over there in the boondocks. What is Takoyaki going for here? I think he's just trying to draw units away. Like, you see this Forsaken. If he had a cav unit in position, he could pounce and nuke them pretty quickly. But like this right here, perfection. Finding an isolated unit and just collapsing it very quickly. The Seekers there, very good charge. Excellent shock damage. The Forsaken get evaporated pretty quickly, but he doesn't stay long, and that's the key. With those Slaanesh light cavalry units, you really can't stay in combat with a hard hitter like Forsaken for too long. Hellstriders, Hellscourgers coming through, great unit to get at these pink horrors, and this way that Slaanesh is engaged. Oh, the Flame Storm! Oh my sweet baby! Holy goodness! Wow, that was, I mean, it's impressive. It's actually only like 1,000 damage, but still. And then the cultist immediately unsummons himself. That's great. That's actually pretty hilarious. That being said, I mean, Takoyaki's actually not that far behind on army damage value, and I feel like tactically, yeah, he's got 22 units to the 16 of Arrow. Both of them have a decent amount of supply, but, oof, man. We'll see. Tzeentch drops some bombardment here. It does quite a bit to that Spear Marauder, but doesn't do much else. The Seekers, this is bad. Taking a rear charge from Harpies, or from Furies like this is even not great. It's definitely not great at all. But let's see. Capture weight-wise, the problem with this very mobile Slaanesh style of play is you don't actually have that much capture weight, and as a result, Tzeentch is able to kind of force their way through with all their infantry units and just take these objectives. So even though it initially looked very good with with Takeyaki's engagement there. Value-wise, he's still it's starting to fall behind a little bit, but he's also not giving any catch-up supply to Arrow, right? Because they're still close enough in score. I don't think Arrow, he might have got a tiny bit of catch-up supply there, but really not much at all. So just engagements all over the place. Hellstriders supporting Marauders, fighting some Forsaken here. We've got Spawns and Forsaken here, also fighting. Going to be another rear charge there by more Hellstriders. Barreled up in the air. It's taking 0 damage, of course, because there's nothing really to threaten him except Furies. Speaking of which, we've got Chaos Furies of Tzeentch over here, getting their barrier back up, zooming on over to that center engagement. More Forsaken coming through. Nice Dread Column formation, pushing those units away, but the question is, will they over-pursue and not capture that objective? Would definitely be a mistake. That is one you'd want to just hang back very briefly there with those Forsaken and just keep things capped. Oh, yeah. So Hellstriders getting through, getting on those blue horrors. Yeah. Spawn of Tzeentch here. Doing a great job. They're starting to just overpower, like I said, and the capture... Slaanesh just can't get enough capture weight going, really. That's the biggest thing. The Tzeentch Forsaken eventually do come back, but this is going to be a 3 cap for Tzeentch here. What initially looked so promising for Takoyaki, the value lead the Arrow has is starting to tell as the unit count is now pretty close to even. Takoyaki has a lot more units in his overall pool, has a lot of cheap units, it must be said. But yeah, now just reinforcing. I don't know, I might pull a few of these cavalry units and like maybe start trying capping one of these objectives. It is close enough, certainly in terms of victory tickets, that Arrow doesn't even need to be too worried as long as he can recap one objective quickly. Excuse me. And it does look like he has a capture weight here in the center to be able to seize this from Tzeentch. They're moving in with some more spawns. These blue horrors really should move into melee on the objective here too to prevent a full capture. But oh man, it's so close. I think the spawn are going to get there before, maybe. Oof, it's close. Oh, the spawn get there just barely in time before. That's a disaster for Takoyaki, as it doesn't look like... Oh, man, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to, to get that actual objective. We'll see. More... Oh, no. What, did he accidentally unsummon those units? That was like a full health unit almost of Hellstriders, or Hellscourges, rather. Interesting. Not really sure there, but yeah. Oh, man, that's rough. It's been a sustained amount of time, like, good, what, 30 seconds plus, that... They have not been able to get any objectives. Takoyaki getting further and further behind, not only in damage value, but also in supply. So, yeah, although, again, the positioning was great, I think just a few bad engagements. This engagement here, losing the Seekers, was a big problem there to those double Furies. And just in general, risking that up-close engagement right on the spawn, I don't know. It's tough, for sure. I get Takoyaki's aggression and I respect it, but Arrow just playing very patient, relying on just overwhelming capture weight here. Just lots infantry, monstrous infantry, and stuff that hits hard too. I mean, this combination of Forsaken and Spawns, 2 very hard-hitting units, can definitely mow through most Slaanesh infantry very quickly, and I think that's the series. I think Arrow's got it. Yeah, so even despite Takoyaki, you know, winning decisively with the Mournfangs and also using an Iron Blaster, he still ends up losing out on this series, so there you go. Yeah, lack of Slaanesh spawn seems rough. I 100% agree with you. Yeah, not seeing any spawns is definitely rough. And believe it or not, that Flamestorm actually, even though it only hit 2 low-tier Marauders, actually was fairly decisive. Because those 2 Marauders were just completely evaporated, it really allowed Tzeentch to move up on this flank, like, uncontested, and take full map control of this entire area. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's the correct call, Precipitous Nyx. Very good call. When you see a full surround like that, you know that the Slaanesh forces holding any given area of that full surround are going to be light and not very tanky, not able to resist a concerted attack. So, exactly the right call, you know, here by Arrow to just move in Keep everything together, stay focused, don't get pulled out of position, staying very calm, and just really beautiful, honestly, being able to work with that combined arms approach, even with a faction that is most unholy like Tzeentch. I mean, it would make an Empire player proud, truly, that combined arms approach. So, very good stuff. Well played to both players. Crazy series, man. I can't believe this tournament right now. It's been... yeah, it's been brutal. So let's move on over to the final. Hang on. Yep, things are looking good. OBS being a little... But let's see. That. Move on over to the bracket. Arrow prevails and moves on to face Platypus in the final. Oh man, here we are, folks. The last round of the last qualifier for the Summer Championship for Creative Assembly. Truly a thing of wonder and beauty. Let's go on here. And I mean, I guess I could fix this. Uh Sorry, guys. Just getting a couple things figured out real quick. Let me put the music back on while we move on to the final, and I'll be right back. Okay. I just reiterated to the players, manual fire is not allowed, just in case. Yeah, that it wasn't included in the official rules. I thought Creative Assembly had fixed it. I hadn't seen anyone doing it since then. And I knew about the sky junk bug, but I mean, it's Cathay, so who cares? You know, like... Yeah. Well, they disabled it in the last patch. They supposedly fixed it, which is why they re-enabled it, but they evidently actually didn't fix it, so... Yeah, I mean, I doubt that Platypus or Arrow would do that anyway, but I just reiterated to them, hey, no manual firing. It's okay. I mean, Arrow won the series anyway, and like I said several times, it was Mournfangs more so than the Iron Blaster, much more so than the Iron Blaster that won that. I mean, the Iron Blaster definitely got a lot of value, but even if it was just used normally, probably would have got close to the same value, so I don't know. It doesn't really make that much of a difference in my mind. It didn't in that game. But just to be clear, I let them know here in the final, no, yeah, so anyway, I just let him know, like, hey, no manual firing, just in case. It is what it is. I don't know, because I didn't get a chance to watch too much. I watched a little bit of the other tournaments, but I never saw anyone else doing that too, so I had no idea it was even an issue. And technically it wasn't, they didn't know about that beforehand, that it wasn't allowed, right? And I don't know if the intention was to abuse it necessarily, or if it was just happening incidentally, because if it's on fire at will, and you are manually firing it, and you exit out, and it just automatically fires again without you doing anything, if you're not intentionally abusing the bug, you know, it's not possible to necessarily prove intent, right? So give him the benefit of the doubt and say it's hopefully not intentional. It wasn't what won the game anyway, and he ended up losing the series. So we're getting to it. Just getting the maps and such locked in. I'm getting a little list going. Here we go. Okay, and the maps are given, so they can get their picks locked in. Yeah. Yeah, the Skyjunk ammo consumption is definitely a bug, but again, it's Cathay. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah. Yeah, and again, Anton, I don't want to necessarily cast aspersions on anyone and say that they're intentionally abusing bugs. Like, it's not possible to prove that intent. So, it is what it is. Mournfangs, by far and away, took the cake for that game, and I think if anyone should learn anything from that game, it's not that manual firing is broken, which it appears to still be in some rare circumstances, but that you should use Ogre Cavalry. You should be using Ogre Cavalry in basically all matchups. But, yes, Ogre Cavalry, very good. Yeah. Yeah. I will make a note of that to CA to revisit that, because apparently it's still an issue for the Iron Blaster, and also to look at maybe just disable manual fire again forever. I don't know. I like having it on because I think it's fun, but... Okay, so it looks like... Are they really doing Ogres versus Kislev? I don't believe that. I think they're still getting their picks locked in. Cathay or Nurgle, really? Here's the thing, Tim. What's your guys' prize pool? Because it matters a lot, in my experience. The amount of people that are in the tournament and the prize pool for land battles tournaments. You know, if you have a big prize pool, or I should say, you have a lot of people in the tournament, people tend to get nastier. So... Oh. Yeah, it's weird. Weird. I didn't realize it affected scrap launcher also. Yeah, it's the problem is that the Iron Blaster up close does so much damage, right? And if you do 2 shots in quick succession, that it still is enough damage to do like a significant amount of a lot of units HP, like 1,400 damage potentially. So yeah, see, and that's job from taxes, right? Okay. Moving in now, let's get on to final. Got Arrow here in the correct position. Make sure got Platypus, and here we go, guys. Best of 5 series coming at you now. The winner of this will be the qualifier for... I swear. I have something going on. It's the only time that everyone wants to get in contact with me. I think I'm just going to turn my phone off. So... yeah. For some reason, it's like I tell people in my real life, in my professional life, I'm gonna be streaming, like, long time on this day. Don't contact me. I will not answer. And yet they then try and contact me and get upset when I don't respond. Like, why? Anyway. Excited for this final. I want to get it. Want to see what they will do. Menacing Platypus versus Arrow. Arrow, very nasty Korean player, has had some Giga Brain plays. Some of my favorite plays I've seen, honestly, of recent memory. So, yeah. But Platypus also been doing a great job. Either of these players would be happy, obviously, to advance on to the grand final, to get a shot at the prize money, and potentially also... I know, Ben, I know. Ugh. There's another phone call that someone tried to get me. Oh my goodness. Not for real, guys. Can we just get through the final, please? Please? I literally turned my phone back on for 1 second just to be sure. And again, someone tried to call me. It's done. Phone's off. They can just be okay for the next hour or two while we finish the final. Hopefully we can get through it pretty quickly too. I know it's been a long one. This tournament has literally been running for 7 hours at this point, so yeah, we're all a little tired. Let's see. Cathay, I mean, Platypus coming in with the Brave One right off the bat. Cathay, this is a map that actually favors to a pretty high degree missile factions because the terrain blockages are ravines rather than things that would block your line of sight. So missile units can fire up and over them while having an unbreakable protection of the lava-filled ravine, of course. So let's take a look at the composition. We've got Grand Cannon here with a second Grand Cannon, whole bunch of Jade Warriors, Longinus to protect in the sky, Jade Crossbowmen as well, single Iron Hail in the back, and the Dragon-Blooded Shooting Gun hiding or tactically positioned back behind this cliff. Gonna immediately pop the Hide spell, Cloak of Jet, to immediately avoid getting sniped. You can see that the Herald of Tzeentch moves out on that side. We've got 2 Cultists of Tzeentch. Interesting. You typically only see 1, but I guess 2 for today. We've got a couple of Forsakens, plus a spawn backing up into groups. And let's see what they can do here. If they setting up position, one thing you can do here is kind of like block these chokes with your melee infantry, and then just, yeah, use your ranged units to fire over the ravines. That being said, this Herald's coming forward. I'm not sure exactly what his intention is. Ooh, nice side shot through a unit of Jade Warriors. A huge amount of damage with that Warp Flame contact effect going off, and allowing the shots to do a bit more damage as well, but I would think you'd want to conserve the ammo on the Herald of Tzeentch in order to try and snipe the Cathayan character here. But let's see. Right now, Cathayan character definitely getting protected by more than enough missile pressure. And Cathay also making their way slowly forward. Like, the cannons actually haven't opened fire yet. That's surprising. I would probably have the cannons pressuring the Herald, just forcing him to be constantly moving. Yeah, the cannon's not firing at all yet. Very interesting to me. Odd, for sure. And see, Tzeentch is just, like, not... They're just hiding from the cannons. Just going way out here into the corners, just to hide, and not wanting to take any damage there. Which is understandable, but... yeah, we'll see. The Cathay is playing very patiently here. And cannon shots into the Screamers, unfortunately, don't really make great contact. And likewise, the shots on the Cultists here are doing a little bit of barrier damage, but not much else. So, Cathay just poking, but really not doing a lot, all things considered. Yeah, really. Especially as it's like an official sponsored tournament. Like, please, guys, please, just stop. Anyway. Let's see. We've got Jade Warriors here. We've got more Jade Warriors here. We've got Jade Crossbows. Yeah, more Jade Crossbows. Just kind of chilling. They're not expending an extreme amount of ammo, although they did get some pretty good damage even through the barrier on that Cultist. It'd be interesting if he had brought even like a Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen are too big of a target, I think, unfortunately, but it would be interesting here. Not that the Cultist has a lot of armor, but, I mean, yeah, 45, really not much. And the Jade Crossbows definitely have good enough AP values. But, yeah, let's see. Cathay's going to take one objective. It looks like Tzeentch, I mean, they have the units in a position to capture this objective. I don't know if they're going to actually go through with it. Oh, look at this. The Longmas are going to go for a charge here. Try and get at the Herald of Tzeentch. He pops Chromatic Tome, does a little bit of a miscast there, and gets rid of his barrier. How convenient. Very, very polite of him to do so for the Longmas. But, oh, the cannons. Oh, man, the Longmas probably honestly should have stayed on that engagement and switched the cannons onto something else. But they had them right in the sights. I guess they're a little bit afraid of those Screamers, which does make sense, actually, but... Oh, they're going to get caught by the Screamers here. This is bad, though. Not getting their own 75 charge bonus and getting caught by the Screamers. It looks like they're going to duck to the ground and try and take out the Cultists here. And the rear charge from the Screamers, though, is going to be pretty significant. You guys were, a few of you were kind of talking crap about Screamers a little bit earlier, but they are, in fact, great anti-large armor-piercing damage, very cost-effective. Going to do a great job at seeing those Longmas off and not allowing them to accomplish their objective of trying to snipe those Tzeentchian heroes. That being said, the cannon fire is definitely being felt by the spawns. The fact that they maneuvered so far away to try and hide, I mean, hiding was okay, but the fact that they're so far away means that they're going to have a lot of space to take damage from the cannon, right? So, we'll see, though. Arrow right now doesn't have as many units. Only 15 units on the field, but definitely more of an elite bent. Forsaken and Spawn are all pretty scary, especially working in tandem. Should be able to overwhelm the Jade Warriors relatively easily. Let's see. Cathay slightly ahead, but not really moving decisively to give a big supply lead. Tzeentch. Yeah, running away from them is decently safe. Winning with Cathay would be a huge, you know, psychological, just to really send a message right off the bat. That's if you can win, though. And, I mean, army damage value-wise, Cathay's definitely ahead. A solid, you know, 1,300 plus lead as we climb up on the pillar there with the camera. The Screamers are going to get countercharged here by Jade Lancers. Pretty good stuff. When the Screamers can get the charge on the Jade Lancers, they'll do just fine, but getting countercharged on the ground is definitely not a good time. Meanwhile, the Blues just continuing to fire, and we've got spawns moving up now. The melee engagement underway. One Forsaken gets evaporated pretty quickly. The Iron Hails take a nice side position here. Just lay down withering fire on this objective. Love the uniform coloration, too, here for the... forget the name of the Eastern River Lords or something like that. I don't know. I forget the name of the actual faction, but they don't have quite a line of sight on that next Forsaken yet, but it looks like, yes, now they are going to be able to just open up, do some solid damage there. An Infernal Gateway comes in, summoned Pink Horrors get caught up in it. Is that actually worth it to even summon them just within that area of effect? Looks like not too many were there, but they did actually take some pretty significant damage. Iron Hail's also here, just withering fire on the spawns. Yeah, Jade Warriors able to hold out reasonably well, and now the collapse from the Forsaken. They're going to evaporate these Iron Hail Gunners, but that leaves them open to taking massive shots in the side, and potentially a charge also from these Jade Lancers directly in the back. Jade Warriors also moving in, so multiple unit collapse there. Should be able to beat those Forsaken. We'll see. Big bombardment from Tzeentch hits a ton of Cathayan value over here. Jade Warriors, Halberds, the Iron Hail Gunners, these Peasant Long Spears, Warriors with shields, tons of units taking huge damage there, and here we go. Storm of the Night going to be used from Cathay to help respond to that AoE magic damage. Yeah, I mean, Cathay's got a sizable value lead, but as is typical of them, they are being slowly forced off of the objectives and just not able to get force concentrated to be able to go retake them. Like these Jade Lancers, the Peasant Spears really need to come forward as soon as possible. Cathay takes a long time to contest and take objectives, so you really have to be on top of your micro, moving units in constantly, making sure that they are maintaining their position on objective, right? Another nasty Infernal Gateway comes in. It's multiple units of Cathayan infantry. It's got these Jade Warriors completely done for. They're actually going to rout as a result of that spell, and another summon coming in here as well, the pink. So despite suffering horrendous losses, Arrow is playing very well tactically here, keeping Cathay bottled up, keeping his objectives secured, and not allowing Cathay to even get close to sniffing this game. I mean, I say get close. It is still very close in terms of score, so absolutely anyone's game, but yeah, they're on track to pull away with the damage value. Cathay is to a degree, but I don't know, the pacing hasn't really changed. I mean, the lead is more or less stabilized, right? It's not the Arrow is continuing to get further and further behind on army damage value. So we'll see. We'll see, definitely anyone's game still. But Cathayan push here with the Longmas and the Peasant Long Spears likely to be pushed back. Cathayan side here, this full, huge engagement. Let's get up close and see what's going on. We've got Peasant Horsemen maneuvering away, trying to get back out of range of those Screamers and the spawns and stuff. Cathay actually pushing the back objective of Tzeentch, which is, yeah, that's a lot. And it's true, these spawn are holding back so much value. They're like, couple of spawn here, couple of spawn here. You've got, you know, the Cultists and the Screamers and very tattered units all, but they are managing to keep this entire Cathayan force completely bottled up and not allow them to move whatsoever. So, yeah. Iron Hail Gunners also moving through right now, trying to re-secure this objective. Most of the Cathayan protection units are actually routed, which is why I say, again, Cathay's actually at risk of getting fully 3-capped here. The side push, though, it does look like they're going to be able to get some units. The support, the Spears, should be able to help beat those Screamers. The Jade Lancers right now are just eating the engagement in the face without actually pulling back through support, which is definitely costing them. Cannons opening fire in the distance there, raining out that last Forsaken, trying to help this force stabilize. And in the center, it's just continuing to a complete stalemate, I should say. Just neither side managing to gain an advantage, which of course a stalemate works to the advantage of Tzeentch here because it means that no units are going onto that center objective. Another nasty bombardment comes in, falls directly on the cannon, gets some huge damage on the crossbows as well. So, I mean, Arrow definitely dishing it right now. Looks like those Jade Lancers are going to get unsummoned briefly. Cathay pulling a few units back so they make sure they have some to bring back in. Supply-wise, he's, yeah, getting some losing compensation just now, which is great, except that he's been 3-capped, which is not great. So definitely needs to try and seize an objective back as soon as possible, but I just don't see how Cathay can actually amass enough capture power to do it in a timely manner. Like, these Peasant Long Spears and the Iron Hills are making a mistake by trying to move into the center, I think. I don't know, maybe. But at the very least, make sure you get this objective secured as a primary goal, like, as soon as possible. And if you can get the center objective at the same time, that's great. It does look like he's starting to push through and get on that. But let's see. Nice cannon shots. Ooh, landing in the bunched up Forsaken. That is just mad value train. At the same time, though, those peasants are getting completely roasted by pink fire. That's not a mistake. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I just think he needs to get both of these objectives, right? But he has this whole force that can push down through this choke point here, so I don't know. I maybe would have kept at least the Peasant Long Spears back and maybe move the Iron Hails forward to support this Jade Warrior, but just that extra little bit of capture weight. Wouldn't think, but I mean, they still have a lot of unit models left. 82 unit models, that's still, what, half their capture weight, despite how low their actual HP is, right? So, yeah, all the spawn are dead at this point, so they can, well, one has been resummoned, but Cathayans, if they can get onto the objective, will be able to do it. But another thing, too, like the Iron Hails could come stand right on this edge right here to add their capture weight in. Screamers come in, they're able to rout off a couple of the supporting units, and Cathayan push falls apart anyway because of lack of support from the high ground units, which are, again, moving towards this back objective, which I don't know if I 100% agree with. He did manage to get this secured. I mean, he was going to anyway, but just the speed of it, and then to also bring these units up through into this center pocket, I don't know. Maybe my decision would have been the wrong decision, and maybe there's not a right decision, but just calling it how I see it. I would have done things differently. Or maybe I would have just mismicroed and lost horribly. That's also a distinct possibility as well. But one cannon unit with 2 models still online, holding on. This other one still has quite a bit of ammunition left, but yeah, Cathay just going to throw in the towel there. That actually is score victory. I was not actually paying attention to the scoreboard, believe it or not, just so caught up in that fight, but yeah. Yeah, it's a rough situation, even though Arrow is far behind on army damage value. I mean, it's just the Cathay problem. Their infantry is slow and doesn't do any damage. It's meant to hold, which means really can't push people off of objectives. I like the Astromancer on the Compass too, just for the AoE damage. Yeah, I don't see a ton of people taking that, but I probably would. The armor too also makes it a unit for soaking pink and blue ranged fire, and most people will try and focus them because they perceive them as high value targets, which they are to a degree. But yeah, unit kills don't matter enough. Exactly. It's the eternal Cathay problem. Literally can't get to the objective. You can kill as much as you want, but you can't actually capture anything. And I think I need to go feed my cat because I can hear in the background. I don't know if you guys can. So let me go do that as I update the scoreboard here. Arrow taking the first game win on the series. And of course, it is a full 5-game series. So let me go ahead and feed my cat, and I'll be right back. Okay. My apologies, guys. Just gotta all these messages taken care of. Okay. Yeah. Yes, yes. Dune Dragons. Yeah, they're a priority target, exactly, based on their cost alone. Makes it a little bit tricky to use them, and that is, you know, it's cool to get elite unit RORs, don't get me wrong, but in multiplayer, the cheap RORs tend to be more universally useful. Like, one of the reasons why greenskins... No, it's a minor reason. They have a lot of very cheap, very good RORs, right? Same thing with somebody like the Empire. When you have cheap, good RORs, it means you can take a lot of them, and they're not as much of a priority target, or if your opponent chooses to prioritize them ultimately as a gold value loss, it's not that big. Now, all of the Regiments of Renown so far that we've seen, obviously, I think 1.3 is coming with its own set. I haven't seen anything about that, but, you know, the elite infantry are one of the most vulnerable unit types to getting nuked by spells, monsters, all sorts of other things. So yeah, when I saw that they had done all elite infantry for the most part for the first round of RORs, it did make me go, and I think that's why you really only see the Festering Stooges in competitive play, because obviously they have a ton of HP and a lot of survivability, including both regeneration and terror. So, I mean, obviously you're going to see them a lot, but yeah, and 20% resist is okay, but it's not enough to save a unit than when it would have got wrecked by a spell anyway. Iron Hail Gunner RR that gets grenade launchers. Yes. Honestly, legit, I'm so excited for Empire mobile firepower. Like, I know ranged is not that great in Total War Warhammer. Like, I understand that, but man, oh man, is it going to be satisfying to just rock up on a Vanguard, you know, sneak out some grenade launchers into an unexpected position, just start blasting. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, my guess is they're probably gonna go with a thief, right? Because they were all elite infantry, and I guess that even includes the ogres. They're technically monstrous infantry that are ranged, but man-eaters, right? That's their elite infantry. So, I don't know, because it's themed. I mean, I could see them doing like cavalry, right? That's an obvious one. I could see them doing monsters, right? That's all of the factions in Game 3 have at least one big, unique monster. Sentinel, the Ice Bear, whatever. So, that's interesting. Samurai Warrior. I did not know that. I think I saw someone post recently about, yeah, that direct damage spells were dealing physical damage and not subject to spell resistance. So that's going to make Khorne even stronger when they fix that. But anyway. But anyway, back to the RORs. So, I don't know. Personally, as a cavalry enjoyer, I want a cavalry pack. That's just me. I also would be down for a monster pack, you know? Or if they chose to do if they chose to do a low tier infantry, that would actually be competitively probably the best for all the factions. If they chose to do like blues, peasant spears, I guess warriors of Khorne. That doesn't seem right, but okay. Um, Marauders of Slaanesh, you know, maybe even ROR Noblar or Noblar Trapper. That's how it's. No, it's direct damage. It's supposed to count as spell damage. It's Nyx. Well, you know, it's not just ponies. I mean, technically, Doom Knights are cavalry too, right? They run around on discs. Or, you know, the Mournfangs. Or the Crushers. But, yeah, in terms of actual competitive gameplay, sorry guys, my cat is just rubbing her head up on my microphone right now. I apologize. That's loud for you. No, it only counts as physical damage right now. It should only count as spell damage. Next. Direct damage should only count as spell damage. So it should bypass the resistances of like Slaanesh, Tzeentch, and Nurgle, but ROR Noblar trappers that place mines instead of traps. There we go. Anyway, looks like Platypus is going to go Slaanesh into Arrow's Nurgle. Should be very interesting. This is, you know, two opposites. And generally I give this matchup right now to Nurgle just because of their sustainability, but Slaanesh can definitely do some crazy maneuvering here. So let's take a look. What I had seen was saying that it only counted as physical. I could be wrong. I mean, again, I haven't tested it myself either, so. No Fiends, Slaanesh use it. You know, I really like Fiends. I know everyone else hates them. If you could get 3 Fiends, like in a little death squad, they're quite a strong little death blob. You can, because they're monstrous infantry, 90 speed, you can run all over the place. No, I agree with you, Samurai Warrior. N'Kari is very good in this matchup. Definitely meta in this matchup, I would even go so far as to say. But we see the Herald again, and this time on foot. I don't know about that. Super squishy. You basically are just saying, I'm not going to overcast any spells because I have less than 4,000 HP. So, yeah. I was going to say a wet fart would kill her, but I mean, this is Nurgle, so let's be careful of what we say there. Anyway, the rest of the build, Marauders of Slaanesh with spears. We've got some anti-infantry Marauders, some Hell Scourges. Marauders of Slaanesh, Marauders with spears, Hell Scourges, Seekers. Pretty good stuff. On Nurgle's side, Exalted Great Unclean One, we've got the Walking Dread of plenty of Plague Bears, 5 Plague Bears, Nurglings, and 2 Cultists, so no Exalteds, no Festering Stooges that I can see. No doubt they are in reserve, but let's wait and find out. Yeah, 15% HP Stooges are still around for another 5 minutes at least. I know, no spawn on both sides. No spawn. I agree. I mean, really, it's just about N'Kari killing. I mean, you can even kill Plague Bearers or Cultists, but it's just about having that sustainability more than anything, in my opinion. And again, especially if you pair it with Allure of Shadows caster, where you're not casting spells with N'Kari, it's a lot. It's very expensive, but I don't know. I just like N'Kari here personally. I know, I'd see it as a trap. Because you can take both, right? You can take the Herald, Loris, and Nakari, both. I don't know, Samurai. I mean, he's got this Cav contingent parked on both hills right now. Not really sure what Nurgle's intention is. They're kind of just forming up on this rock for the time being, but it got some Plague Drones out, which is going to be interesting. It's going to try and go throw some Death's Heads. But I don't know. I wouldn't even use Nakari necessarily. Like, if you get an opportunity, you can go after the Great Unclean One, but Nakari's job is to cycle charge infantry, believe it or not, in this matchup, in my view, is to, like, side charge, rear charge infantry. The splash attack that he does a ton of damage, and you know, you can harvest units getting very low that way. Not that you would see Nurglings too much. I think most people have stopped bringing him in this matchup from what I've seen in competitive. But, yeah, I mean, this is quite the interesting play here by Arrow, just going with the Dread Nurgle box right up against the cliff here as he just waits for the game to move on. But Plague Drones with Death's Heads, yeah, they're pretty good here. They actually would do really good missile damage to, like, Nakari or an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, but they're just being forced away by Furies right now, which is fine. They basically wasted that Fury summon, but yeah, Nurgle, I mean, they're going to have to move to the center objective and park it there, right? So you would expect them to do so, and they are going to do so. At the same time, not committing any friendly units to this their own home objective, right? So I don't know. Arrow's putting himself at risk. Avoiding the double shot from all the dreaded Slaanesh artillery. Very good. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to assess. Once again, we've got a full surround here from Slaanesh. Oh, man, but the Nurgle Fury double drop onto a Seeker. That is rough in terms of value right off the bat. Yeah, so far, neither player is really committed to a big engagement, but that's definitely a mistake. And now rushing in these other Seekers to go try and help when you are going to, again, be rushing into a situation where you're fully surrounded and not even able to get there in time, getting countercharged here by these other Furies, and now just collapsing Nurglings? I don't know. I'm not sure. Platypus is not, yeah, I don't know about this engagement here. Maybe he does end up collapsing the Nurgling, which is great. The Exalted Great Unclean One doesn't have a response to this. He could have maybe tried to get a Stream of Corruption to there. Might have ended up doing more friendly fire than anything, but trading one Seeker for a Nurgling is, I mean, it's not efficient at all. Definitely. But in terms of objectives, I mean, Nurgle's not really contesting right now. Army damage value-wise, they're ahead, which is obviously bad, but it's really not that far. And Slaanesh, tactical positioning-wise, managed to take 2 objectives. They're threatening already on the 3rd, so let's see. Nurgle counter push now to their home objective is pretty real. We've got the Cultist in, this disgusting unholy blob, summoned Plague Bears there, some regular Plague Bears as well. So just in general, this is not a great situation for Seekers to be in. They're going to need to evacuate the area immediately, and that also means, unfortunately, they're probably going to have to leave these Spawn and the Marauders of Slaanesh kind of out to dry a little bit. But very nice bombardment here, slicing shards, maybe overcast, let's see. Yeah, that is, I don't know, I can never tell with slicing shards. I don't think that was overcast, it wasn't that many missiles, but it is a 3-cap, oh man. And to put Nurgle into an early 3-cap pretzel is not a situation they're comfortable with. As we saw before, Nurgle has a hard time re-securing objectives once they've lost them. So this is really bad for Arrow. Despite the fact that he has a slight damage value lead, which is now very quickly evaporating, to Slaanesh, an immediate 3-cap, so Platypus here, playing very aggressive, just all-out blitz on all sides of the map here. And with the nature of Death's Pass, I mean, Nurgle can do a good job of holding the center, but he played way too passively. Like, I don't know why you would even come up and set up on this cliff to begin with. You could set up a mobile box here in the center, and it would more or less accomplish the same thing. You know, the vulnerability of split push on this map is very real, for sure. Got some toads now coming out on this left side to try and go contest those marauders there. Another slicing shards getting dropped in. Huge damage on the plague bears there. This is the thing. Exalted Red and Clean One can maybe win this fight eventually, but it's going to take a very, very long time indeed. Yeah, it does seem to turn into a Slaanesh triple cap at the start very often. It's true. If Nurgle just gets outmaneuvered, and like, I don't know, from a Nurgle player's perspective, you need to take an objective immediately. Like, you really can't afford to delay engagements because your faction's just too slow, right? You're not going to be able to get the objective secured if you delay engagements at the start. I don't know. That's just my opinions, but looks like we're going to have a little bit of a Blight Boil coming down here. If the Slaanesh units see, they should be able to dodge, but it's pretty good value. It's not going to be insane, but you know what? Actually, that's a pretty good amount of value. Basically just nukes 2 units. Should be able to rout them fairly quickly. The Nurgle just struggling to even get within sniffing distance of any of their objectives. It's an unfortunate situation to be in. Definitely another slicing shards used to good effect there. Absolutely melting unit of plague bears there. And more units. Yeah, this is probably GG. I agree. Yeah, even with the blunder of the Seekers, ended up not mattering at all. In fact, I almost wonder if the blunder of the Seekers pulled necessary units away from these objectives, and I called it a blunder, but maybe it was really a distraction run. I mean, that is 3,000 points worth of distraction cavalry running around, and Nurgle had to allocate a lot of resources to collapse them, which then meant that they weren't able to come in and secure these objectives. So I called it a blunder, but maybe it was actually a 1,000 IQ play by Slaanesh to sacrifice a Seeker and just, you know, give a very convincing melee engagement to draw a bunch of units out of position to then come in and cap the center and just force Nurgle out. That being said, they are amassing capture weight on both of these objectives now in order to secure them. Of course, he does have to get an aggro 3 cap, so, I mean, this should be plenty of force for the time being to hold this side objective. Arrow would have to take all 3 objectives in order to win here, and I just don't see that in the cards. I mean, not when there's not even a unit headed in that direction. If they started heading there now, they probably wouldn't get there by the time the game's over anyway, so I think that's a GG. The mobile Nurgle Lord is way better here? Perhaps. Perhaps, especially if you're at very low risk of getting sniped. Not that the Exalted Great and Clean One's going to get sniped anyway, but yeah. Yeah, Slaanesh not playing, it's true. Platypus came to rumble, and Slaanesh just full outmaneuver, taking absolute advantage of the speed and the hesitation of Arrow to actually move in and form up on an objective. Nice distraction play. All the Seekers died horribly and didn't pay for themselves, but again, was that drawing of units away enough to tilt the scales, allow Slaanesh to capture those objectives? Well, let's see, did we drop someone? Let's see, hang on one sec, guys. Bear with me just 1 second. We'll be right back. Okay, while they are getting the lobby reset, I need to go just double check real quick that that person who was trying to call me didn't absolutely lose their head. So I'll be right back. Bear with me, guys. We'll continue on in just one moment. All right, everything is all good. We're here in the final still of this tournament, the Summer Championship. Qualifier number 8, final qualifier, last spot for glory. A Platypus and Arrow are facing off. Series is at 1-1. Real chance would play a Cathay Mirror. Unfortunately, Samurai, we've already seen Cathay from Platypus. Otherwise, that would be the true Chad move. Definitely would be a Cathay Mirror. But, let's see. Very little Kislev in this particular tournament. No, not in the games that I've seen in this. Kislev is in an interesting place right now. I think they don't trade very well, weirdly, against a lot of the Chaos Monogod factions, right? They don't trade that well against the demonic factions because of Furies, and especially after the nerfs to sleds. I mean, obviously sleds were propping them up big time, but they're still very good. I just think they're gonna match up a lot better with a lot of the Game 1, Game 2 factions and Immortal Empires. It's just that Like, even Ogre Kingdoms is a little bit of an awkward matchup for them because they don't really have dedicated anti-large units, right? You just have to rely almost entirely on your shooting. A little bit weird when you run into something like a Stonehorn that has 35% missile resistance, so yeah. Kislev could do with a little bit of... Sure. Yes. Okay. And the music's coming back strong. Here we go. Let's go, lads. Is it going to be Nurgle versus Ogre Kingdoms? Fantastic. On this map, too. Playing Nurgle on this map is interesting because it's relatively small, so you can contest a pretty good area with your blob, but it's also very open, which can lead to you getting outmaneuvered. I mean, not easily. Again, map's small enough that you can get there, but I don't know. We'll see. Should be very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Remute myself. Whew. Feel better. Thank y'all for sticking through. I know if there are any of you guys who are still in Europe who are watching, I am very proud of you for sticking with us because it is quite late for you. Those of you guys like Arrow, I think, is a Korean player, so I think that did the tournament start in the middle of the night for him, and he's been playing through the morning, which again, mad respect. We're going on 8 hours for this tournament, so these two players have been in an endurance race. That's what a lot of people don't realize about Total War Warhammer tournaments is not only is it a test of skill, absolutely a test of skill, a test of knowledge, a test of composure, right? But also a test of endurance. The, who can continue to play at a high level, not let their micro and mind lapse in these very long tournaments. Imagine having a sleep schedule, I know. But yeah, I mean, legitimately, especially for people playing outside of the time zone where the tournament is being hosted, like for myself, I've been at this since, I woke up this morning at like 7 to start preparing, so it's been almost a full 12 hours of work for me so far, so I enjoy it though. I'm not gonna lie, I don't do these kind of marathon tournament streams very often because they're so exhausting, but I sure do enjoy them. Like almost nothing else in the world. It's a very unique experience for sure. When you get into that flow state of just casting and on point and being very much into the game, like magical feeling, honestly. It's like a drug in many ways. Hopefully you guys out there have experienced flow state through whatever means. There's a whole bunch of ways to get there, but really it's when you're doing something that requires an intense amount of focus, and you are so focused that you not necessarily lose touch with reality, but you're not thinking, you're just doing without having to think about it. And it's almost like you lose your conscious self in the flow of action, right? why a lot of people call it flow state. I've heard it called other things. Being in the zone is a common one too. But for me, casting tournaments, especially very tight tournament games like some of the ones we've had today, is something that can get me there. So thank you all for being a part of this. Thanks again to Creative Assembly for putting it all together. Yeah, rules questions aside, not knowing that we need to have a rule, before the issue comes up, but yeah, see what these guys can do. You know what? I'm too curious, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna spy some builds for a sec. Take a look at this army blocker while I look. Nice. Nice. Double nice. I'm excited for this, actually. This should be a great game. Transition back over before I forget. Here we go. Game 3. Critical game 3. In any, multi-game series, whether it's a best of 3, best of 5, obviously in a best of 3, sometimes you don't even get a game 3. But in anything more than that, game 3 is critical, right? It's sort of a fulcrum point of when the series can shift one way or the other, especially if it's been an even trade 1-to-1. Whoever wins this game puts themselves in a position to win immediately on the next game. So it's game 3, I always consider like the crux match, if you will, like the apex match of the series, right? So very important one, guys, and it's on the best domination map, pretty much universally recognized as the best domination map, Battle for Itza. Let's check it out. What do they have? So for Nurgle, we'll start with a Herald and double Cultist. It's an old build, sir, but it checks out. Got some Plague Bearers up front as well, and 2 spawns. So very much a build after my own heart. It's one that I've used more or less myself. I mean, Plague Bearers at the time were not very good, so they would have been substituted probably for Forsaken. But the Nurgle Heralds and the Cultist... Sorry, the Herald and the Cultists. Very good stuff. On the flip side, Ogre Stonehorn, again, a lord for Ogre Kingdoms. We've also got a Fire Belly in support, 2 Man-Eaters, including the ROR Powder Guts. Very interesting choices. Got 3 Bulls, and something over here on the side. In Vanguard, a hidden Noblar Trapper. So the Man-Eater pistols, very good here. They're hidden anyway, but it looks like they're going to emerge. Of course, you got the fancy Empire Ogres here. Powder Guts. Lead Guts. Iron Guts. No, wait, that's a different unit. Anyway. And then the regular Man-Eater pistol is still very potent. Not quite as good as they used to be. Missile damage reduction, but should be fantastic in this matchup. The Nurgle units... Nurgle right now just trying to hang back for the most part, like we've seen before. Just, not wanting to engage a ranged faction immediately. Let's see. The Hunter comes forward, and, I mean, he does have a situation where he can probably throw his jabs at the spawn and get some contact. I mean, there's not that much trees in the way. Hard to say, really. Not feeling the visible Ogre build. Hey, thanks, Jerry. Awful deployment and spawns. Hey, that's fair. I just mean that it's open, and I think... most of us want more open domination maps. Like, I don't mind having, like I said, Mountains of Born also one of my favorite maps too, and that has tons of choke points, but... yeah. It does feel super small, yeah. And I think, it's just, the reason why I say it's the best is because it's the only open map we have right now, right? And I think that's why a lot of people agree, but look at that Flamestorm. The RNG is a little bit unfortunate. It doesn't make the best contact in the world. Kind of just hits the one Plague Bear there. But you got to admire the Chad nature of the Flamestorm. The fact that the Fire Belly was willing to expend that Winds of Magic on a very expensive spell that appears to be doing absolutely nothing. So, very unfortunate RNG for the Ogre Kingdoms, but that's fine. They should be able to continue to fight here, no problem. Yeah, the Ogre Man-Eater pistols kind of just hanging around. They're not really even shooting that much. Again, Platypus. I almost said Menacing Papyrus, which is definitely not correct. Yep. You know, Shetland, I agree, and I actually said as much to Creative Assembly, so I'm hoping that, you know, we get some more maps in 1.3, or at the very least with Immortal Empires. Like, there's quite a few maps that would be very good, but we just need more open maps. Yeah, there's quite a few, honestly, but... Yeah, still decent damage if the unit was worth hitting, for sure, but, unfortunately just hit the one Plague Bearers, so let's see. I don't know, Nurgle, I don't know exactly what your intent is to just let your opponent 3-cap you here. I guess Nurgle's really going to try and go for just overwhelm, flood the whole map, get lots of comeback supply, but again, I don't know. It seems like Nurgle doesn't have the time to really try and execute this strategy effectively, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Scarbrand has a breath attack that's very good, I would say. I really like Scarbrand's breath attack, actually. But, yes, he does have a very cool breath attack. Criminally underrated, I think the Firebelly is. He's also not the worst fighter in the world, and self-casting Cascading Fire Cloak, which he did not bring, is actually fairly solid here, but it does look like he has Flaming Sword of Ruin, which could come in pretty good handy if he has any more magic left. But Ogres... Yeah, Nurgle moving forward and just immediately zerging to the objective. Yeah, guess he doesn't know that there's Noblar Trappers there, but at this point, all the Ogres need to do is just fight forward. They don't even necessarily have to win, really. Like, they just have to keep Nurgle off of the objectives, which is not that hard to do. Like, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the delay engagement, the MLG delay engagement is the right call to make here, but what do I know? I'm just a silly caster. Yeah, trying for comeback is so risky, and not only that, but you're playing the slowest faction in the game, too, so... Yeah. Yeah, because you don't have any spawn zones up here, right? You just have these two, so it would be not that difficult if the Ogres were able to push him back. Right now, Nurgle's pushing forward, and at the very least getting up on this high ground fairly effectively. They're not even within range of the objective yet, but at least they're moving in that direction, right? And Ogre's taking some losses. Army damage value-wise, they are ahead a little bit, but of course, Nurgle's healing, that's not really that big of an issue for them. They can quite easily get this back, but, well, Cathay is Cathay slower? Is Cathay slower? I mean, I guess is their infantry actually slower? Are they 28 speed? I thought they were like 28 or 30 speed. I don't know. Anyway. I mean, I guess Nurgle has like spawns and toads and some other stuff, but I don't know. I'd have to actually stop and think about it a little bit. I agree, McRight Face. It needs to go far away, even to have the psychological effect of making Nurgle delay the engagements, which is 100% not the right call. Oh, the cap weight. Yeah, I guess in terms of capturing, yes, Nurgle can capture much better than Cathay. I don't dispute that. I guess I was just referring to the actual units' speed themselves, right? Yeah. Yeah, and Cathay has flyers also, and cavalry, and light cavalry, and, you know, different things, but... Yeah, that's the thing, is the infantry with cap weight. I agree with you there. I guess I was just more referring to general unit speed, but anyway, another Flamestorm going off. He seems to be quite a fan of that, and actually, you know, Flamestorm makes a lot of sense to use as the Ogre Kingdoms. If you don't have a lot of Noblars soaked in a given engagement, your own monstrous infantry are not going to take much damage from it at all, so it really can just be used to dish significant damage to enemy units. Let's see. It looks like The Ogres might allow themselves to get 3 capped here, which is definitely a mistake. At this point, they really need to only hold the 1 objective, but they haven't actually been able to keep Nurgle fully off of the objectives. They've been able to just push forward and try to, yeah, clean things out here. But let's see. These Khorne Fang Cavalry got hit by Curse the Slug. That is going to allow the full 3 cap to take effect. You've also got quite a few Ogre units fighting in positions where it's just not really necessary for them to be honest. But let's take a look here. Mournfangs, oh, they better have a charge order on those Forsaken. If they get charged with those Forsaken, I'm going to be very sad. I mean, they just ran through them, which is not exactly the same thing, but got some dual hand weapons moving in on the other side as well, so that engagement should go just fine with the Ogres. They should be able to recapture that objective. Also here in the center, Ogres are not necessarily losing. I mean, they're still maintaining their value lead more or less. So let's see. Man-Eaters with pistols also making their way over here. Unfortunately, the Mournfangs don't have very good capture weight, right? So they're not going to be able to actually recap that objective very quickly, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Right now, Nurgle's plan seems like it's actually working surprisingly well, but the Ogre's mobility should be able to respond fairly effectively. More Ogres collapsing in here. We've got another beautiful Mournfang cab charge. Just doing huge splash damage to all of these units. Yeah, those Forsaken should be routing off in a big hurry, but Ogres still having trouble amassing capture weight, and they're starting to get within range where they're going to need the 2 cap again, rather than just cap a single objective. So you've got the Dismember army ability used here to debuff a huge blob of Nurgle stuff to keep them slowed down, but I don't know. I mean, Nurgle's got more units on the field, and they've managed to take a lead on army damage value just barely now, so things are looking pretty rough for the Ogres, honestly. I'm very surprised that Stonehorn just gets absolutely manhandled in melee by spawns, and the armor sundering of the cultist synergizing very well there, taking him down, and actually the Lord dies 100%. That's going to be a disaster for the Ogre Kingdoms as suddenly their leadership gives out. Mournfang Cavalry run for the hills. Saber Tusk Pack. Yeah, it's an absolute disaster for the Ogre Kingdoms. What initially looked so promising just turns out horrific. So there you go. Yeah, that Nurgle actually did bring it back. I'm very surprised. Yeah. Yeah, Nurgle was able to successfully break out. The Ogres weren't able to keep them bottled up in their deployment zone for long enough. So. Oh, yeah. Thankfully, the mechanic should be scrapped for the final. If it's not, we're going to have some problems, but I can't imagine Creative Assembly keeping it in after all of this. I mean, yeah, the Stonehorn legitimately got killed, and the Spawn and all of this stuff are actually trading well against the Ogre Kingdoms. So you say the engagement where the units didn't matter. I think it did. It's just, you know, it's typical boring Nurgle stuff, so... Yeah, I think after the 3 cap, they probably should have... And, like, when Nurgle was kind of spread out pushing this left flank here, I think Ogres, if they fall back to Turtle and just concentrate one objective, I don't know. Once Nurgle broke out of the surround there, it was going to be tough to actually finish them off. But one sec, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. And Platypus delayed push actually worked. Color me surprised. I did not think that was going to work. Definitely. There you go. Sometimes wild things happen. Anyway, Platypus now up on the series 2-1. This next game, he will qualify and move on to the grand final. Let's see what happens. back over to the bracket here momentarily while they get their picks locked in. Big think. A lot of big brain plays today. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with ogres right now in that matchup is that Iron Fists just don't work. Like, their attack animations are broken, so they suck at fighting infantry, right? They just can't fight any like plague bearers, any Nurglings, anything like that. Yeah, they just, so like your one armored infantry, which should be really good in that matchup, just isn't, right? And Man-Eaters also, it seems like their attack animations maybe are not working properly. Those two units should be really important in that matchup, but yeah. The only way that Nurgle can really trade, and even still, you don't end up trading great with Khorne, Fangs, and Crushers unless you have great weapons in my experience, but no, the grand final is, I forget when. They might have announced the date somewhere, but it's not for a few weeks. To give the competitors a chance to practice with the Immortal Empires stuff. No, it's not this Saturday. No, because the competitors, like I said, they got to practice with Immortal Empires, so. Yeah, it is sad. It is an unfortunate situation that the catch-up mechanic is such a meta-defining feature. What it is. Yeah, it creates way more problems than it fixes. I totally agree. It looks like Arrow's gonna go for Khorne to try and get back in this. Khorne versus Tzeentch. Huh? Let's see how it goes. It's an interesting one. You know, we've seen a crazy build from Arrow here before, but was Platypus watching? I don't know. He might have been actually playing his games earlier, so I don't know if he saw Arrow's Khorne build he brought before, but I would imagine we'd see a similar setup again. Let's on and see. I'm genuinely very curious to find out what's going to happen next. Khorne. True. Well, Jerry, it's basically you pick a couple factions you think are going to be good. You just practice a lot with those couple factions. Because there's so much, it's impossible. I mean, even after Immortal Empires comes out, it's going to take like 6 months for the meta to stabilize, and by then we will have probably had several more updates. So, I mean, that's the thing, is it's such a wild west that it allows for a wide degree of creativity and you know, experimentation, and should be really good. Honestly, should be really fun. I'm quite excited, especially if they remove the catch-up mechanic. If they maybe fine-tune capture weights a little bit, do some other things to bring issues of like vampire counts, for example, into line potentially. Yeah. YouTube account's being all weird. I don't know what's going on with it, but anyway, thank y'all so much for coming out. It's been an absolute pleasure. This might be the last game, but we'll see. We'll see. A big thing too is why a 3-minute timer at the start? Why? You know, like I think you use the timer to like a minute 30. I mean, based on what I've seen from Nurgle, they can get to the objective in about a minute 30. Same for Cathay. So, like, why do we even need to have that long of a timer to begin with to delay the engagement? I'd say remove the comeback mechanic and cut that initial timer in half at least, if not even more. But we'll see. Yeah, and that's the thing. Once caps open up, melee factions don't need to hide. So why not just open up the caps? Yeah, 1 minute even. I mean, it would mean that Nurgle can't quite get to certain objectives before they open, but that's fine. I mean, you can still force enough capture weight onto them to recapture them. Yeah. I mean, reducing your average domination game by 2 minutes isn't going to make that much of a difference. They're on average like 15 to 17 minutes anyway, so it would be like, you know, 13 to 15 minutes instead. It wouldn't be that much of a difference, but yeah, that's a big one that we've discussed as well, is shortening the initial timer on the points opening on domination. That would reduce a lot of the standing around at the start of domination maps. Let's take a look here, though. They have now loaded in. We're going to be having Tzeentch versus Khorne. Platypus going for the throat there. He's got the Herald, he's got Flamers, he's got 2 spawns, 5 Forsaken. Holy cow. Okay, that's very heavy. That is a thick melee army. And interesting to just go for the full melee contest against Khorne initially. And we've got 3 spawn here with the Herald on the motorcycle again. Or not the Herald. It is the Herald. Okay, so he doesn't have the magic resistance this time. Instead, he's got his Locus of Wrath, additional attack. Interesting. Interesting to change it up. I don't know. Maybe I would have stuck with the what is it? Skull Taker, Skull Reaper, Blood Reaper. That's it. I knew I'd get there eventually, just saying blood and skulls. Oh, fantastic. All right, just get this chat back up over here. I don't know. I don't see how reducing your average game by 2 minutes at the start, especially when most people are not doing anything except summoning units anyway for the first 3 minutes. Like, I don't know. I don't see how it really changes that much. I mean, you force engagements earlier, so you're going to start losing units earlier, but that just means they'll go into your reinforcement pool earlier, assuming they keep reinforcements. Yeah, you could also require slightly more victory tickets to win, bump it up to like 75 or so, which might actually be better anyway, because then you have the actual functional part of the game lasting longer instead of this like limbo weird like no man's phase at the beginning. So yeah, yeah, maybe 75 is too much. I'd have to stop and think about it a little bit, kind of the average delta of game length. How you would look at that, basically. Anyway, math. Let's see. Tzeentch right now is... Ow. Nice shot, Herald. I mean, I guess he was probably shooting at the Chaos Furies, but that looked like it might have been going after the Herald. Let's see, though. It's a little bit dangerous to set up with these... for Khorne to attack these setup flamers on the hill. Oh, man. Oh, the Furies. Oh, the Furies. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they're fine. Okay. All good. Herald of Khorne also. Again, the armor and the magic resistance, spell resistance even of the Herald helps him shrug that off. Let's see. Nurgle right now, or sorry, Khorne. My brain's getting fried, guys. Khorne just hanging back for now. Weird that it seems like they have less value on the field than Tzeentch. I guess just because the ways the Tzeentch army is constructed. But oh, look at this. The Bait Fury actually gets unsummoned. Probably gets almost a full refund there of what is possible at least. And the Flamers are going to shoot some shots. Do a little bit of damage to the spawn, but nothing too crazy. Another volley there. A little hit from the Herald. Take a model down perhaps. But it looks like Khorne is just trying to draw Tzeentch out of this choke point more than anything. Maybe get these cultists in here, summon some units in the back to disrupt, and then charge in would be my guess. Let's see. Gorby's Chariots again. Another wild pick from Arrow. He does seem to be a fan of his Chariots in this matchup, which I have mad respect for, but oh man. Flamer shots look impressive. Don't do a whole lot to the Gorbies. They're able to mostly pull away without taking much damage there. And the Herald of Khorne also moving in. Gets hit by another magic missile there as he pulls to the side. Doesn't do too much damage. Honestly, if the Herald wants to commit all of his winds of magic, just continuously, using that on the Herald, that's mostly fine. But anyways, spawns collapsing here. The Fleshhound's also taking major damage. Arrow really hasn't inflicted much damage at all on this Tzeentch army. He's just kind of taking it in the face right now. I'm not sure about this uphill attack into a choke point. I think that's a pretty lost cause right there, but who am I to judge? Units fighting uphill do suffer a number of debuffs, and it's just, you're at a disadvantage. I want to say it's like weapon strength is one of them, and that's a big one, obviously. You can see that the Tzeentch units are just not taking as much damage as you might otherwise expect. Is it charge bonus or is it weapon damage? Either way, it's, yeah. Seen shooting at a rabbit. We'll see. Right now, Arrow's managed to get some damage in, but he's about a good 2,000 points behind on army damage value, which for Khorne is not super ideal. He does have some sustainability with this Herald to continue to fight in melee and regenerate his HP, but he's going to have to be careful to not get sniped by the Herald of Tzeentch. Herald of Tzeentch has a bit more ammunition left, but still plenty more blue fires, no doubt. See some spawns moving in alongside Screamers to try and finish off Gorby's Chariots. Did you ever think you'd hear that sentence actually in a tournament game? And not only that, but a tournament final. Both Screamers and Gorby's not seeing much use in your typical game. But one thing, Khorne, even though they are... it's a weird situation to be like ahead on points but behind on army damage value, because you're not getting any catch-up supply to help you, get back even in terms of damage value. But let's see. See Tzeentch's Firestorm, or no, Infernal Gateway. Yep, Infernal Gateway gets popped here. Really only hitting like one Chaos Warrior unit, which is not crazy impactful, but I guess it is something, certainly. And the Gorby's Chariot slowly getting worn down over time. The Screamers managing to finish them off. Forsaken also paying a little bit of a price. These two healthy Khorne spawns also are quite helpful to have in this situation. More Khorne units just reinforcing, trying to maintain capture weight. It's a little bit of a rough situation. We don't really have a choice except to just run units into the center objective, right? And Tzeentch dedicating everything they can to try and snipe that Herald. Like I said, I think it might have been worth it instead of taking the Herald to take the Blood Reaper instead with the same mount, just for the magic resistance. I mean, Tzeentch Lord Snipe is very, very real. being that as it is. Let's see. I mean, game's still very close. Damage value-wise, though, it's starting to get a little bit out of hand as menacing Platypus now like 4,000 damage value ahead. Yeah, maybe a little less, but still pretty crazy stuff. Hounds managed to get themselves isolated in the middle of a whole bunch of Tzeentch units. Just take nasty volleys to the face. They are going to get on those blues and perhaps take them down, but Locust of Wrath popped on the Herald of Khorne. Got that Locust of Wrath obviously here. Yeah, would think at least. Not actually. Another Tzeentch's Firestorm. Going to do tons and tons of damage to this unit of Chaos Warriors in particular here. Try and finally get the capture weight of Khorne reduced. The Tzeentch can now seize this objective. They got some more blues moving in for some cheap capture weight. Now the bombardment from Tzeentch as well, so just going all in on the AoE magic damage to clear out those Chaos Warriors of Khorne. And it's effective. I mean, at this point, Khorne's pretty close to tabled. Platypus going for the throat, like I said, not taking any chances here, just doing the most effective strategy. Even if some people might say, you know, Lord Sniping is dirty. I mean, it's what Tzeentch does. It seems what they were designed to do in many ways, right? One of the things that makes them ridiculously strong. So, yeah. Yeah, looks like menacing Platypus, not menacing Papyrus, is going to be our victor. And, yeah. Yeah, I think it was a huge mistake for Arrow to take this engagement in this choke point here. Like, he had the right idea, having this nice positioning out on the open ground, but you gotta wait for Tzeentch to move up and actually attempt to capture the objective, and not engage them when they have this defensive position to be able to just roast your units with ranged fire and fight in a... yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say, really. I think from a build perspective, like the build the Arrow had before, a little bit better with the Blood Reaper. I don't know how much of a difference it would have actually made, but especially for like the Infernal Gateways on your infantry units, actually being able to salvage, because even if it takes the unit from getting one-shotted to getting, like, you know, a third of its HP taken away, that is a significant difference. And even though that unit's still not going to be wildly effective, it will definitely be more effective than it would have otherwise. Yeah. Capping center and pulling Tzeentch back into the open was the play, definitely. Not taking the engagement. You can see all the dead spawn and stuff kind of in this little concave around the choke point here. It's definitely the wrong place, wrong time. And it worked in favor of Tzeentch. So like I said, it's an endurance race. Sometimes it's the person who makes the least mistakes who ends up winning. And Platypus taking a very smart engagement, smart positioning, build, great job using all these units in tandem. And there it is, folks, your final qualifier. The unbreakable, the unbeatable. That's right, folks, you heard it here first. The menacing Platypus of the RTK clan. So all glory to RTK. Congratulations to you guys for clan making it through onto the grand final. Congratulations, folks. It's been a journey. Only 8 hours and 15 minutes after we started the tournament, we finally have a winner. So congratulations, well played to all competitors, but Platypus is the victor. Congratulations. I will be in touch with him on Discord shortly to arrange the future, finals, grand finals tournament. But thank y'all so much for coming out for today. My voice is destroyed. I am exhausted. So I'm going to go lay down and probably just go straight to sleep. But thank y'all so much for coming out. It's been a pleasure. Thanks again to CA for sponsoring the tournament, for allowing me to be a part of it. And thank you all for being who you are. Coming, joining, watching, all the fun stuff. Thanks again, guys. We'll see you next time.